Chapter 81A Genius Design, Version of the Answer, Soul Tool. Regardless of Ji Yuina's true feelings, her intention to provide special training for the women was ultimately good, and Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, Di Choer, and the others did not refuse. Most of them didn't have much of a concept of the gods in the god realm, they only knew that even if they reached the level of a title Douluo, they would definitely not be a match for the gods. In their minds, the most urgent thing right now is to become a participant in the upcoming Soul Master competition. Each academy participating in the Soul Master competition can only have 7 official team members and 7 reserve team members. Due to special circumstances, Ling Luokan had already reserved 1 spot internally. Huo Yuhao, Shui Di, Ji Yuina, and Meng Hongqian, whose martial soul has been upgraded to the ultimate ice level, are also impossible to be eliminated. However, the remaining people cannot be satisfied with just the few spots available for reserve members. If you don't want to miss the Soul Master Tournament, which is considered the grandest event in the entire Douluo continent, you can only strive to improve your strength and combat skills to earn a spot. Even though some of them had already raised their soul power level to the Soul King level thanks to the rewards from the diary copy, they didn't dare to relax at all. After all, their competitors are the official members who are older than them. After arriving at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, they understood why Huo Yuhao had said that soul tools were the answer, and that those who only wanted to cling to tradition and past glory would eventually be abandoned by the times. Soul tools are such a huge boost to a soul master. Even though many of them lack the talent to create soul tools, they are now very willing to learn how to use them. That's why they were also very much looking forward to seeing what kind of changes Huo Yuhao's strange ideas, written in his diary, would ultimately bring to the soul tool. Yuhao, is this little gadget the new soul tool that you and Xiao have been developing in the lab lately? Jing Hongqian fiddled with the small but exquisitely crafted pistol in his hand and asked Huo Yuhao a question. Standing next to him, the dean of students, Lin Jiayi, echoed his sentiments. Can such a small thing really be a level 5 soul tool, as you say, with power comparable to a soul king's attack? Before Huo Yuhao could answer, Xiao Hongqian, with his arms crossed, raised his chin and said proudly, "Don't underestimate us. Our job as soul masters is to innovate and invent new technologies. How come you two are starting to act like those Shrek students? Unwilling to believe in or accept new things?" Jing Hongqian and Lin Jiayi's faces darkened upon hearing this. Was this kid indirectly insulting them? No, this wasn't just indirectly insulting them. He was practically calling them old fogies. Just as Jing Hongqian raised his hand, before his slap could land, Xiao Hongqian reacted swiftly and dodged to the side, chuckling mockingly at Jing Hongqian. "You still want to hit me? Do you really think I'll let you hit me like that?" Snap. As Xiao Hongqian finished speaking, a crisp sound rang out, and Jing Hongqian slapped him to the ground. Jing Hongqian glared fiercely at her rebellious grandson and said angrily, "It's only natural for a grandfather to hit his grandson. If you keep jumping around like that, I'll still hit you." Xiao Hongqian rubbed the numb back of his head, feeling a pang of sadness. Since Meng Hongqian's martial soul was upgraded to the ultimate ice level, replacing him as the most talented genius in the history of the Hongqian family, Xiao Hongqian's missing childhood has finally begun to slowly make up for. Being scolded by his grandfather has become a daily occurrence for Xiao Hongqian. If it weren't for creating the soul-guided firearm that Huo Yuhao envisioned, Xiao Hongqian would never have wanted to appear in front of his grandfather. Xiao Hongqian got up from the ground, pointed at Jing Hongqian with his finger, and said unconvinced, "All right, just watch closely and see just how powerful the soul tool that Yuhao and I created really is." Xiao Hongqian didn't waste any more words. He wanted Jing Hongqian to see the power of the soul-guided pistol with his own eyes, and then slap his grandfather in the face on the spot. Let's see if he still dares to treat him, a soul-guided genius, like this. Huo Yuhao watched quietly as Xiao Hongqian snatched the soul-guided pistol from Lin Jiayi's hand, showing no intention of getting involved in the mess. After all, Xiao Hongqian's reputation as a genius was replaced by Meng Hongqian, which was directly related to him. Now that he finally has a chance to show off and impress others, let Xiao Hongqian have a good time. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Hongqian pointed the exquisite soul-guided pistol at his grandfather and grinned. "Grandpa, how about it? Want to experience the power of this gun?" Jing Hongqian's brow twitched. His granddaughter had always wanted to marry Huo Yuhao, and now his grandson was so filial. How come all of Jing Hongqian's descendants were so promising? Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming a bit strange, Lin Jiayi quickly stood up and spoke with righteous indignation. I'll do it. Lin Jiayi looked at the soul-guided pistol in Xiao Hongshan's hand and said with a smile. Although my strength is no match for Dean Jing Hongshan, it shouldn't be a problem for me, a soul Douluo, to test the power of that level 5 soul tool in your hand, right? Xiao Hongshan hummed twice without refusing. But instead looked at Lin Jiayi and reminded him. Then Director Lin should be careful. Lin Jiayi waved his hand dismissively. Even though this soul-guided pistol was jointly made by Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan, and both of them had extremely high soul-guided talents, it was only a level 5 soul-guided device. Lin Jiayi really didn't take it too seriously. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Hongshan's eyes flashed, and he pulled the trigger while shouting. It's coming. Thud, thud, thud. Several voices rang out in succession, causing Lin Jiayi's expression to change instantly. The headmaster of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy was no longer as composed as before, and subconsciously used the level 5 invincible shield he had stored on his body. Seve. Raw bullets struck the invincible shield in succession, creating ripples, but failed to penetrate it. It's important to know that a level 5 invincible shield can defend against all attacks from play. RS below the level of an 8th ring soul Douluo for 3 seconds. For a level 5 soul guide pistol to achieve this level of protection is already quite impressive. Seeing Xiao Hongshan put down the pistol in his hand, Lin Jiayi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Feeling the extent of the damage to the invincible shield, he clicked his tongue and said. Not bad. The power of your soul-guided pistol is considered to be above average among level 5 soul-guided devices. Moreover, it's not as heavy as a cannon. Such a portable pistol is indeed an excellent design. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan exchanged a glance. Then Huo Yuhao smiled and looked at Lin Jiayi. Director Lin, you've overlooked some of the best advantages of the soul guidance pistol. Seeing Lin Jiayi's expression on shift from admiration to bewilderment, Huo Yuhao didn't keep him in suspense. He took the soul-guided pistol from Xiao Hongshan and said directly. Didn't Director Lin notice that this soul-guided pistol is instantaneous? Moreover, Senior Xiao didn't use any soul power just now, which means that even ordinary people without soul power can use this soul-guided pistol without any problems. Chapter 82 Laughing at Yi. Dream. Keep going and win over Yuhao. As Huo Yuhao finished speaking, Jing Hongshan and Lin Jiayi turned their heads sharply to look at the exquisite silver-white pistol in his hand. Their expressions visibly becoming blank. What did they hear? A soul-guided pistol with the power equivalent to an attack from a Soul King level expert, yet it doesn't require soul power to use. Even ordinary people without soul power can use it with ease. As the Dean and Head of Teaching at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, and as a level 9 and level 8 Soul Master respectively, Jing Hongshan and Lin Jiayi certainly understood what this meant. This means that from now on, the Sun Moon Empire will be able to easily arm a Soul King Legion with just soul guidance pistols and ordinary soldiers. No wonder Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan have been staying in the lab for the past 2 months unless absolutely necessary. Jing Hongshan had been curious about what those two little guys were tinkering with. Although Jing Hongshan was mentally prepared that the two of them might create a surprise, he still never expected that the surprise would be so shocking. After more than 2 months of research, development, and improvement, Huo Yuhao and his grandson Xiao Hongshan have finally delivered a perfect answer with this soul-guided pistol. They are indeed true geniuses in the field of soul-guided devices. Gulp. After a long silence, 2 sounds of swallowing saliva were heard at the same time. Jing Hongshan was still able to maintain her rationality, but Lin Jiayi's eyes were already red. Yuhao, are you serious? This soul-guided pistol can really be used normally even by ordinary people. Even though he had witnessed it with his own eyes, Lin Jiayi's LL couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. It is no exaggeration to say that the appearance of this soul-guided pistol, which can be used by ordinary people, will cause turmoil in the whole world and bring about earth-shattering changes to the world of soul masters. Huo Yuhao didn't offer an explanation, but instead handed the soul-guided pistol directly to Lin Jiayi, his face still bearing his usual sunny and cheerful smile. Director Lin will know once he tries it himself. Just as Lin Jiayi was about to fire a couple of shots to test the waters, Jing Hongshan strode towards him, smiling at him without saying a word. Lin Jiayi felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and wisely handed over the soul-guided pistol to her. There's no way around it. I can't be tactless. Who told Jing Hongshan to have a higher official rank and greater power than him? Although the right to test the weapon was taken away, Lin Jiayi still watched with great interest as Jing Hongshan fiddled with the soul-guided pistol. After observing carefully for a while, Jing Hongshan finally pulled the trigger, mimicking Xiao Hongshan's actions. Bang! The shot created a deep crater in the ground, acking the surrounding area and sending dust and gravel flying everywhere. Jing Hongchen gently stroked the smooth surface of the soul guidance pistol with his fingers and smacked his lips. Just as you said, even ordinary people without soul power can use it. Although the damage range of this soul-guided pistol is small, its power is definitely top-notch even among level 5 soul-guided devices. Even higher-level soul masters could be caught off guard if they're not careful. After all, the attack speed is extremely fast. And the attack is compressed to a single point, making it more effective than a wide-area weapon of the same level when attacking a single target. Huo Yuhao nodded upon hearing this. After all, Jing Hongchen was a level 9 soul master, so it was perfectly normal for him to be able to see the advantages and disadvantages of this soul guidance pistol at a glance. However, Xiao Hongchen was not as calm as Huo Yuhao. Seeing that his grandfather had already acknowledged the value of the soul guidance pistol, Xiao Hongchen immediately put his hands on his hips, raised his chin slightly, and glanced down, adopting an arrogant posture. His tone was also very precise, exuding a domineering aura. Weren't you just looking down on the soul-guided pistols we developed and manufactured? Why do you look like your eyes are about to pop out now? A level 9 soul master. The dean of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, and the head of the Minged Hall, is that all? Jing Hongchen's brow twitched, and she managed to suppress the urge to slap Xiao Hongchen on the head. To be honest, if Xiao Hongchen, Huo Yuhao, and Lin Jiayi hadn't been there, and Jing Hongchen had been alone, he would have cheered wildly for the advent of this soul-guided pistol. But he still had to save face. So he could only suppress his excitement and elation. How could the dignified head of Minged Hall stoop to the level of that bastard Xiao Hongchen? Therefore, Jing Hen glanced at Xiao Hongchen with disdain and smirked. What are you getting so worked up about? Don't think I don't know that this soul-guided pistol was designed by Yuhao. Do you even have the brains for that? Xiao Hongchen's eyes widened suddenly upon hearing this. How can you slander someone's innocence like this? Jing Hongchen chuckled. What innocence? If you have such a genius design idea, why have I never seen you put it into action all these years? On the contrary, after Yuhao became a level 5 soul master, the two of you spent more than 2 months together in the laboratory and readed such an excellent soul guidance pistol. Chiffon. Jing Hongchen's words made Xiao Hongchen's face flush red, and the veins on his forehead bulged as he argued back. Why shouldn't I get any credit for the soul-guided pistol that we made together? Can collaboration between soul masters be considered as mere assistant? I clearly offered a lot of suggestions, but you old man just don't understand anything. Seeing this scene, Huo Yuhao's mood suddenly became very complicated. Why did this scene feel so familiar? What kind of Kong Yiji literature is this? Seeing that Xiao Hongchen was about to blush and say some terms about the soul-guided pistol parts that Jing Hongchen and Lin Jiayi didn't quite understand, Huo Yuhao quickly coughed twice. Dean Jing Hongchen, this soul-guided P.I. stall was developed and made by Xiao and me. Without Xiao's help and his many suggestions, I definitely could not have made it on my own. To be precise, even without Xiao Hongchen, Huo Yuhao could still complete the creation of the soul guidance pistol, but the exact time required would be unknown. Huo Yuhao certainly knew what kind of bonus the creation of the soul guidance pistol would bring him. But he disdained to keep it all to himself. Unlike some ungrateful people, he remembered all the help Xiao Hongchen had given him. When he heard Huo Yuhao speak up for him, Xiao Hongchen was immediately moved. His grandfather was too unreasonable, always trying to cause trouble for him. Let's see what he can say now. Jing Hongchen didn't say anything more, but patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder. Feeling extremely satisfied with the young man. Yuhao, I'll take you to see Elder Kong first, and then I'll go with Elder Kong to His Majesty to ask for your commendation. You two little guys They created a soul tool that every soul master dreams of. Any knowledgeable soul master knows what it means to have an offensive soul tool that can be used normally by ordinary people without soul power. It can be said that this is an earth-shattering achievement that can shake the entire continent. Jing Hongchen didn't believe that Huo Yuhao, who had Kong Deming as his teacher, was unaware of this. But he still said without hesitation that this soul-guided pistol was developed and made by him and Xiao Hongchen together. Such a young man did not let down Xiao's friendship, nor did he fail to live up to Meng's favor. Now, Jing Hongchen truly wanted Huo Yuhao to be her grandson-in-law, completely disregarding Meng Hongchen's overly eager advances. However, as far as he knew, Meng Hongche had many strong competitors even in the freshman class alone. Huo Yuhao is truly a person who carries great fortune. He has unparalleled talent in both Soul Master and Soul Master, and even in terms of his popularity with women. He is unmatched by anyone else. Dream, keep going. Grandpa supports you in winning over Huo Yuhao. If all else fails, Grandpa will give you some ideas. You can't let that kid get away. Chapter 83 Imperial Viscount, who doesn't like Yuhao? Just as Jing Hongshan said, the advent of the Soul Guidance Pistol caused a great uproar in the Hall of Worship. Whether it was Kong Deming or the other level 9 Soul Masters, they all immediately put down what they were doing and gathered together to examine and study the Soul Guide Pistol upon hearing the news. Especially after verifying that this soul-guided pistol was indeed as Jing Hongshan said, requiring no soul power to activate and usable even by ordinary people, the most elite soul masters of the Sun Mo. On Empire felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Hiss. The sounds of gasps for breath rose and fell continuously, contributing to the increase in temperature on the Douluo continent. Kong Deming turned to look at his last disciple. His eyes filled with an extremely complex expression. Yuhao, how did you and Xiao Hongshan come up with the idea of using this method to create a soul tool, a soul-guided pistol that ordinary people can also use? The other level 9 soul masters also turned their attention to this question, as they were equally curious about it. Although Xiao Hongshan enjoyed the feeling of showing off in front of others, he also knew that the creation of the soul guidance pistol was due to Huo Yuhao. Although he had made some contributions, he still couldn't compare to Huo Yuhao. So he touched Huo Yuhao's arm and asked him to explain it to Kong Deming and the others. The Hall of Offerings was already as familiar to Huo Yuhao as home, so he naturally showed no AR in front of Kong Deming and these level 9 soul masters. He laid out his design ideas and improvement plans in their entirety, without any intention of hiding anything. Huo Yuhao knew very well that he could only make some improvements and progress in technology by himself. If he wanted a technological breakthrough, it would require the joint efforts of more capable people. He never intended to be complacent or cling to so-called core technologies for the rest of his life. Instead, he wanted to bring about a qualitative leap in the overall living standards and technological level of the Douluo continent. And to do his best to elevate the Douluo continent because of him. This was what he, as the chosen one of destiny who was entrusted with high hopes by the will of the Plain and Eve, wanted to stuff all the good things into his arms, should do. After listening to Huo Yuhao's detailed explanation, all the 9th level soul masters present, including Kong Deming and Jing Hongshan, looked thoughtful. They also gained some inspiration from Huo Yuhao's words and vaguely felt that it could be used to develop and produce new types of soul tools. Although he was eager to go into seclusion and begin experimenting, Jing Hongshan did not forget another purpose of his trip. To ask Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan for credit for creating the soul-guided pistol that was powerful enough to overthrow the Sun Moon Empire's army. After he explained this, Kong Deming did not hesitate at all and immediately took Jing Hongshan to the palace. As the Grand Master of the Sun Moon Empire, Kong Deming understood the importance of clear rewards and punishments better than anyone else. If someone made a contribution, they must be given sufficient rewards. If someone only wanted to take advantage of others without paying the price, then sooner or later there would be big problems. Unless, of course, something can be used to brainwash them, making them willing to give everything. The Sun Moon Empire is not Shrek Academy. It knows that such behavior is unacceptable and naturally will not hurt the feelings of those who have made contributions. With Kong Deming and Jing Hongshan working together, the matter proceeded extremely smoothly. Especially after personally verifying the power of the soul-guided pistol, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire was overjoyed and immediately promised Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan generous rewards. He even sent someone to summon the two to the palace to meet these two soul-guided geniuses. To be precise, this isn't the first time the Sun and Moon Emperor has wanted to see Huo Yuhao. Since his injuries were completely healed by the small piece of life gold that Shu Tianjun obtained, he has taken over all government affairs and handled them personally again. Naturally, he also heard about the news about Huo Yuhao, the genius who came from the Star Luo Empire. Especially after Huo Yuhao's second martial soul awakened, which was the top-tier ultimate ice. The Sun Moon Emperor became even more interested in him. Emperor Sun Moon had long wanted to meet Huo Yuhao in person, but after hearing that he had been spending time with Xiao Hongshan in the laboratory developing and creating soul tools, he did not disturb him. After all, being interrupted while developing a new soul tool is an extremely painful and frustrating thing for any soul tool master. Now that he finally understands just how powerful the soul tool developed by Huo Yuhao is, he certainly won't wait any longer. Oh, by the way, Xiao Hongshan, the genius of the Hongshan family, is not just a side note. The Sun and Moon Emperor values young geniuses like them very much. When Yuhao and Xiao Hongqian entered the palace, a banquet had already been prepared, with all sorts of luxurious and exquisite delicacies to entertain the two. He even announced on the spot that Yuhao and Xiao Hongqian would become viscounts of the Sun-Moon Empire, with all their treatment arranged at the highest level. In addition, there were so many other items that the two of them couldn't even remember them all. Yuhao felt that it was only because the Sun and Moon Emperor thought they were too young that he would have given them a lot of beautiful women. Not only that, the Sun-Moon Emperor also earnestly told Yuhao that from now on he should treat the Sun-Moon Empire as his own. And that he could come to the palace at any time to make requests to him. Even if he were to seek revenge against the White Tiger Duke's mansion in the future, he would definitely get the entire Sun-Moon Empire to back him up and would never let Yuhao face those enemies alone. Yuhao was about to express his sincere gratitude when the Sun-Moon Emperor raised his hand to stop him, patted Yuhao on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Yuhao, do you mind me calling you that? You are a disciple of Master Kong, so you don't need to be so polite in front of me. Rest assured, the Sun-Moon Empire will not mistreat anyone who has made contributions, and will absolutely not let your efforts go to waste. And Xiao Hongqian, the future continent will ultimately belong to you young people. I look forward to the day when you grow into top-tier powerhouses." The Sun and Moon Emperor knew just how terrifying Yuhao's talent truly was. It is no exaggeration to say that, even if all the historical records of the Sun-Moon continent and Douluo continent were combined, no one's talent could compare with Yuhao's. Even Tang San, the sea god in the original Douluo Three Kingdoms records, was far inferior to Yuhao at the same age. The most outrageous thing is that Yuhao's current achievements are built on the premise that he was abused during his childhood and had a very difficult growth. No matter what stakes you take to invest in Yuhao, you will absolutely not lose money. He had already received the news that the idea for the Soul Guidance Pistol was proposed by Yuhao. And Xiao Hongqian did not play a significant role in its development. Even so, Yuhao insisted that it was developed and manufactured by the two of them together. Who wouldn't like such a grateful young boy? Unfortunately, his daughter is not very promising. Despite being in the same class as Yuhao and having always tried to get close to him since a very early age, their relationship has not progressed much so far. Otherwise, if Yuhao, this peerless genius, were to become his son-in-law, the consort of the Sun-Moon Empire, he would truly laugh hearty. Li and personally visit the White Tiger Duke's mansion to express his gratitude. Even the Emperor of the Sun and Moon is now very much looking forward to seeing how the Duke of the White Tiger will react when he learns that his forgotten son is actually such a prodigy. His expression must have been quite interesting, right? Chapter 84 Laugh. The Crown Prince wants to steal my brother-in-law. Since his brush with death, the Sun and Moon Emperor's mindset has undergone a significant change. In the beginning, because he had seized the throne through treason, he took on all the important and trivial matters himself in order to prove to others that he deserved the throne. Indeed, under his leadership, the Sun-Moon Empire became even stronger, and it was only a matter of time before it next the original Douluo Three Kingdoms. But now that he has gone through a life-or-death experience, he is no longer in a hurry to annex the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Instead, he has decided to first arrange the succession of the next emperor to avoid a repeat of the previous situation. While he lay dying on his bed, the princes were making a mess of the capital in their struggle for the throne. Having experienced palace coups, he certainly didn't want the same thing to happen to his sons. Among the princes, none could compare to Shu Tianren in terms of either ability or ambition. Unfortunately, the crown prince is paralyzed from the waist down, and may have even lost his fertility. In the past, even if Emperor Sun Moon was very satisfied with Shu Tianren, he would only use him as a whetstone to hone his other princes, and would never allow him to inherit the throne. But things are different now. Even the incurable disease that plagued the entire empire could be cured, so it's possible that the crown prince's paralysis of the lower body could also be cured. The hope of being cured clearly lies in Yuhao, this little guy who carries great fortune. The Sun and Moon Emperor asked Shu Tianjun how he obtained the item that cured his terminal illness, but Shu Tianjun hesitated and did not give an answer. Later, he learned through other means that Yuhao had great fortune. And after spending a long time with him, even the martial soul of the little girl from the Red Dust clan was raised to the extreme ice level. According to his speculation, Shu Tianjun was most likely able to obtain that piece of the life gold because of Yuhao. If Shu Tianjun continues to contact Yuhao, even if she only gets a little bit of luck from him, she might be able to obtain an item that can restore Shu Tianren's paralyzed legs, just like the life gold she obtained before. Since that's the case, Emperor Sun Moon would certainly not treat Shu Tianren the same way he used to. In his eyes, Shu Tianren, the crown prince, was the best candidate to become his next emperor. With this in mind, after the banquet, the Emperor of Sun and Moon did not keep Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan any longer, but instead had Crown Prince Shu Tianren personally escort them out. Even Shu Tianren hadn't expected his father to do this. After exchanging a glance with him, Shu Tianren was slightly aback by the encouraging look in his father's eyes, and immediately realized what his father was thinking. Shu Tianren readily accepted the offer and did not ask the guards to help him push the wheelchair. Instead, he wanted to push the wheels himself to walk out, but he seemed a little uncomfortable, moving slowly and having some difficulty controlling the direction. Sorry, Yuhao, I was supposed to see you off. But I made you wait for me. Xiao Hongshan quickly waved his hand to indicate that he didn't mind, while Huo Yuhao couldn't help but sigh inwardly that these members of the royal family were truly born actors. Especially Shu Tianren, this ruthless man, who was even more of an award-winning actor. However, they are clearly siblings from the same father and mother, so why is Shu Tianjun acting so inexplicably? Huo Yuhao couldn't understand the question, but he didn't mind cooperating with Shu Tianren's performance in front of the emperor. He immediately walked behind Shu Tianren and pushed his wheelchair out. Seeing this, the Emperor Sun and Moon smiled and, in high spirits, picked up the wine and drank it down. The other princes present couldn't hide their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Shu Tianren. They were also well aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Huo Yuhao would most likely become a high-ranking official of the Sun-Moon Empire, just like Kong Deming. Building a good relationship with him was something all the princes wanted to do. After leaving the main hall, Shu Tianren said with a smile. Yuhao, I've actually heard of your name a long time ago. I've always wanted to meet you, this peerless genius, but it's a pity that I only have this opportunity now. Huo Yuhao was not surprised that Shu Tianren would say such a thing. He was well aware of how many people would try to win him over based on his performance all along. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the fact that his teacher was Kong Deming, the strongest person in the Sun-Moon Empire, those ambitious princes would have already tried every means to win over Huo Yuhao. Your Highness flatters me too much. I am just an ordinary person. Shu Tianren, laughing at the world. Good heavens. Shu Tianren and Xiao Hongshan couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, good heavens. If Huo Yuhao is just an ordinary person, then what are they? Utterly worthless trash. Shu Tianren didn't say much on the topic, but coughed twice and then spoke. There's no need to be so formal in calling me Crown Prince. I'm a few years older than you, so just call me Brother Tianren from now on. I've heard Tianjun praise you to me many times, saying that you're not only talented but also very kind and have always taken good care of her. As Tianjun's older brother, I've been looking for an opportunity to thank you. Although he didn't know what kind of care Shu Tianren was referring to, Huo Yuhao naturally had no reason to refuse since Shu Tianren wanted to get closer to him. After all, the meaning of the Sun and Moon Emperor was already very clear. It was almost certain that the next emperor would be Shu Tianren. If you want to accomplish those plans in the future, Shu Tianren can also provide you with considerable assistance. However, seeing Huo Yuhao and Shu Tianren chatting and laughing, Xiao Hongshan initially didn't think anything of it and even chatted and laughed with them. However, upon hearing Shu Tianren frequently mention his younger sister Shu Tianjun, Xiao Hongshan immediately became alert. Well, I knew it. So that's why the Crown Prince was so enthusiastic about Yuhao. Turns out he's like me, wanting Yuhao to be his brother-in-law. What a joke. I can't just stand by and watch someone else steal Yuhao away. No, when we get back I need to give Meng a good reminder and tell her to step up her efforts. We absolutely cannot let this happen. With the three of them having different thoughts, Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan didn't let Shu Tianren see them off for very long. After agreeing to have more opportunities to communicate in the future, the three of them parted ways. Watching Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan's figures gradually disappear into the distance, Shu Tianren's smile slowly faded, and he murmured to himself as if talking to himself. Stop contacting the Holy Spirit cult. I no longer need their help. Yes, Your Highness. A ghostly figure appeared behind Shu Tianren and responded. With the position of Crown Prince and the approval of his father, Shu Tianren no longer needed to rely on the power of the Holy Spirit sect to smoothly become the next emperor. However, there was one necessary condition before that. Shu Tianren looked down at his numb legs and pondered to himself. My father's terminal illness could be cured, and naturally, my legs and will also be fine. The key lies with Huo Yuhao, a person of great fortune. Given my naive nature, developing a deeper relationship with Huo Yuhao would be nearly impossible. Not to mention the many talented and stunningly beautiful girls around him. Relying solely on her makes my chances of recovery extremely slim. Even Zhu Zi's relationship with Huo Yuhao is better than Tianjun's. Plus, they share the same enemy, and Zhu Zi's personality and appearance are equally impeccable. So, the course of action is quite clear. Shu Tianren said without turning his head. Tell Orange that she is free. From now on, I will only repay her for that one life-saving act. I only ask that she give me something to help me if she is lucky enough to opt in something that can heal my body in the future. The titled Douluo behind Shu Tianren agreed without hesitation and pushed him back to the palace. Whether it was psychological or not, Shu Tianren Su. Dan Li felt that after making this decision, the road back to the palace seemed to have become wider than before. Chapter 85 Huo Yuhao, Public Enemy of Men, Growth Type Weapon. Yuhao, are you on good terms with that Princess Shu Tianjun? After leaving the palace, Xiao Hongshan immediately asked the question that concerned him most. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao glanced at Xiao Hongshan and noticed that the guy's expression was very serious, as if he was determined to get to the bottom of things. If he didn't get a definite answer, Xiao Hongshan probably wouldn't give up no matter what. However, Huo Yuhao and Shu Tianjun were truly innocent and open with each other, so there was nothing he couldn't answer. He shook his head and said, just ordinary friends. I've been busy making the soul-guided pistol all this time. And I haven't even had time to go out with senior sister Meng, let alone do anything with Shu Tianjun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan breathed a sigh of relief, grinned, and patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder. That's right. I've met that innocent princess. Whether it's talent or looks, she's nowhere near as good as Meng. Besides, what's more comfortable being my brother-in-law than the crown prince's brother-in-law? Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao felt that Xiao Hongshan seemed to have gone mad. He was a devoted brother-in-law at the beginning, but now he's determined to make me his brother-in-law. His reaction was so intense after hearing Shu Tianren's words implying that he wanted me to have more contact with Shu Tianjun. Am I really that likable? The moment the thought crossed Huo Yuhao's mind, he immediately accepted it. He could sense that not only Xiao Hongshan but also Shu Tianren wanted their respective sisters to have that kind of relationship with them. Even Jing Hongshan and the Sun and Moon Emperor had the same idea. On another note, if things continue like this, could it be that even the teacher wants to set me up with his great-granddaughter Zhang Lexuan? How could he replace Beibei and become Zhang Lexuan's childhood sweetheart? Hiss. This situation seems quite possible. Indeed, sometimes being too outstanding can be a burden. Just as Huo Yuhao was lost in thought, Xiao Hongshan looked at the bustling streets of Mingdu, stretched, and laughed loudly. How's it going, Yuhao? Now that the soul-guided pistol has been developed and the design methodology has been handed over, can't you take a break and relax for a while? After thinking for a moment, Huo Yuhao shook his head and refused. Never mind, I obtained me special metals and wanted to make a weapon suitable for Shuiye. Shuiye. Oh, I remember now, she's the little sister you found in the far north, right? Xiao Hongshan nodded in sudden realization. He had heard of Huoning Shuiye before. It was said that she was a genius whose talent was no less than Huo Yuhao's. Both of them were at the extreme level of ice, and she was only a few months younger than Huo Yuhao. Yet she was already a Soul King level expert. When she first arrived at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, she was fought over by a group of 9th level soul masters in the Hall of Worship. In the end, a female worshipper took her in as a disciple because of her gender advantage. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Hongshan realized that he was really too lazy. If he continues to slack off like this, not only will he not be the strongest genius in the Sun Moon Empire in 1,000 years, but even the genius beauties in Class 1 of the freshmen will surpass him one after another. Although Xiao Hongshan has been holed up in the lab with Huo Yuhao for the past 2 months, he is well aware of just how terrifying the reputation of the current freshman class is. With the stunning beauty and terrifyingly high talent, those beautiful girls were known even to people outside the academy. Realizing this, Xiao Hongshan quickly abandoned his idea of traveling and relaxing, and said aggressively, no, I can't keep slacking off. I must train hard. I absolutely cannot be surpassed. Suddenly, as if struck by a sudden thought, Xiao Hongshan couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the louder he laughed, the more people along the way looked at the two of them with great curiosity. Huo Yuhao could read the meaning behind their looks. These guys were probably Ting to suspect that some idiot had secretly run away. Before Yuhao could say anything, Xiao Hongchen grinned like a complete idiot. Yuhao, do you think that when I appear before Grandpa now, he should greet me? The esteemed Viscount, first. Yuhao raised an eyebrow, looking at Xiao Hongchen with a hint of speechlessness. I think if you really say that, Dean Jing Hongchen will probably slap you across the face. Xiao Hongchen waved his hand dismissively and hurriedly headed back to the academy to find his grandfather. How dare he? A Viscount of the Empire. How could he treat him like this? Yuhao didn't want to waste any more words on this guy who was increasingly resembling a comedian. Would the Dean of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, the Master of Ming Hall, and one of the best among the 9th level Soul Guidance Masters care about a mere Viscount? Didn't you see that while those princes were vying for power, they were all trying their best to win over Jing Hongchen? He finally understood. Xiao Hongchen was just itching for a beating, so let him be. As Yuhao followed Xiao Hongchen back to the academy, he also began writing in his diary. Alright, the matter of the soul-guided pistol can finally be put to rest. Not only was this offensive soul-guided device, which can be used without difficulty by ordinary people without soul power, developed, but it also provided the teacher and other level 9 soul-guided masters with a wealth of inspiration, giving them more options when researching new soul-guided devices. He even rose to the rank of Viscount in the Sun Moon Empire. This incident can be considered a successful conclusion. As I said before, improving the overall living standards and technological level of Douluo continent is something I can't do alone. Instead of racking my brains to improve this, I should inspire my teachers and those level 9 soul masters, getting them involved directly or indirectly. This way, I'll have more time and energy to do other things. However, with the advent of soul-guided pistols, the overall strength of the Sun Moon Empire's army is about to experience a qualitative leap. It will be extremely difficult for the people of the original Douluo 3 kingdoms to resist. We still need to think of a way to achieve a peaceful evolution, at least to reduce innocent casualties. Why should those nobles in power allow the lower classes to sacrifice themselves in vain if they want to maintain their existing power? Make a note of this, and think of more ways to deal with it later. The most important thing now is to use the special materials I obtained from the diary to forge a weapon for Shuiye, a weapon that can upgrade as its owner's strength increases. If this news gets out, the entire continent will probably be in an uproar. After all, even if Shuiye becomes a god because of this weapon can still be upgraded to a divine artifact, and even if she becomes a god king, it can still be nurtured and upgraded to a super divine artifact. I can only say that the diary's rewards never disappoint. Speaking of which, Shuiye is getting more and more clingy to me lately. And the way other people are looking at me is getting weirder and weirder. I feel like my situation is getting more and more dangerous in some ways. Hiss. Right. With how much they've been clinging to me. Am I going to become public enemy number 1 by the time the Soul Master competition comes around? Chapter 86 Ascending to immediate status, Jiyu Yuina decides to take the stage. The Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City. Shu Juju, who was about to go to bed, was stunned after seeing the latest content on the copy of the diary. Cold sweat appeared on Shu Juju's fair and smooth forehead. Fear gradually filled her heart, and her graceful body began to tremble slightly. Yuhao developed and created an offensive soul tool that can be used by ordinary people without soul power. Why is this happening? Shu Juju was truly panicked now. Even though they already knew that Yuhao was the chosen one favored by the will of the plane, and that his joining would make the Sun Moon Empire even stronger, they still didn't have a very accurate understanding of it. But now she knows. The appearance of Yuhao was far more than just a stroke of genius for the Sun Moon Empire. It was like adding wings to a tiger. It was like ascending to immortality on the spot. The Star Luo Empire was no match for the Sun Moon Empire to begin with. Of course, if Shrek Academy hadn't stepped forward to lead the original Douluo 3 kingdoms in resisting the invasion of the Sun Moon Empire, the Star Luo Empire would probably have ceased to exist long ago. Shu Juju couldn't even imagine what price the Star Luo Empire would have to pay to stop their offensive when the Sun Moon Empire went to war with the Star Luo Empire again. In particular, there was the line Yuhao wrote in his diary. The nobles in power make ordinary people pay with their lives in order to maintain their power. This left Shu Juju speechless. Even if she were given the chance to refute, she wouldn't know how to do so. As a royal princess, Shu Juju was naturally unwilling to see the Star Luo Empire annexed by the Sun Moon Empire, but given the current situation, she had no way to deal with it. Shrek Academy is unreliable. It has been secretly undermining the foundation of Star Luo for years. As for forcibly bringing Yuhao to the Star Luo Empire, not to mention the 9th level Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire. Just one Silver Dragon King, Yuina, would be enough to make all the strong people in the entire Douluo continent suffer defeat. Neither a soft approach nor a hard one can change the current situation. Are we really just supposed to watch the Sun and Moon Empire grow stronger and stronger, and wait for it to annex Star Luo? Damn it. If it weren't for all that mess at the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Yuhao, the chosen one who could bring about earth-shattering changes to the entire Douluo continent, should have belonged to our Star Luo Empire. Thinking T. Had Yuhao had been forced to leave by those guys from the White Tiger Duke's mansion, she was furious for a long time. She took a few deep breaths to try to calm herself down, but found that she couldn't do it at all. Enraged beyond measure, Shu Juju raised her fist and slammed it against the pillow on the bed to vent her anger. The violent movement revealed a tempting glimpse of her fair chest, but unfortunately, no one could appreciate this beautiful sight. While the beautiful girls of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy were deeply worried about the future of Xingluo, they were just as frustrated as she was when they saw Yuhao preparing to forge a weapon for Shui Di that could improve as her strength increased. They had known Yuhao for much longer, but because Shui Di too an unconventional path and became Yuhao's sister, they now think of Shui Di whenever they get something good. In fact, ever since the Snow Empress arrived, the rewards from the Diary dungeon have never been lacking. And her luck has been off the charts, with most of the rewards making others envious. Yuina even began to wonder if Shui Di, who was injured and needed a reward to heal her injuries, would have already received that reward. Instead of being like myself, who has been at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy for more than 5 months and still hasn't gotten what I want. Yuina was certain that among all the girls surrounding Yuhao, her luck was absolutely the worst. Thinking of this, even with Yuina's calm demeanor, her face couldn't help but darken. The atmosphere in the dormitory had become somewhat somber when a suppressed laugh suddenly rang out. Yuina looked in the direction of the laughter and was shocked to see Choer's face, which seemed to want to laugh but dared not laugh out loud. Yuina's expression changed, and she said angrily, "Choer, what are you laughing at?" Choer's heart skipped a beat. She tried her best to hide the smile on her face. But after seeing Yuina's dark face, she couldn't help but laugh out loud again. PFFT, ha ha ha. No, I wasn't laughing at anything. In that instant, Choer thought through all the painful things in her life, only to find that she had never actually experienced any real pain. Seeing that Yuina's eyes were becoming increasingly dangerous, Choer's mind raced, trying to come up with a suitable excuse to avoid causing Yuina any trouble. Oh right, sister. I actually couldn't help but laugh because Yuhao said he might become the enemy of all men during the Soul Master competition. Think about it. Just like Yuhao said, when the Soul Master competition starts, with our looks, if we only get close to Yuhao but don't give any attention to other men, it should be easy for us to make Yuhao hate us to the max, right? In that case, he will definitely be targeted by everyone. Let's see if he can still be as relaxed as usual. Yuina thought Choer's words made a lot of sense. Yuhao has been using the excuse of going to the lab to research and develop soul tools to avoid them. Let's see how he can hide when the Soul Master competition comes. Then we'll make Yuhao attract all the men's hatred and see if he can still remain so calm. Only. Yuina looked at Choer, who seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief, and said casually, "Take a break. You can do extra practice tomorrow. It's been more than 2 months already, and your combat skills are still not that great. Keep working hard." Upon hearing this, Iuer felt her life suddenly become bleak and hopeless. She knew very well that Yuina was using this as an opportunity to settle a personal score, and that she was prepared to be ruthless during tomorrow's training. However, Choer couldn't refuse, since she was no match for Yuina when using her strength at the same level. HMPH. Just you wait. One day, I'll definitely have you pinned down. No matter how you beat me, I'll personally repay you. As she thought about it, Choer felt as if it was really about to come true. She could pin Yuina down and beat her so badly that the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, would beg for mercy. Yuina had no idea what Choer was thinking. If she did, the training Choer was about to face tomorrow would be even more terrifying. She was just thinking to herself how she could get closer to Yuhao. Despite being a newcomer, Shui Di has already surpassed everyone else and established a very close relationship with Huo Yuhao. If this continues, we'll really fall behind at every step. Currently, Shui Di is in first place, followed closely by Meng Hongqian. Besides the two of them, there is also Ice Emp. Roar existing as a soul spirit in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. The others have no advantage, even the Silver Dragon King. So, we still need to change our strategy. Huo Yuhao has said so many times that I'm the most beautiful woman in Douluo continent, but I really don't believe it. Once I make up my mind, can he resist? Chapter 87 The Marrow Cleansing Pill appears again, and the 9th level Soul Master goes mad. While crafting a custom weapon for Shui Di, Huo Yuhao also obtained a marrow cleansing pill from the diary. Having taken the marrow cleansing pill, Huo Yuhao knew how powerful its effects were. But it was no longer of any use to him. Most importantly, Huo Yuhao never forgot the promise he had made to himself. When he received a suitable reward, he would give it to Xiao Hongqian, his good brother who always thought of him. Unlike the crudely made pills in Douluo continent, the marrow cleansing pill does not lock the upper limit like those pills. Instead, it expands the meridians and eliminates the side effects of those pills. For Xiao Hongqian, who occasionally takes drugs, nothing is more suitable than the marrow cleansing pill. When Xiao Hongqian saw the marrow cleansing pill that Huo Yuhao took out, he was puzzled as to why it was different from the pills he remembered, and he was also very curious about how Huo Yuhao obtained it. However, trusting Huo Yuhao, Xiao Hongqian did not hesitate at all and swallowed it whole. Before Xiao Hongqian could say anything, he felt a warm current spreading through his body, so comfortable that he couldn't help but groan. Watching Xiao Hongqian close his eyes and begin to receive the baptism of the marrow cleansing pill, Huo Yuhao, knowing that this would take a long time, did not linger. Instead, he returned to his private laboratory to continue forging the weapon for Shui Di. When Xiao Hongqian woke up, he felt more relaxed than ever before. All his burdens seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He took a deep breath and wanted to shout, but then he smelled an extremely strong stench. The stench instantly twisted and contorted Xiao Hongqian's face, causing him to gag violently and turn deathly pale. Looking down, Xiao Hongqian finally realized that the source of the stench was none other than his own body. The once clean clothes were now covered in black, unidentified substances, which seemed to have all come from his body and were emitting a foul stench. I finally understand why Yuhao didn't want me to take the marrow cleansing pill in his lab. He probably knew this would happen after I took it. So he ran away beforehand. Xiao Hongqian looked around at his closed laboratory and felt completely overwhelmed. Is this laboratory still usable? Without wasting any time, Xiao Hongqian suppressed his urge to vomit and rushed out of the lab, heading straight for his dormitory. The most important thing now wasn't whether the lab was still usable, he needed to wash himself thoroughly several times. From that day on, a rumor began to circulate at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Equipment Academy. That's Xiao Hongqian, the soul guiding genius. He probably has some peculiar hobby. He likes to secretly conduct some strange experiments in the laboratory, which makes his body smell terrible. However, after Xiao Hongqian personally visited them to express his gratitude for their help in spreading his reputation, no one talked about the matter again. Because they discovered that Xiao Hongqian had become much stronger than before, and his strength was increasing at a much faster rate. The marrow cleansing pill has completely eliminated the side effects of the pills Xiao Hongqian had previously taken. After his meridians were widened, his cultivation of soul power became twice as effective, allowing Xiao Hongqian's lost reputation as a genius to return. Xiao Hongqian's transformation shocked Jing Hongqian, Kong Deming, and all the 9th level soul masters in the Hall of Worship. They didn't even bother to develop new soul tools inspired by Huo Yuhao. They all swarmed over, wanting to know how Huo Yuhao obtained the marrow cleansing pill that he gave to Xiao Hongqian. If they still had any, they would be willing to exchange it for a marrow cleansing pill, no matter the cost. Huo Yuhao had already guessed this situation when he chose to take out the marrow cleansing pill. And he had already thought of his words. According to Huo Yuhao's description, the marrow cleansing pill was given to him by a powerful person he met by chance. In exchange, he needed to occasionally use his ultimate ice power to do certain things. However, since he had eaten a magical herb before, the marrow cleansing pill was not very effective for him, so he gave it to Xiao Hongqian, who had always taken good care of him. Upon hearing this answer, Kong Deming, Jing Hongqian, and the other level 9 soul masters marveled at Huo Yuhao's gratitude and remarked that he was indeed an exceptionally good child. But on the other side, the way they looked at Xiao Hongqian was as if they wanted to devour him, and even Jing Hongshan, who was his own grandfather, was no exception. Just by looking at the speed at which Xiao Hongshan's soul power increased, they could imagine just how powerful the marrow cleansing pill was. It's no exaggeration to say that if they were to use this marrow cleansing pill, they would definitely be able to break through their limitations and successfully advance to the Super Douluo level. What is the concept of a level 9 Soul Master at the Super Douluo level? That's enough to go toe-to-toe with a limit Douluo. Xiao Hongshan originally thought that after becoming a genius again, he would be able to regain his lost glory and change his grandfather's attitude back so that his grandfather would speak to him, the Viscount of the Empire, in a respectful manner. The result was wonderful in my imagination, but the reality was extremely cruel. From then on, Jing Hongshan disliked him even more, and whenever she found a suitable opportunity, she would teach this good-for-nothing grandson a lesson without mercy. He kept muttering, "Yuhao knows to give good things to you after he gets them, so why don't you think about your grandfather?" Xiao Hongshan had no reply to this and could only mutter his complaints to himself. Who knew the effects of the marrow cleansing pill would be so terrifying? If I had known earlier, I probably would have been much more decisive when I ate Xiao Hongshan. Who told you to keep causing me trouble ever since Meng Hongshan's martial soul was upgraded to the ultimate ice level? Of course, Xiao Hongshan wasn't stupid. He knew he couldn't say those words aloud, otherwise, he'd be in even more trouble. Although Kong Deming, Jing Hongshan, and the 9th level soul masters in the Hall of Offerings all desperately wanted the marrow cleansing pill, they also knew just how rare this top-grade pill was. For the time being, they could only endure it and hope that the time for that powerful figure to make a deal with Huo Yuhao next time would come sooner. Through this incident, the Y gained a clearer understanding of just how terrifying Huo Yuhao's luck truly was. The number of powerful individuals capable of creating a pill like the marrow cleansing pill is probably unparalleled even in the entire Douluo continent. Yet, Huo Yuhao, a soul king, was able to establish a good relationship with him, which is simply enviable. The impact of the marrow cleansing pill incident only spread to the upper echelons. Only those level 9 soul masters were qualified to obtain the next marrow cleansing pill, and not many people knew about it. Besides attending classes, cultivating his soul power, and writing in his diary every day, Huo Yuhao also continued to meticulously craft the exclusive weapon for Shui Di. Because this type of weapon is too complex to manufacture, even with Huo Yuhao's current level of almost level 6 Soul Master skills, he was unable to finish it quickly. It wasn't until the Soul Master competition was just around the corner that the weapon was finally completed. Meanwhile, the reward for the new day's diary left Huo Yuhao dumbfounded. If this reward were to be given out, those beautiful girls would probably be so envious of Shui Di that they'd be practically splitting apart. Chapter 88 Snow Emperor's Gift, His Real Girlfriend. The reward Huo Yuhao received this time wasn't anything that could greatly increase his strength. On the contrary, it was just a piece of clothing. To be precise, it was a deep blue long dress, the blue hem of which rippled in the wind like cold dew, and was called the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress. Huo Yuhao had seen the Snow Empress before her transformation. This flowing fairy dress with wide sleeves was practically tailor-made for the adult Snow Empress. Wearing it would surely make her look breathtakingly beautiful. Without exaggeration, Huo Yuhao was certain that any woman who saw this flowing, wide-sleeved fairy dress would absolutely adore it. Unfortunately, Shui Di is still just a little girl, so she can't wear this flowing fairy dress yet. But if it's given to her as a gift, Shui Di would never refuse it. Does it matter whether the other beautiful girls are envious? Huo Yuhao didn't hide anything. On the contrary, he deliberately started writing in his diary. It's a new day. The weapon forged for Shui is finally complete. Perhaps nothing is more suitable for her than the longsword crafted by Junning. However, a name for the sword hasn't been decided yet. Oh well, let Shui think of one herself. Image. It's worth mentioning that the diary, as if to cooperate with me, actually rewarded me with a flowing, wide-sleeved fairy dress. Since I can't possibly wear women's clothing, it's clearly meant for me to give away. So, I'll give it to Shui along with this sword. Speaking of which, I haven't used up all the Junning reward from the diary. I still have almost half left, enough to forge another growth-type weapon. Should I first get a Frostmourne blueprint, and like I said before, make this famous filial son's sword and give it to Wang Donger, then find a way to make her stab Tang San herself. This idea is indeed feasible, but Wang Donger and I don't have the romantic relationship like in the original story. At most, we're just good friends. Creating Frostmourne can be put on the agenda, but giving it to Wang Donger can wait for another opportunity. Moreover, Today is the official selection day for the members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Equipment Academy participating in the Soul Master competition. Although my spot has already been secured, I'll still go through the motions and see what results Jiu Yuina and Zhang Lexuan have achieved in their special training of Meng Hongchen, Wang Donger, and Di Choer. After writing this, Huo Yuhao got up and washed up. After nearly a year of training, and no longer having to suffer from hunger and cold like when he was in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, Huo Yuhao is no longer as thin and frail as he was at the beginning. Although he was still quite different from the muscular giant he had described in his diary, he looked very well proportioned. The exquisite school uniform of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy accentuated his temperament. His hair, which was neither long nor short, was loose, and his eyes under the wispy hair revealed a dazzling gaze, as if they contained a sky full of stars, making people unable to resist falling into it. Tisk. He's incredibly handsome. When he goes to the Star Luo Empire to participate in the Soul Master competition, he'll definitely smitten all the young ladies. Quote. Huo Yuhao's narcissistic behavior displeased the Ice Empress in her sea of consciousness. The Ice Empress, in her green-haired lowly form, pouted and said, Yuhao, how come I never realized you were so narcissistic before? Huo Yuhao completely ignored Bingdi's complaints. He knew that writing about giving the sword and the flowing fairy dress to Zood in his diary had not only provoked the girls who had always been around him. Even Hyote in his sea of consciousness would be stimulated. To be precise, Hyote was probably the one most severely provoked. After all, the reason why Snow Empress was able to take human form and come to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy as her younger sister was entirely because Ice Empress actively chose to become her soul spirit. Watching her relationship with Yuki Tae grow closer and closer, Hyote would have flipped the table long ago if she weren't worried that their discovery of her diary would be exposed. Huo Yuhao smiled nonchalantly and responded in his mind. Don't worry, Hyote. The longer you spend time with me, the more you'll understand me. After saying that, Huo Yuhao ignored the berserk Ice Empress and let her rage and roll around in his sea of consciousness without giving any response. Instead, he secretly made up his mind to remind himself. However, even with a teacher accompanying us, we must still keep a low profile. We must not forget what we said at the beginning. Before possessing the power to overturn the realm of gods, we must remain low-key and prudent. As Huo Yuhao headed to Shui Di's dormitory, the other girls looked at the contents of the diary copy and, just as he had guessed, were filled with envy for Shui Di. Huo Yuhao, that guy, always thinks of his little sister no matter what good things happen. First, he crafted a weapon for the Snow Empress that could even be upgraded to the level of a super artifact. Now, after obtaining the flowing fairy dress with wide sleeves, he didn't hesitate at all and wanted to give it to the Snow Empress directly. Although they had said it many times, they still couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Hat Shui Di's younger sister Root was just too right. Normally, Wang Donger would have had the same thought, but now she only cared about one thing: how to get the Frostmourne that Huo Yuhao had mentioned. Wang Donger had read Huo Yuhao mention this so-called famous filial piety sword several times in his diary, and each time it was related to her and Tang San. She gradually understood what it really meant. Although Wang Donger would never bow down to Tang San regardless of whether she had that sword or not, she would absolutely not refuse if she could obtain the Frostmourne sword, which could be forged and improved in quality as her strength increased. Unfortunately, just as Huo Yuhao wrote in his diary, her relationship with him is at most that of good friends, which is completely incomparable to his relationship with Shui Di. Huo Yuhao certainly couldn't just give such a powerful sword to himself. So, what should I do to get closer to Huo Yuhao? She can't possibly become Huo Yuhao's sister like Shui Di did. Can she? The moment the idea came to her, Wang Donger rejected it outright. Huo Yuhao already has Shui Di, a kind, understanding, cute, and gentle younger sister. Even if I had such thoughts, Huo Yuhao would never agree. But, as if she had thought of something, Wang Donger's eyes suddenly began to flicker. Huo Yuhao himself said that if things had gone according to plan, I should have been his official girlfriend. Although Huo Yuhao never intended to live the way he originally planned, I've also broken free from Tang San's control. So, it's perfectly reasonable for me to continue being his lover, right? As for what Di Choer said back then, that anyone who likes Huo Yuhao is a dog, I only nodded at the time. I didn't say anything like that. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Donger gave herself a thumbs up, feeling that she had grasped the future in an instant. She wanted to be Huo Yuhao's lover, not because of the so-called reward, but because in the nearly 1 year they had spent together, she had genuinely developed feelings for Huo Yuhao. Although they weren't very deep yet, they were enough to make Wang Donger take action. Moreover, Wang Donger can guarantee that she is definitely not the only one with this idea. She had already noticed that even the Silver Dragon King Jiu Yuina's attitude towards Huo Yuhao had been changing without her realizing it for a long time. No matter what, Huo Yuhao can only have one official girlfriend. If he hesitates and someone else gets there first, he'll have nowhere to cry. Meng Hongchen, in particular, had long coveted Huo Yuhao and wished she could drug him like Zhu Zi did in the future, making it a fait accompli before considering anything else. No more hesitation. Hesitation isn't in my nature. I, Wang Donger, will take the initiative. Chapter 89 Snow Empress throws herself into my arms, a scene of carnage. Brother, are you giving me this sword? Shui Di couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw the long sword that Huo Yuhao took out from his storage soul tool. The sword was icy blue and exuded a chilling aura. Just looking at it was enough to make one's blood run cold. Even after seeing Huo Yuhao's descriptions in his diary at the beginning, Shui Di was already full of curiosity and anticipation for this weapon that was said to improve in quality as our strength increased and she continued to nurture it. However, after actually seeing it, Shui Di found that the sword's strength far exceeded her expectations. As an ice and snow maiden with 700,000 years of cultivation, the Snow Empress had never seen the Junning used to forge this sword. She could clearly feel that the power within her body was being called upon, and it turned out that this SW Ord was also looking forward to her becoming its master. Looking at the Snow Empress, whose eyes were glazed over and whose face was full of shock, Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded. Of course it's for you, do you like it? Upon hearing this, Shui Di nodded repeatedly, her eyes crinkling with a smile, and looked at Huo Yuhao very seriously. I like it, but not because the sword is so good, but because it was a gift from brother Yuhao. Hiss. Huo Yuhao involuntarily leaned back tactically, looking at Shui Di with a strange expression. Why did it feel like Shui Di was getting better and better at flirting? Huo Yuhao wasn't the only one who felt this way. The Ice Emperor, located in his sea of consciousness, was stunned for a moment after hearing the Snow Emperor's words, and then couldn't help but roar wildly. Snow Emperor. What do you mean by this? Why did you do this? After being awakened by Ice Emperor, Huo Yuhao subconsciously said. Snow Leopard. Bah, Ice Emperor. Shut up. No matter how loud you shout, it won't affect Snow Emperor at all. Besides, you've already become my spirit, and Snow Emperor has already successfully taken human form. No matter how angry you are, it won't make a difference. So don't be so angry anymore. No, you don't know. Hayote stopped abruptly, biting her lip to stop herself from uttering the words that were about to come out. She suddenly remembered that she couldn't reveal the truth to Huo Yuhao and let him know about the existence of the copy of the diary. Therefore, in his eyes, the love and hate between her and Shui Di was only because she insisted on competing with Shui Di to become his soul spirit. Hayote, feeling frustrated, tugged at her twin tails and plopped down on the floor. She didn't say anything more and could only sulk by herself. Huo Yuhao ignored her and handed the sword to Shui Di. He then smiled as he looked at Shui Di, who was happily examining the longsword. It doesn't have a name yet, so you can give it a nice name yourself. Okay, brother. Shui Di could feel that when she held the sword, it was as if she could hear its joy. The power of ice flowed back and forth between her body and the sword. Under such circumstances, the sword would sooner or later become more powerful, just as her brother had said. Huo Yuhao rubbed Shui Di's little head, and with a thought, he took out the Floen G fairy dress with wide sleeves from his storage soul tool. Ahem, Shui, besides this sword, this dress is also a gift for you. What do you think? Upon witnessing the flowing, wide-sleeved fairy dress, both the Snow Emperor before them and the Ice Emperor within their consciousness simultaneously fell into a state of daze. In fact, these two ferocious beasts had no concept of dressing up before. One was the recognized king of the far north, and the other was the king of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. Their strength was second only to the Snow Emperor, and no soul beast had ever dared to look directly at them. It wasn't until they came to the human world that the personalities of Snow Empress and Ice Empress finally began to resemble those of humans. During these 6 months, Snow Empress naturally wanted to dress herself up beautifully. However, none of the magnificent and beautiful clothes she had ever seen in all this time could compare to the flowing fairy dress with wide sleeve that Huo Yuhao was holding at this moment. Shui Di was certain that absolutely no woman could refuse this flowing fairy dress as a gift, not even Jiu Yuina, who was extremely indifferent to everything. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Shui Di didn't hesitate at all. She pounced directly into Huo Yuhao's arms, rubbing her head against his chest, which made her long, smooth white hair a little messy. Thank you, brother. I really like your gift. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to say something, he suddenly saw that the mature and elegant teacher Zhang Lexuan had brought the 8 beautiful girls into his line of sight. And the place where their eyes were fixed was none other than the Snow Emperor in their arms. Hey, for some reason, Huo Yuhao's heart skipped a beat, and he had AF. Feeling that something unpleasant was about to happen. However, Huo Yuhao thought again that it was reasonable and logical for his sister to excitedly rush into his arms and act coquettishly because she really liked the gift he gave her. Right. Besides, he's not some playboy. He never did anything outrageous to Ji Yuina and the others. On the contrary, he's a workaholic who has repeatedly emphasized that he only wants to focus on his career. Even if they saw the scene of her hugging Yuki Tae, what's the big deal? A chaotic scene like that is impossible. The Ice Emperor in her sea of cons. Seriousness was almost driven mad by this scene. She grabbed her twin ponytails with her 2 little hands and shouted with wide eyes. Let her go. Huo Yuhao. Let Shui Di go. Please let her go right now. I beg you. From initial anger and madness to final pleading, only God knows what kind of emotional transformation Hayote underwent. To stop Ice Empress from causing trouble in his mind, Huo Yuhao patted Snow Empress's smooth back and then let go of her, saying with a helpless tone in his mind. Alright, Hayote, can't you calm down? You became my spirit in the first place because you were too impulsive. Why don't you know how to change now? Huo Yuhao's words did not ease Bingdi's emotions. Instead, they made her cry even louder. She lay sprawled on the ground and began to wail loudly. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Huo Yuhao was getting a headache from Bingdi's nagging, so he simply ignored it and focused on dealing with the situation outside. After Huo Yuhao and Shui Di separated, the beautiful girls finally walked towards them again. Although Zhang Lexuan's eyes were a little strange, she still asked gently. Yuhao, what's going on here? Huo Yuhao remained completely calm and smiled as he spoke. I crafted a weapon for Shui, and by chance, I also got a very beautiful long dress and gave it to her. Before Huo Yuhao could even point to the flowing, wide-sleeved fairy dress, Shui Di swiftly stored it into her storage soul tool. Huo Yuhao. After shaking his head helplessly, Huo Yuhao's face lit up with a bright and cheerful smile again, and he took the initiative to speak. You guys are probably going there to select members for the Soul Master competition, right? Let's go together. Although the women did not reject Huo Yuhao's suggestion, a T from Zhang Lexuan nodding with a smile, no one else responded at all. Huo Yuhao felt a chill run down his spine. The scene of him hugging Shui Di just now must have really aroused these beautiful girls. Chapter 90 The Strongest Generation of Sun and Moon, The Joy of Cheating. As it turns out, Huo Yuhao's thoughts were entirely correct. After witnessing Huo Yuhao and Shui Di embracing, the girls' emotions underwent a subtle change, resulting in an extremely tense atmosphere throughout the journey. Apart from Huo Yuhao and Shui Di whispering to each other at the very front, no one else uttered a single word. However, the way they looked at Huo Yuhao was completely different from before. Especially Meng Hongqian, the white-haired girl who had long ago expressed her feelings for Huo Yuhao. Even though she hadn't used the Zhu Qing Ice Toad martial soul, her eyes still appeared slightly red. You said she was just my sister. Why did this happen? Is this your sibling affection? No way. Yuhao is mine. I absolutely cannot let anyone take him away. I was here first. Ji Yuina was no longer as calm and composed as usual, and she narrowed her eyes as she looked at Huo Yuhao and Shui Di in front of her. Damn it. I started learning how to make soul tools months ago to get closer to Huo Yuhao, just so we could have more in common. I was planning to reveal this to him once my soul tool level was high enough. But it seems I was wrong. I can't keep it a secret anymore. I need to directly impress Huo Yuhao with even more advanced soul tool making techniques. Didn't you say you only wanted to focus on your career? Didn't you say she was just your sister? Very well. Snow Empress, you're really something. Knowing full well that Huo Yuhao, this chosen one, is destined to lead us to war against the God realm. You still choose to hinder his progress in this way. I won't allow such a thing to happen. That's right, I'm not doing this for myself, but so that Huo Yuhao can continue to focus on his career. When Huo Yuhao and his group arrived at the location for selecting participants, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to look at Shui Di, Ji Yuina, Meng Hongqian, and the others with amazement in their eyes. These girls are way too good looking, aren't they? Even Jing Hongshan couldn't help but sigh like this. Putting everything else aside, just based on their beauty alone. If they were eliminated by students from other colleges, even the audience would probably criticize them harshly. However, as the dean of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, Jing Hongshan W. as even more aware that these young girls were not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed talents and strengths that were one in a million. Jing Hongshan was certain that this was the strongest T generation in the history of the Sun Moon Empire, and even the Sun Moon continent in the past. Fortunately, his grandson and granddaughter did not fall behind. His granddaughter Meng Hongshan's Mar. Teal soul was upgraded to the ultimate ice, and even his grandson Xiao Hongshan's talent underwent a qualitative change after consuming the marrow cleansing pill given to him by Yuhao. He has now even become a six-ring soul emperor. Their Red Dust clan is destined to become one of the strongest families in the Sun Moon Empire. Jing Hongshan nodded in satisfaction, looked at the originally SC. Hedgehog official participants who were on high alert, and said in a deep voice. As you all know, our Sun Moon Empire has been eagerly anticipating the Soul Master Tournament Championship for a long time. This time, we absolutely cannot allow any surprises, we must win the final championship. Therefore, the strength of the members participating in this Soul Master competition is extremely important. If any of you are defeated, it means that you will be eliminated from the team. But don't worry too much. Even if you are eliminated, you will still be the pride of our academy and even the entire Sun Moon Empire. Besides Yuhao, who has already been selected as an official member of the competition, everyone else must participate in the selection process and compete against others to determine the spots. As Jing Hongshan finished speaking, everyone present turned their attention to Yuhao, their gazes becoming strange and subtle. Xiao Hongshan is clearly the dean's biological grandson. And everyone thought that the predetermined contestant was Xiao Hongshan, the Soul Emperor. How come Yuhao was the one predetermined in the end? For nearly a year, Yuhao's reputation as a genius has been frequently mentioned, but because he has spent most of his time locked in the laboratory, he is not as famous as Ji Yuina, Shui Di, Wang Donger, and Di Choer. After all, compared to a so-called genius, most people would obviously prefer to get to know these stunning beauties. Unfortunately, apart from Yuhao, they have always been indifferent to other men, not to me. Enshin trying to build a good relationship with them, they don't even have the interest to say a word to them. It is precisely because of this that they indirectly garnered a lot of hatred for Yuhao. Upon hearing that Yuhao's spot in the competition had been predetermined, the senior students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, discussing Yuhao's true identity, which could lead Dean Jing Hongshan to engage in such abusive behavior. Faced with their reaction, Jing Hongshan didn't indulge them and didn't bother with any nonsense. Instead, he spoke directly. Yuhao, let the experience your mental detection and sharing. Although Jing Hongshan appeared very calm on the surface, Yuhao, with his keen eyesight, could certainly sense the amusement in his eyes, as could Lin Jiayi, who was standing beside him. Who also looked expectant. These two guys have gone bad too. Apart from Jing Hongshan, Lin Jiayi, Xiao Hongshan, and the girls who knew about Yuhao's mental detection and mental sharing effects, everyone else present looked completely bewildered. They couldn't understand what Jing Hongshan meant by those words. Ma Rulong's grandfather, who was originally the designated teacher in charge, glanced at Yuhao and then turned to Lin Jiayi and asked in a low voice. Director Lin, what does the dean mean? Lin Jiayi chuckled twice, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he kept her in suspense. You'll find out soon enough. Seeing this, Yuhao didn't hide anything. Although Jing Hongshan's decision to make him a formal member of the competition was somewhat unexpected, Yuhao would certainly not refuse if it could reduce some trouble. With a thought, 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, rose slowly from beneath Yuhao's feet, circling around his body. At the same time, his spiritual eyes also shone with captivating colors. The next second, the 2 soul skills brought by the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Menta L detection and mental sharing, were activated simultaneously, linking to the minds of everyone present. In an instant, they felt that the scene before them had undergone a complete transformation. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, Yuhao's mental detection covered everything. They could clearly detect every minute detail. It's no exaggeration to say that with this mental detection and sharing, they could make their soul tools accurately hit any target even with their eyes closed. Hiss. Gasps of astonishment rose and fell, and all the gazes directed at Yuhao shifted. At this moment, they completely understood why Yuhao could be directly selected as a participant. Putting aside everything else, just based on his ability to detect and share mental information. Huo Yuhao was the partner that every soul master dreamed of. Old Ma, who was the first to react, shouted loudly. I agree to make Huo Yuhao a formal participant directly. Both teachers and students echoed and acknowledged Huo Yuhao's eligibility to participate in the competition. They even looked at Huo Yuhao with intense fervor, wishing they could declare on the spot, if you do not abandon me, I am willing to become your godfather. Compared to Huo Yuhao, who possesses mental detection and sharing abilities, what are beautiful women? Do women even matter? Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded to Elder Ma, Jing Hongshan, and the others, while also deactivating his mental detection and sharing abilities. After losing this wonderful feeling, everyone present was somewhat unwilling and wanted Huo Yuhao to do it again. Their bones felt itchy and their whole bodies felt like ants were crawling all over them. They finally experienced the joy of being on a winning streak. Chapter 91. The pinker the face, the more ruthless the beating. Who can withstand that? Emptiness, a lack of direction in life. This was the first thought in the minds of those present. End the loss of the support of mental detection and mental sharing. However, they immediately thought that if they could become contestants with Huo Yuhao, they could use their cheat codes to the full extent when the Soul Master competition officially started, precisely striking each opponent with their soul tools and giving them a little shock of having a soul tool plus a cheat code. If they still can't win the championship, they might as well just buy a block of tofu and smash their heads against it. Xiao Hongshan put his arm around Huo Yuhao's shoulder and grinned. As expected, Yuhao, no Su. El Master can resist the temptation of your spirit detection and sharing. Now that your spot in the competition is secured, let's watch my performance. I'm going to crush everyone. Huo Yuhao originally wanted to say a few words of modesty. But after hearing Xiao Hongshan's words, he quickly and calmly pried his arm off and said as calmly as possible. Then good luck. Huo Yuhao could clearly say. NSE that the senior students who were originally immersed in the pleasure brought by his mental detection and mental sharing changed their eyes again after hearing Xiao Hongshan's arrogant words. It's undeniable that Xiao Hongshan is extremely talented, but for him to say in front of so many people that he's going to beat everyone down, isn't that just asking for trouble? Do you really think you invincible after becoming a Soul Emperor? If Huo Yuhao's ability to detect and share mental information instantly made him a partner that everyone wanted, then Xiao Hongshan demonstrated how to become the center of attention with just one sentence, making everyone eager to beat him up. Even Jing Hongshan rubbed his temples in exasperation, laughing at this kid. When will he ever mature? Why does he always seem to raise his hatred level to the maximum so easily? He and Huo Yuhao have such a good relationship, why doesn't he learn from Huo Yuhao and be more humble and low-key? Wei's acting so arrogantly will easily get him beaten up. When Jing Hongshan announced the official start of the selection, one senior student after another immediately challenged Xiao Hongshan, eager to defeat this arrogant guy. Xiao Hongshan accepted all challenges without hesitation. Although he didn't think he would lose, he realized that losing 1 or 2 games wouldn't be a big deal at all. The selection of participants for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy is not as trivial as that of Shrek Academy. They look at the overall performance, rather than selecting participants based on a so-called free-for-all. Although Kong Deming and Jing Hongshan had both explicitly promised to make Ling Luokan a formal participant, she didn't have Huo Yuhao's ability to instantly gain everyone's approval for her mental detection and sharing capabilities. Moreover, Jing Hongshan had asked Ling Luokan for his opinion beforehand, and Ling Luokan said that he did not need to give himself any special treatment. Although she did want to personally slap the faces of those high-ranking members of Shrek Academy who had been arbitrarily oppressing her, she would not have any complaints if he was eliminated due to insufficient strength. Besides, thanks to the rewards from the Diary Dungeon, Ling Luokan is now a Soul Emperor level expert. Even if he faces Soul Masters with numerous tricks up their sleeves, like those from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, he would never be eliminated. Rather than using connections, Ling Luokan would much rather defeat his competitors fair and square and become one of the official participants of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. Huo Yuhao, whose spot had already been decided, stood calmly to the side watching the selection process. Mainly just to keep the audience company and enjoy the spectacle. However, what Huo Yuhao didn't know was that there were objections to his spot being predetermined, and those who objected were Ji Yuina, Meng Hongshan, Wang Donger, Di Choer, and others. They had originally planned to take this opportunity to teach Huo Yuhao a lesson, to teach him a lesson for daring to openly hug and cuddle with Shui Di, their nominal sister. But Jing Hongshan interrupted them, forcing them to vent their frustrations on others. This must have been tough on the upperclassmen, who had to deal with a beauty full girl who was about to attack them in anger. These senior students originally planned to take this opportunity to get closer to the girls and see if they could win their hearts, but they didn't expect that the girls would be so violent. Before the senior students could even speak, they beat them up. Watching this scene, Yuhao felt a chill run down his spine. He had a feeling that they were showing him a sign that he might have a worse future than these senior students. For his own safety, Yuhao quickly started writing in his diary. Ouch. This is terrifying. How come these people are all so violent? The pinker they are, the harder they hit. Forget it, I'd better just stick to being a workaholic. For my own safety, I absolutely cannot get into any close relationships with them. Poor senior. He has no idea how terrifying a woman can be when she gets angry. After seeing the contents of the copy of the diary, the girl's moods not only did not improve, but actually worsened. What does it mean to say that for the sake of personal safety, you must never have any intimate relationship with them? Who do you think is responsible for our current violent behavior? Isn't it all because I saw you, you bastard, hugging and cuddling with Shui Di just now? They actually dare to say such things now. So you're planning to stay away from everyone else and only hug and cuddle with Shui Di, right? Realizing this, the girls became even angrier and attacked the upperclassmen even more aggressively. For a moment, everyone present looked at them with fear. Now the senior students finally understood that although these girls were stunningly beautiful, they were not people they could approach. Once they start fighting, they become so violent. Who can withstand that? Let Yuhao deal with this stunningly beautiful girl, they're not cut out for her anyway. Zhang Lexuan shook her head helplessly as she looked at the furious girls, then walked over to Yuhao and whispered. Yuhao. Elder Kong has already started arranging the accompanying personnel and other arrangements. He asked me to tell you that you don't need to have any concerns about participating in this competition. Zhang Lexuan knew the true situation of Yuhao's spirit rings. The normal spirit ring configuration he had just displayed was just a cover-up to avoid too much attention. As for her calling herself Kong Deming, it's because she didn't want to attract too much attention. Yuhao nodded upon hearing this. I know, Sister Lexuan, with the teachers and those worshippers around. Even if those people from Shrek Academy really want to go crazy, we won't be in any danger. In fact, both Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan knew very well that their confidence did not come from Kong Deming and those level 9 soul masters. It's because among the participants this time is Jiyu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King whose strength surpasses that of the entire Douluo continent. Even though Jiyu Yuina is still injured, the combined strength of Shrek Academy and all the title Douluos from the original Douluo Three Kingdoms is no match for her. The concern is that Tang Shenwang has other plans in place for Douluo continent and doesn't want Jiyu Yuina to be exposed. Moreover, exposing Jiyu Yuina now would actually cause panic among the people of the Sun Moon Empire. However, Yuhao is now increasingly looking forward to seeing what kind of antics Shrek Academy and the others will pull off in this Soul Master competition. Chapter 92. As long as the hook is in place, anyone who comes will be crushed. Yuhao already knew about the bet that Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao made with teacher Zhou Yi when they left Shrek Academy. He said that when the Soul Master competition begins, he will accompany the Shrek Academy participants to see if these two students he expelled are as arrogant as they were when they made those threats. However, Yuhao felt that Zhou Yi's trip might be somewhat dangerous. It's not that he's planning to cause trouble for Zhou Yi, but rather that, given Shrek Academy's track record, they might also go after that death messenger. If this time it's still the chicken-leg Douluo, who's jokingly called the Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit cult, leading the team, not to mention Zhou Yi, countless members of the Shrek Academy team would die. After all, this time they didn't have Gu's mental detection and mental sharing to pave the way. Furthermore, there are Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan, two important figures who were originally quite influential in Shrek Academy. When they appear as team leaders and official participants of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, how will the people at Shrek react? This is really something to look forward to. Zhang Lexuan stood beside Yuhao, watching the selection process proceed smoothly, but her feelings gradually became somewhat complicated. Just as Yuhao had guessed, a few months after Zhang Lexuan came to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy to teach, Kong Deming did talk to her once and asked her what her impression of Yuhao was. Before Zhang Lexuan could say anything, Kong Deming said that if Yuhao liked it, he, as his teacher, could let him spend more time with Zhang Lexuan and gradually develop a relationship. Although there was indeed an age gap, for geniuses like Them who were destined to become top-tier experts, this age gap was not a problem at all. However, Zhang Lexuan rejected Kong Deming's suggestion without hesitation. Having experienced what Shrek Academy had, Zhang Lexuan knew even better that doing this was wrong. Not to mention that she didn't have any special feelings for Huo Yuhao back then. Even if she did, she would never have tried to get him in this way. If Zhang Lexuan likes Huo Yuhao, she will only like him openly and honestly. If she really does this kind of behavior of forcing Huo Yuhao by means of manipulation, then how is Shish any different from Kong Deming and Mu En back then? Upon hearing Zhang Lexuan's answer, Kong Deming was not angry at all. Instead, he sincerely told Zhang Lexuan that he was wrong and that he had indeed been attached to appearances. For Kong Deming, who had experienced his granddaughter finding her own home only to end up with her family destroyed, having such a good disciple as Huo Yuhao mean. He naturally hoped that his only relative could form a relationship with Huo Yuhao and not let what happened back then happen again. However, this decision ignored the thoughts of Huo Yuhao, the person directly involved. To Huo Yuhao's surprise, Kong Deming actually brought up the matter in person and apologized to his disciple. Kong Deming's actions left Huo Yuhao completely bewildered. However, Huo Yuhao could guess that Kong Deming still hadn't given up on getting closer to Zhang Lexuan. He was only doing this to make a better impression on Zhang Lexuan and to gradually shift his attitude from just seeing her as a caring older sister to a romantic one. It can only be said that Kong Deming has gone to great lengths for Zhang Lexuan, his only family member. Even Kong Deming had this idea, let alone Jing Hongqian and Emperor Ryu. In the past few months, although Huo Yuhao has spent most of his time in the laboratory in order to make that weapon, the girls' attitudes toward him have already begun to change subtly. This is precisely the key reason why they were so angry when they saw Huo Yuhao and Shui Di hugging. She had only recently developed feelings for Huo Yuhao when she witnessed that scene. How is this any different from being cheated on? To be honest, the fact that they didn't stab Huo Yuhao with a chopping board on the spot already shows how calm they were. The selection process was never in doubt from the beginning and quickly came to a close. The 7 official participants are Huo Yuhao, Xiao Hongqian, Ji Yuina, Meng Hongqian, Shui Di, Ling Luokan, and Ma Rulong. It can be said that, apart from Ma Rulong, several of the other original members were eliminated, and the remaining members could only become substitutes. After all, even among the 7 substitute members, 5 spots were taken by Wang Donger, Di Chou'er, Xiao Xiao, Xu Tianjun, and Yi Gui. Ironically, those who were eliminated had nothing to say in this situation, because apart from Huo Yuhao, who was an indispensable cheat code, everyone else defeated them fair and square. Even if they were unwilling, they could only face reality. Looking at all the selected contestants, Jing Hongqian, Lin Jiayi, and that old man Ma, they were all filled with the ambition to win the championship. After witnessing firsthand how terrifying their strength and talent these young people possessed, they could even pat their chests and guarantee it. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy has already secured the championship of this Soul Master competition. With Huo Yuhao's human cheat code in place, whether it's Shrek Academy or any other academy, anyone who dares to compete with them for the championship is destined to be crushed. After clearing his throat twice, Jing Hongqian drew the attention of all the participants to himself. He looked around and then spoke in a deep voice. There's still some time before the Soul Master competition officially begins. If any of you need any special soul tools or rare metals, please let us know, and we will do our best to meet your needs. The Academy has only one requirement for you, to achieve final victory. And preferably an overwhelming victory. I believe that with your current lineup, there is absolutely no problem. Besides Mr. Ma, you also have Ms. Zhang Lexuan as your team leader this time. If you encounter any problems, you can tell them to help you solve them. Alright, let's make some preparations before heading to the Star Luo Empire. Jing Hongqian also knew about Huo Yuhao's conversation with Kong Deming. He would actually be one of the accompanying members this time, but in secret. On the surface, the only instructors leading the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy this time are Elder Ma and Zhang Lexuan. However, if anyone is foolish enough to cause trouble for them, then Jing Hongqian and Kong Deming will show them just how terrifying the combat power of a level 9 Soul Master truly is. After everything settled down, Shui Di pulled Huo Yuhao along to test the power of the sword. Seeing this, Ji Yuina, Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, Di Chou'er, and others followed. They were also very curious about what this upgradable weapon Huo Yuhao had created looked like. Although the others wanted to build a good relationship with Huo Yuhao, this human cheat code, they wisely refrained from joining in the fun in this situation. They've just witnessed just how violent these girls can be. It wouldn't be good if they got involved too. Although Xiao Hongchen really wanted to go, his boastful words before the selection process had caused him to bear the brunt of the firepower, leaving him with a bruised and swollen face. He could only obediently deal with the damage. Even so, Xiao Hongchen was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he looked forward to the Soul Master competition even more and was eager to show off with the help of his good brother Yuhao. Chapter 93 Shrek's Legacy of Double Standards. Substitute Players. Shrek Academy. The decisive battle has ended, and the list of candidates for the Shrek 7 Devils has been finalized. Bei Bei, Shu Sanqi, Zhang Nanan, Dai Waban, He Keidu, Zhu Lu, and Ning Tian are the 7 people who ultimately won. Saying they won isn't entirely accurate, because in addition to their own good skills, luck also played a significant role. For example, Xie Wanyu was clearly much stronger than Zhu Lu, but he was forced to retreat because he was indiscriminately bombarded by He Keidu's soul-guided cannon. Some of the stronger students from higher grades were also eliminated for various reasons. As both a follower and a secret admirer, Wu Feng was even kicked out by Bei Bei in order to protect Ning Tian from harm. Seeing Wu Feng's dejected expression, Ning Tian took the initiative to comfort him. Thank you, Feng Mei. If it weren't for your help, I probably would have been eliminated by the others from the very beginning. As a seasoned sycophant, Wu Feng's frustration and displeasure vanished instantly after receiving Ning Tian's thanks, and he waved his hands and grinned sheepishly. It's all right, it's what I should do. The reason I came to Shrek Academy with you was to protect you from any harm. As long as you're not hurt, it doesn't matter what happens to me. Hearing this, Ning Tian felt helpless and rubbed his temples, wondering what he could do to make Wu Feng act normally. They are both women, so why did Wu Feng develop those kinds of feelings for her? Ning Tian wanted a partner who was strong enough to subdue him. Not a woman like himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Shu Sanqi's eyes widened instantly. He nudged Bei Bei's arm and asked with a gossipy grin. Bei Bei, do you know what the relationship is between those 2 pretty girls? Bei Bei glanced at Ning Tian and Wu Feng, shook his head slightly without answering, indicating that he didn't know and didn't care at all. Compared to 6 months ago, Bei Bei no longer looks as refined and easygoing as before. Instead, she seems to have become expressionless, exuding an aura that keeps strangers at bay. After experiencing the incident where his girlfriend Tang Ya was falsely accused of being an evil spirit master and was made a scapegoat to take the blame for Ma Xiaotao, Bei Bei underwent a complete transformation. In particular, he had heard long ago that the Iron Blood sect, which had destroyed the Tang sect and seized its territory, had been wiped out by evil soul masters, leaving no survivors. Baby. I was certain then that his Xiaoya had probably become an evil soul master. Most importantly, Tang Ya was forced into becoming an evil soul master by her great-grandfather and those seemingly kind and amiable elders. Given this situation, the fact that Bei Bei didn't turn to the dark side is already a testament to Mu En's excellent guidance. Sensing Shu Sanqi's ill-intentioned gaze, Wu Feng glared at him fiercely. With Wu Feng's volatile temper, he certainly wouldn't tolerate Shu Sanqi's behavior and rebuked him without hesitation. What are you looking at? Shu Sanqi chuckled twice, gave a flippant whistle, and said nonchalantly, of course, it's to see beautiful scenery. Wu Feng clenched his fists, his little face filled with anger, and he was about to cause trouble for Shu Sanqi on the spot. However, before she could take any action, Elder Zan, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, impatiently waved his hand and chased away the eliminated students. All right, you eliminated ones can leave now. I have something to announce to them, so don't get in the way. Wu Feng held his breath in his heart, feeling no goodwill towards this slovenly old man, even though he vaguely sensed that he was a top-level expert. Why didn't you stand up and stop Shu Sanqi's frivolous behavior just now? Now that he's about to cause trouble for Shu Sanqi, he wants to kick him out. What a disgusting double standard. Wu Feng glanced at Shu Sanqi with disgust, then turned to Ning Tian and gave him some instructions. Young master, you must be careful. If anyone tries to do anything to you, you must tell me. Quote. Ning Tian had become numb to the title, young master. Despite correcting her many times, Wu Feng still called him that. However, to reassure her, Ning Tian still smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Feng Mei, you know I'm not that weak. Wu Feng thought about it carefully. His young master had quite a few high-level soul tools. During the nearly 1 year that Ning Tian had been at Shrek Academy, he had also frequently gone to the soul tool department to study. Although she hasn't learned how to make soul tools, she can now use any soul tool without any difficulty. Moreover, with the immense wealth of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Tian, the young master, had already been thoroughly armed. If that disgusting guy really wants to do something bad to Ning Tian, he'll have to pay a bloody price. Only after realizing this did Wu Feng finally leave with reluctance. After the other eliminated trainees had all left, Shu Sanchi finally realized that his actions had been seen by his goddess, Zhang Nanan. Shu Sanchi quickly forced a fawning smile, wanting to explain something to Zhang Nanan, but Zhang Nanan had already moved far away before him. Her beautiful face filled with disgust. Zhang Nanan felt no goodwill towards Shu Sanchi whatsoever, all she felt was hatred and disgust. Shu Sanchi shrugged helplessly, put his arm around Bei Bei's shoulder, and said weakly, "It seems that we brothers can only stay together after all." Seeing that all irrelevant people had left, Xuanzi took a big bite of chicken leg and began to explain the ultimate purpose of this chaotic selection competition. When they heard that the 7 final winners could inherit the title of Shrek 7 Devils and even participate in the Soul Master competition, everyone except Ning Tian instantly became excited. Shu Sanchi looked at Xuanzi with sparkling eyes and asked loudly, "Elder Zan, do you mean that the 7 of us are Shrek Academy's participants in this Soul Master competition?" Upon hearing this, Xuanzi rolled his eyes and said irritably, "You're dreaming. Among the outer court students, your talent and strength are indeed quite good. But compared to the geniuses of the inner court, you are far inferior. If you want to represent Shrek Academy in the Soul Master competition, let's talk about it next time. The 7 of you are just selected substitutes. When the Soul Master competition starts, you can get a taste of what it's like to face those weaker opponents." Xuanzi's words did not dampen their enthusiasm. On the contrary, they made Shu Sanchi, Dai Waban, and the others even more excited. What's wrong with the substitutes? At their current age, being able to become substitute players for Shrek Academy is already quite an achievement, okay. After all, this is Shrek Academy, the undisputed #1 academy on the continent. Seeing everyone's reactions, Ning Tian wore a polite smile, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The happier they are now, the more despair they'll feel when they see Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger at the Soul Master competition. Shrek Academy's millennia-long glory is truly doomed this time. Chapter 94 Joining the Tang Sect. What trash sect dares to call itself worthy? Even though he hasn't had any contact with Huo Yuhao yet, Ning Tian knows from the copy of the diary in his mind that Huo Yuhao has already become a soul king, or even a soul emperor. He just hasn't gone to hunt for the 6th soul ring in order to appear a little more normal. Moreover, Huo Yuhao had mentioned in his diary some time ago that after consuming the marrow cleansing pill, Xiao Hongchen had become a soul emperor level powerhouse. Let alone a substitute, even among the official members of Shrek Academy. There are probably very few whose soul power is higher than Xiao Hongchen's. As far as Guang Ningtian knows, there are 3 people with the ultimate ice skill among those at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. In addition, there are Wang Donger, Di Chou'er, Shu Tianjun, Yi Gui, and Ling Luokan, who have extremely strong talents and have been receiving special training from Jiyu Yuina and Zhang Lexuan. With the help of soul guidance tools, they will definitely be able to unleash super strong combat power. After coming into contact with soul tools, Ning Tian truly understood just how much of a boost a soul tool could provide to a soul master. Even though soul tools are the true answer, the people of Shrek Academy have always lived by their traditions. All the Mart-Isle Soul System people despise soul tools, feeling that they tarnish the honor of soul masters. Ning Tian was certain that after this soul master competition, Huo Yuhao and the people from the Sun Mo on Royal Soul Tool Academy would shatter Shrek Academy's illusions and make them fully realize reality. Most importantly, once Huo Yuhao's plan begins, Shrek Academy will not only lose its millennia-old glory, but will also instantly fall from its pedestal as the #1 academy on the continent, no longer revered by all, but instead becoming a source of vigilance for all families and forces. After learning that Zhang Lexuan's family was destroyed by someone secretly instructed by Muan, Ning Tian had already secretly sent the news to the sect. So much time has passed, his father and the elders of the sect must have already discussed how to deal with Shrek Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, the 9-treasure glazed tile school will most likely only maintain a superficial friendly relationship with Shrek Academy in the future, and it is unlikely that it will continue to allow its young master to stay at Shrek as it does now. Since that's the case, let's participate in the Soul Master competition as a Shrek Academy student one last time. While Ning Tian was pondering this, Zanzi was also incessantly describing Shrek Academy's glory, while also harshly belittling the Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire who had abandoned their honor as Soul Masters. He was completely unaware that Hikaitu's face was growing increasingly dark in the crowd. However, Hikaitu's displeasure was not because Xuanzi belittled the Sun Moon Empire, but because Xuanzi's words were full of contempt for Soul Masters. Hikaitu had clearly eliminated the most competitors in the chaotic battle just now. Was Xuanzi blind and didn't see that? Hikaitu tried his best to maintain a simple smile on the surface, but inwardly he was already ranting about Xuanzi, this drunken and slovenly old man. After Xuanzi had talked until his throat was dry, finished his chicken leg, and drunk every last drop of wine from the gourd, he lost all interest in arguing with these little guys and simply waved his hand listlessly. Alright, that's enough for today. Come here early tomorrow to meet the official team members. Without waiting for a response from the substitute players, he staggered away from the soul fighting zone. Before the others left, Bebe quickly brought up the idea that had been in her mind for a long time. Looking at the 6 people in front of her, she spoke with utmost sincerity. From now on, we'll be comrades fighting side by side. Apart from Sanshi and Nan Nan, you've probably all heard of me. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask if anyone has any thoughts about joining a sect. Besides being a student of Shrek Academy, I also have another identity, the current senior disciple of the Tang sect. If any of you are willing to join the Tang sect, I can take the initiative to teach you the Tang sect's unique skills. In this way, you will be more confident in defeating your opponents during the Soul Master competition. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes flickered, but he maintained his usual polite and elegant smile, and declined with a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry, Senior Bebe, I'm from the 9 Treasure Gla Z-Tile School and cannot join the Tang sect, so I'll have to leave now. Beibe's expression stiffened, but she still managed a forced smile and nodded. Ning Tian, seeing this, did not hesitate at all and hurriedly left the soul fighting zone. Even though she hasn't yet made a decision on how to treat Yuhao, the chosen one destined to bring about earth-shattering changes to the Douluo continent. It's best to keep her distance from the Tang sect. Just by looking at the image of the founder of the Tang sect that Yuhao described in his diary, he certainly wasn't a good person. Bei turned her gaze to Dai Waban and Zhu Lu. After feeling his gaze, Dai Waban spoke without the slightest hesitation. I have no interest in the Tang clan, which has long since fallen into decline. Besides, even the so-called Tang clan leader has degenerated into an evil soul master, so there is even less reason for me to join. Since Yuhao was absent, Dai Waban, who had been enjoying sailing since entering Shrek Academy and was praised by many teachers and classmates as a genius, had become extremely arrogant. Even though he knew that Bei was stronger than him, he did not take this senior seriously at all. Tangya is now Bei's Achilles heel, especially the matter of the evil soul master, which she does not allow anyone to mention. Now that Dai Waban has reopened this wound, Bei's eyes instantly turned red, and the veins on her forehead bulged. She was already considering which fist to use to smash this guy's head first. Realizing that Bei was acting strangely, Shu Sanchi quickly grabbed his arm to prevent him from doing anything rash, while glaring angrily at Dai Waban. Kid, what do you mean by that? Facing these 2 stars from the foreign academy, Dai Waban showed no sign of backing down. Don't you know what I mean? Bei gave Dai Waban a deep look, but didn't say anything more. Dai Waban, feeling bored, snorted and turned to leave as if he had won a great victory. Zhu Lu glanced apologetically at Bei, bit her lip, and could only follow Dai Waban away. Bei felt disheartened and no longer had the desire to bring them to Tangmen to revitalize the sect and show Tangya that she hadn't abandoned her as Tangya thought, but had been working hard for her dream all along. After giving Shu Sanchi a disgusted look, Zhang Nanan looked at the dejected Bei and said coldly, Bei, can you tell me now why Xiaoya is suddenly being called an evil spirit master by everyone? Bei lowered his head, not daring to look at Zhang Nanan. Because he had no idea how to explain. Tell Zhang Nanan the truth about this. Tell her that Tangya was labeled an evil soul master because of her ancestor. Because the higher-ups at Shrek Academy wanted to push Tangya out to take the blame. Even now, Bei herself doesn't know what choice she should make. Should we hate Shrek, or should we follow Xuanzu's advice, forget Xiaoya? Keep her as a less than pleasant memory, and spare no effort to protect Shrek's glory. In Bei's heart, Tangya is indeed very important, even more important than himself. However, compared to Shrek, Who raised him and is like a sacred place in his heart, he is still slightly inferior. No wonder he's such a good brother to a bastard like Shu Sanshi. Zhang Nanan didn't say these words aloud. But she no longer wanted to stay here. Hiketu was unaware of their feud and had no interest in learning about it. After shaking his head slightly, he also chose to leave. Shu Sanshi felt that he and Bei Bei were in the same boat. He watched Zhang Nanan leave without having the courage to chase after her and continue to pester her. He simply sat down on the ground. Even though they've already become candidates for the Shrek 7 Devils, why can't they be happy? Chapter 95 Xuanzi, Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit Cult. Because the Sun Moon Empire is too far from the Star Luo Empire, which is hosting this Soul Master competition, it will take some time to arrive, even with the aid of a flying soul tool. Moreover, in order for the team members to have a better mental state, Ma Lao and Zhang Lexuan immediately decided to set off ahead of time. On the way, Xiao Hongshan was very excited and finally couldn't help but lean close to Huo Yuhao and whisper. Yuhao, I'm getting more and more excited. I just can't calm down. Huo Yuhao looked at him with surprise upon hearing this. You're already a 6-ring Soul Emperor. Even Senior Ma Rulong isn't much higher than you. Among all the participants, you're probably one of the top-ranked experts. Are you still nervous? Xiao Hongshan realized that Huo Yuhao had misunderstood him, and quickly waved his hand to explain. It's not nervousness. It's excitement. As you know, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. To defeat all the participating teams, including Shrek Academy, in the capital of the Star Luo Empire and win the championship, to obtain the honor that our Sun Moon Empire has not achieved in so many years, just thinking about it makes me excited. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. So, Xiao Hongshan got so excited about this that he couldn't control himself, right? Before he could say anything, Xiao Hongshan started daydreaming again. Think about it, Yuhao. If it weren't for those guys from Shrek Academy, the Sun Moon Empire would have unified the entire continent long ago. And over the years, the Sun Moon Empire has been working hard to win the Soul Master competition. But every time it gets to the last minute, it gets blocked by those guys from Shrek. If we can defeat Shrek Academy head on this time, we'll instantly become heroes of the entire empire. When we get back, we'll be showered with praise and admiration. Thinking of that beautiful dream, where countless beautiful girls called him Brother Xiao, crying and begging to spend the night with him. Xiao Hongshan couldn't help but chuckle, his mouth almost stretching to the back of his head. Huo Yuhao shook his head helplessly. Xiao Hongshan had completely let loose in front of him, not caring about his image at all. However, Huo Yuhao also knew that what Xiao Hongshan said was completely true. The Sun Moon Empire had suffered under Shrek Academy for too long. If they could defeat Shrek Academy head-on and win the final championship, all the participants would instantly become heroes in the hearts of everyone in the Sun Moon Empire, giving them great confide. NCE and making them no longer afraid of Shrek Academy, the #1 academy on the continent. After all, even in the Sun Moon Empire, there are many people who regard Shrek Academy as a sacred place. So, should we take some action to minimize the casualties among the Shrek Academy members when facing that strongest Soul King, Death Messenger? Compared to defeating a group of dead or wounded opponents, it is obviously more satisfying for a guy like Xiao Hongshan to crush them head on. In Huo Yuhao's mind, whether or not the Shrek Academy students could participate in the competition was of no concern. His attention had long since shifted away from them. Since Xiao Hongshan had such an idea, Huo Yuhao didn't mind helping his good brother. After making the decision, Huo Yuhao wrote new entries in his diary again. According to his speculation, although Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan had already defected from Shrek Academy. But as the academy in his original trajectory, Shrek's importance in the original work goes without saying. There is a high possibility that there are women there who can see the contents of his diary. He might as well take this opportunity to verify it. It doesn't matter whether the people at Shrek can escape this crisis or not. Huo Yuhao didn't care at all whether those people lived or died. Officially setting off for the capital of the Star Luo Empire to participate in the Soul Master competition. I just wonder if I'll have the chance to meet the White Tiger Duke, whom I've only heard of but never seen. After all, according to reliable sources, the Star Luo royal family has been suppressing the White Tiger Duke's power recently, and has even secretly killed many of his strong subordinates. So, even the superficial harmony will probably be difficult to maintain. Speaking of which, Xiao Hongshan's words just now reminded me. Without my help, will Shrek Academy's so-called inspection team be completely wiped out when they go to cause trouble for that strongest Soul King? The Grim Reaper. The Sun Moon Empire has been waiting for this championship for so many years. If it's one like this, let alone ordinary people, even constant TS like Xiao Hongqian and Ma Rulong would probably find it unacceptable. Hopefully, this supreme elder of the Holy Spirit cult, Xuanzi, won't be so ineffective. He should actually do something useful, instead of just munching on his chicken legs. The moment they sensed the diary copy popping up in their minds, the group of beautiful girls traveling with Huo Yuhao immediately began to check it. When they saw that Huo Yuhao had expressed his concern for the Shrek Academy contestants in his diary, their feelings became quite complicated. Just how incompetent are those teachers at Shrek Academy? They actually made Huo Yuhao worry they'd be wiped out by a single Soul King. Even if that Soul King is an evil Soul Master, surely this wouldn't happen. Young girls like Meng Hongqian and Xu Tianjun, unaware of the inside story, expressed their doubts and couldn't understand why such an unbelievable thing could happen. However, Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan, who had defected from Shrek Academy, instantly believed what Huo Yuhao said. Shrek Academy's participants this time might really face the risk of being wiped out before the competition even begins. Especially after experiencing the incident of encountering a 100,000-year-old soul beast in the Stardo Great Forest, Zhang Lexuan clearly knew what kind of person Xuanzi, whom Huo Yuhao jokingly called the Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit cult, really was. If Xuanzi still leads the Shrek Academy team this time, their families can start preparing for the feast in advance. However, Zhang Lexuan felt that there might be other people in Shrek Academy who possessed copies of the diary. She wondered if seeing the new content Huo Yuhao had written in the diary would change their fates. If possible, even Zhang Lexuan hoped that the Shrek Academy members wouldn't be killed by the evil spirit masters. It wasn't that she still had feelings for Shrek Academy, but rather that doing so would disrupt Huo Yuhao and Kong Deming's plan to completely bring Shrek Academy down from its pedestal. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Xuanzi tearfully recounted why there were so few students in the inner academy, explaining the existence of the Shrek Surveillance Corps and how Shrek had been relentlessly suppressing evil spirit masters for the sake of peace on the continent. They were all good kids. Although they didn't actually graduate, their names will always be on the Academy's roster. They took the Academy's ideals as their own. It wasn't that they lacked the ability to graduate, but that they died fighting for the Academy's ideals. As Ning Tian listened to Zhan Zi's words echoing in his ears, a chill involuntarily ran through his body and heart. Was the sacrifice of those people really due to the reason Xuanzi mentioned? Perhaps so. After all, once brainwashed by Shrek Academy, Shrek's glory and ideals become more important than their own lives. But countless others have been killed by irresponsible, arrogant, and conceited people like Xuanzi. Chapter 96 Target. The Grim Reaper. Ning Tian is afraid. Ning Tian was scared. This time, he was truly scared. Originally, I thought that participating in the L Master competition as a substitute member of Shrek Academy was just a formality, and that I could take the opportunity to meet Huo Yuhao, whom I had been curious about for a long time, and see with my own eyes what this chosen one who could bring about change to the entire Douluo continent was like. But now, seeing Huo Yuhao's words in his diary that Shrek Academy's participating members might be wiped out by a Soul King, Ning Tian immediately chickened out. As the young master of the 9-treasure glazed tile school, she had already become a soul master at a young age, and was even about to become a level 40 soul grandmaster. She was unwilling to die like this, especially for the sake of Shrek Academy's ideals and glory. Just as Ning Tian was pondering what he should do, Zhan Zi in front of him was still eloquently recounting Shrek Academy and his own glorious past. Every inner court disciple is an inspector, and they must complete 30 inspection tasks to graduate. The process of completing these tasks is not only a test of the inner court disciples' strength, but also a moral lesson for them. Shrek Academy aims to cultivate not just strong individuals, but also true tall ents who are willing to work to maintain peace and stability on the continent. I must tell you that we are both inspectors and enforcers. Everything that our Shrek inspection team handles is extremely difficult and dangerous. We have even faced title Douluo before. Our lives are always at risk. Therefore, you must carefully consider whether you are willing to become a member of the inspection team. At this point, Xuanzi paused, then spoke with unusual confidence and in an unquestionable tone. Let me state up front that the inspection team will not receive any compensation. As if worry that Xuanzi's words would dampen the enthusiasm of these younger students, Dai Yuang stood up at the right time to echo Xuanzi's words, saying that he had fought for Shrek's ideals over the years, and that his mind and body had been sublimated. He was very happy when he rescued one innocent person after another. Encouraged by these official members, Shu Sanshi, Zhang Nanan, He Keidu, Dai Waban, and Zhu Lu became extremely excited, practically wishing they could find an evil spirit master to kill right now. However, as one senior student after another from the inner academy stood up to recount their achievements, Bei Bei kept her head down, not wanting to reveal her hatred for Ma Xiaotao. Bei Bei truly couldn't understand how Ma Xiaotao had the audacity to claim how many evil spirit masters she had killed and how many people she had saved. Ma Xiaotao was the one who killed 2 innocent students from the foreign languages department, so why is she still standing here unharmed? Bei Bei knew that in order to prevent Ma Xiaotao's evil fire from erupting again, ever since Tang Ya was pushed out as a scapegoat, Yan Xiaojie had found a soul saint level ice attribute soul master to suppress her evil fire. What Bei Bei couldn't understand the most was that Yan Xiaojie used some method to make the other party willingly do it even though he knew that suppressing the evil fire would damage his source. However, when Bei Bei sees Ma Xiaotao lively and energetic, he always thinks of his girlfriend who has been forced to become a demonic soul master, and he wishes he could immediately attack Ma Xiaotao. However, Bei Bei was also well aware that if he really did that, once the news got out, Shrek Academy would never be able to shake off the reputation of secretly training evil soul masters. Having grown up in Shrek Academy and considering it her true home, Bei Bei certainly couldn't stand by and watch this happen. Seeing that everyone's emotions had been stirred up, Xuanzi didn't waste any more time and asked directly. Alright, now you need to give me an answer. Join or leave. Feeling the gaze of Xuanzi and the group of senior students, plus his older brother, Dai Waban, whose face was slightly flushed, shouted without hesitation. I'm in. As a commoner soul master, Zhang Nanan naturally hated those evil soul masters who committed numerous atrocities, and almost simultaneously with Zhu Lu. She loudly declared that she wanted to join them. Watching them all express their desire to join the Shrek Academy's supervisory group, Ningtian broke out in a cold sweat on her smooth, fair forehead. She felt that if she refused, the consequences would definitely not be as simple as Zanzi had just said, without any cost. Thinking of the invincible shield at his family had specially sent him and the soul tool he had stored, Ningtian hesitated for a while before agreeing to join as well. Xuanzi gave Ningtian a deep look, somewhat displeased by her hesitation. But since she had agreed to join, he decided to pretend the matter had never happened. Xuanzi stopped wasting time and announced the Shrek Academy's target this time. To Ningtian's horror, the target was indeed the Death Messenger that Yuhao had mentioned in his diary. Looking around, he saw that the people around him were looking down on evil soul masters and disdainful of a Soul King who dared to call himself a messenger of death. They even said that with their help, the so-called messenger of death would soon be going to meet death. Ningtian felt a chill run down his spine and his limbs felt weak. Even Yuhao himself said that without his help, the Shrek Academy inspection team would likely be wiped out, yet these people still have this attitude. How could Ningtian not worry? After Xuanzi finished explaining everything, Ningtian slowly raised his hand. Once everyone had quieted down, Ningtian forced a smile and said, Elder Zan, I think we still can't be careless when facing evil soul masters. Even if the opponent is just a soul king, you know that evil soul masters all have all kinds of insidious and vicious methods. So, if possible, you equip everyone with some soul tools for self-defense. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi's face instantly darkened, and he looked at Ningtian coldly. With me here, do we need to worry about anything going wrong when dealing with a mere soul king? The academy doesn't have any soul tools for self-defense, so forget about that idea. Xuanzi was very unhappy. Shrek Academy had a tradition of only accepting students and not letting them leave. Did they really want the academy to equip its students with defensive soul tools? What a pipe dream. Ningtian knew from the beginning that Zanzi would definitely reject his proposal. After all, Shrek Academy was notoriously stingy. More importantly, these Shrek students not only didn't feel ashamed, but even thought that being stingy was something to be proud of. Asking them to produce their self-defense soul tools for the students is simply wishful thinking. Feeling the strange looks around him, Ningtian took a deep breath, trying his best to calm himself down, and said in a deep voice, So, I actually have some invincible shields for self-defense. If anyone needs them, you can come to me to get them. Upon hearing this, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether to say that Ningtian was too cautious or that the young sect master of the 9 treasure glazed tile school was too timid. Gongyang Mo, who was also a support-type soul master, hesitated for a moment before stepping towards Ningtian to borrow an invincible shield for self-defense. However, he had only taken 2 steps when Ma Xiaotao grabbed him. Ma Xiaotao glanced at Ning Tian with disdain, then looked at Gongyang Mo and said, "You don't need that kind of thing. I will protect you. We Shrek Soul Masters don't need any external force to defeat any opponent." Regarding the Grim Reaper, the previous points were just a setup to demonstrate just how hopeless the Shrek 7 devils were. It wasn't about saving them, so there was no need for such a big reaction. I certainly wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Like I said before, don't be in such a hurry, trust me. Chapter 97 Backstabbing Ji Yuina, secretly working against her, huh? Gongyang Mo was in a dilemma. Although he really wanted an invincible shield, seeing that Ma Xiaotao was determined not to let him borrow it from Ning Tian, he could only give Ning Tian an apologetic look and give up the idea. Ma Xiaotao raised her chin high, looking down at Ning Tian with a superior air, wanting to know what else this timid junior could say. Ning Tian didn't say anything more, but just gave Ma Xiaotao a deep look. Hoping that when they actually met that Grim Reaper later, Ma Xiaotao would still be this proud. Among these people, Ning Tian was only familiar with Dai Waban and Zhu Lu from the same class. After politely asking Dai Waban if he needed the invincible shield, Dai Waban glanced at his older brother Dai Yuang and decisively refused. His goal is to inherit Dai Hao's title of Duke of the White Tiger. He cannot be inferior to Dai Yuang in anything, and the same applies to upholding the pride of a soul master. Ning Tian didn't care at all about Dai Waban's rejection. In fact, she never thought she would have a good relationship with Dai Waban from the beginning. Huo Yuhao once wrote in his diary that Dai Waban was one of the murderers who used his mother's death and was destined to perish along with the White Tiger Duke's mansion. There was no point in befriending Dai Waban. However, Zhu Lu was different. As a fellow girl, Ning Tian and Zhu Lu had a fairly good relationship, so he didn't allow her to refuse. He directly took out an invincible shield and forcibly stuffed it into Zhu Lu's hand. Don't refuse it, just keep it in case. Zhu Lu could tell that Ning Tian's concern was sincere. She pursed her lips and thanked Ning Tian, who simply patted her shoulder and didn't say anything more. Xuanzi rolled his eyes at the scene and waved his hand impatiently. All right, stop wasting time. Let's set off now. Kill that death messenger first, then head to Star Luo City. Huo Yuhao blinked, looking at Ji Yuina in front of him with surprise on his face. You mean, you've already reached the level of an 8th level soul master? Huo Yuhao was stunned. He had never heard of Ji Yuina learning how to make soul tools from anyone. He only knew that all the girls, including Ji Yuina, started to come into contact with soul tools after enrolling in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. They had no resistance to this technology that was destined to lead the future, but instead learned how to use it properly. Developing and manufacturing new soul tools does require a high level of talent, coupled with a wildly imaginative mind. But learning how to use them is completely effortless. However, Huo Yuhao never expected that Ji Yuina would secretly learn how to make soul tools. Could it be that this Silver Dragon King is feeling threatened and wants to use this method to have more common topics with me, while deliberately keeping it a secret and secretly competing with others? Ji Yuina was quite satisfied with Huo Yuhao's bewildered and shocked reaction. She had originally planned to tell Huo Yuhao after he reached the level of a 9th level soul master, so that he could ask her any questions he might have in the future. However, his previous hugging and cuddling with Shui Di eventually provoked Ji Yuina, making her realize that her strategy was completely wrong. If they continue to keep it a secret and remain the 6th brother. After a while, the brother-sister relationship between Huo Yuhao and Shui Di might really change. In that situation, it would be extremely difficult to turn the tide. Therefore, leaving the game early is the best choice. Although Ji Yuina was secretly pleased, she maintained a calm and composed demeanor on the surface. What's wrong? He's just an 8th level soul master. What's so surprising about that? Huo Yuhao was speechless. Ji Yuina has really gone astray. Her pretentious act is now so skillful. If Xiao Hongshan had even a tenth of Ji Yuina's skill, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly during the selection of contestants. Forehead. Huo Yuhao scratched his head, deliberately trying to make Ji Yuina break her composure. It's not that I'm surprised, I'm just a little confused. Why are you suddenly so interested in soul tools? Because I feel that soul tools are very special, and I vaguely feel that level 9 is not the limit of soul tools. So I want to see if I can get some improvement in soul tools. Ji Yuina really wanted to roll her eyes at Huo Yuhao. If it weren't for wanting to have more things in common with him, he need to secretly research how to make soul tools. In order to improve her soul tool making skills more quickly, Ji Yuina secretly observed Huo Yuhao's techniques with her powerful spiritual energy, which was unparalleled in the Douluo continent, after applying for a laboratory. Combined with her own comprehension and the teaching materials and demonstrations of various soul tools in the academy, she finally reached the current level of an 8th level soul tool master. The mighty Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, did something like this just to get close to a man. Was it easy for her? But Huo Yuhao did something quite different. He actually hugged and kissed Shui Di in front of everyone. If he didn't have strong self-control, Ji Yuina would have really given Huo Yuhao a thorough combat training session. However, faced with Huo Yuhao's question, Ji Yuina was at a loss for words. Telling the truth was impossible, so she could only use another excuse to gloss over the matter. Faced with Ji Yuina's lies, Huo Yuhao did not hesitate at all and directly exposed her true colors of secretly competing in the diary. Good heavens! Ji Yuina has already become an 8th level soul master without anyone noticing. Ji Yuina. Upon seeing the contents that suddenly appeared on the copy of the diary, Ji Yuina clenched her small fists tightly, trying her best to suppress the urge to suddenly punch Huo Yuhao. The reason she kept her research into creating soul tools a secret was to prevent others from doing the same thing. Even if others were not as capable as her, the competition would inevitably intensify. But now that he has just confessed to Huo Yuhao, this guy has betrayed him by writing a message in his diary. Ji Yuina could clearly feel that after Huo Yuhao wrote those words, many gazes quietly fell on her. Walk slowly. Is this how you play it? Just you wait, Huo Yuhao. Sooner or later, you'll find out what the price you'll pay for this. Huo Yuhao paid no attention to what Ji Yuina was thinking and continued to frantically stab this #1 beauty of Douluo in his diary. I think it's not just me who's unaware of Ji Yuina's research into soul tools, even Di Choer, who lives with her in the same dormitory, probably doesn't know, let alone anyone else. Secretly competing with your best friend, huh? Tisk tisk tisk. Typical Ji Yuina. However, to become an 8th level soul master in such a short time is truly impressive, considering he was a mecha designer in Douluo Continent 3. In that case, perhaps after this soul master competition ends, I could try researching battle armor with Ji Yuina. I could have Jing Hongshan take me to Mingde Hall to see that mecha. It might provide some inspiration for battle armor. If that's the case, then my partner who I'll be spending every day with from now on will have to change from Xiao Hongshan to Ji Yuina. In an instant, their gazes fell on Ji Yuina like knives. If looks could kill, Ji Yuina's body would probably be riddled with holes by now. Chapter 98 The Battle of the Beautiful Girls begins, the second generation secret chamber Douluo. Even with Ji Yuina's strong will, she was at a loss in this situation. She really wanted to beat Huo Yuhao up right now, and it seemed that only in this way could she vent her anger. Despite appearing calm on the surface, Ji Yuina felt a little uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Just as she was about to say something, Huo Yuhao suddenly spoke up. If that's the case, then I can ask you for advice if I have any questions in the future. Actually, I have a really good idea. Once it can be successfully developed and produced, it will greatly enhance your strength. Let's try it out together after the Soul Master competition ends. Huo Yuhao's tone was very sincere, and his eyes were bright. With the blessing of the Spirit Eye Martial Soul, even if you looked across the entire continent, probably no one's yes were more beautiful than Huo Yuhao's. Even Ji Yuina and Huo Yuhao, looking at each other, nodded as if possessed. Upon seeing Ji Yuina agree, Huo Yuhao immediately became very excited, but he quickly fell into deep thought. As if he was really figuring out in his mind how to make the battle armor she had mentioned. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuina felt a tightness in her chest. The anger she felt from being betrayed by Huo Yuhao could only be suppressed in her heart, and she had no way to vent it. Ji Yuina couldn't bear to interrupt Huo Yuhao's train of thought, for fear that she might accidentally cause his design concepts for the battle armor to deviate from the intended path. Left with no other choice, Ji Yuina had to leave and return to the group of beautiful girls on the other side. As soon as Ji Yuina returned, she heard Di Choer's resentful voice ringing in her ears. Sister, you are such a good sister to me. On the surface, you are doing this to give us special training, so that we can gain more practical experience, but actually, you are trying to keep us away so that we don't have time to do other things, while you secretly learn how to make soul tools, right? Before Ji Yuina could answer, Wang Donger said with a forced smile. What's the big deal? Is this the first time you've met your sister? Don't forget that when we went to the far north, she did exactly the same thing. Di Choer and Wang Donger's back and forth resonated with all the girls present. This time, they finally understood that they had been misled by Huo Yuhao's description of Ji Yuina in his diary and had been deceived by Ji Yuina's behavior all along. At least Ji Yuina isn't a love-obsessed person with nothing but romance on her mind, nor is she as indifferent to Huo Yuhao as she has always appeared. Everyone has been outmaneuvered by Ji Yuina. Aside from receiving 2 gifts from Huo Yuhao and the fact that Shui Di, with whom she had the closest relationship, was able to remain in a stable position. All the other girls harbored resentment towards Ji Yuina. Ji Yuina seemed not to hear their complaints at all, as if she hadn't heard a single one. She was just secretly looking forward to becoming Huo Yuhao's new partner in researching and making soul tools after the Soul Master competition ended. That would mean she could get the most rewards from the diary copy and a better chance to recover from her injuries. As she thought about it, Ji Yuina became more and more self-assured. That's right. I'm only after the reward of restoring my body. These guys don't understand anything. At the same time, Meng Hongqian lowered his head slightly, and although he was not using his martial soul, his eyes slowly turned slightly red. At the very beginning, she was clearly the only true soul master among these beautiful girls, and should have had the most in common with Huo Yuhao. In addition, their initial encounter made Huo Yuhao's affection for her extremely high. But ever since Ji Yuina said she would give them special training a few months ago, Meng Hongqian has been held back. She was exhausted after each day's training and had no time or energy to cha tea with Huo Yuhao and deepen their relationship. It seems they've all fallen into the trap Ji Yuina set. After this period of intensive training, Meng Hongqian could clearly feel that her combat experience had become very rich. And opponents of the same level were simply no match for her. But compared to all of these, what Meng Hongqian wanted most was Huo Yuhao. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Why are you all like this? Yuhao is mine. I was here first. Just you wait. When Yuhao is older, I will definitely have him. Even if I'm not the only woman by Yuhao's side in the future, I will definitely be the first. Meng Hongqian has made her decision. She will do whatever it takes to become the first woman to possess Huo Yuhao. It can only be said that, under a series of stimuli, Meng Hongqian has gone further and further down the path of becoming the second-generation secret chamber Douluo 10,000 years later. Although the others were not as extreme and obsessive as Meng Hongqian, her attitudes had also changed dramatically. Everyone was filled with a sense of crisis, and compared to their previous strategies, they were now going to take the initiative. The real conflict is about to begin. Battle armor. What is that? Mingde Hall even has mechs. Just how terrifying has the Sun Moon Empire's true level of soul-guided devices reached? She unconsciously bit her lip hard with her teeth for a long time, not noticing that her originally alluring red lips had become completely bloodless. It was Grandma Manyi, who was beside her, who noticed and quickly asked. Princess Juju, what happened? Startled awake, Shu Juju felt Grandma Manyi's concern, forced a smile, and shook her head. It's nothing. I was just thinking about how to treat the Shrek Academy people when they arrive. Shu Juju couldn't confide in anyone about the pressure she was under, not even her brother, the current emperor of the Star Luo Empire, was experiencing as much pressure as she was. Watching helplessly as the Sun Moon Empire grew stronger and stronger, and the Star Luo Empire's situation became increasingly dangerous, yet unable to make any changes to the situation, Shu Juju felt that if things continued like this, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Grandma Manyi, unaware of the truth, genuinely believed that Shu Juju was worried about how to deal with the Shrek people. And immediately snorted coldly. What's so difficult about this? Shrek Academy not only secretly cultivates evil soul masters, but also uses its so-called inspection team to act recklessly under the guise of justice. Such scum do not deserve your respect. He gave a bitter laugh after a long while and did not answer. Although Grandma Manyi is very kind to Shu Juji Yu doesn't dare to listen to her opinions at all when it comes to making important decisions. She's just too impulsive. Even if Shrek Academy isn't as glamorous and lofty as outsiders perceive it, its top experts are no joke. The Sun Moon Empire has the confidence to disregard Shrek Academy and stand up to it head-on, but the Star Luo Empire doesn't have the courage to do such a thing. Once they completely break ties with Shrek Academy, the consequences will be far beyond what they can afford. However, if what Huo Yuhao said is true, and he and Zhang Lexuan will tear off Shrek Academy's Guise and expose its true colors in this Soul Master competition. It would be a great thing for the Star Luo Empire and even the original Douluo Three Kingdoms. Hopefully everything goes smoothly, and that Xuanzi, the leader of Shrek Academy, can play a role and prevent them from being wiped out by the strongest Soul King, the Death Messenger. Chapter 99. The continent has suffered under Shrek's rule for too long. The hunt begins. That so-called Grim Reaper should be in this cave. I can smell an extremely strong stench of blood. The fact that this smell can travel this far shows just how many people that damned evil spirit master has killed. Wang Yan looked at the dark and chilling cave in front of him, his face turning ashen. Upon hearing his words, both Zhou Yi, who was actually accompanying him, and the Shrek Academy members who were about to participate in the Soul Master competition, were filled with killing intent. Ma Xiaotao, who has always had a fiery temper, was like a powder keg that had been lit. And she angrily retorted directly. I'm going to kill that bastard right now. Wang Yan did not stop Ma Xiaotao, but he still gave her a reminder. Please be careful, Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yuang. You take the regular team members in first. Teacher Zhou Yi and I will bring the reserve team to support you later. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuang exchanged a glance and nodded emphatically in agreement. Just as the 7 selected team members were about to enter the cave, Ning Tian, feeling increasingly uneasy, hurriedly asked. Teacher Wang Yan, where is Elder Zan? Isn't Elder Zan coming in with us? Ning Tian's words drew everyone's attention to her. Saying such discouraging things just before attacking the Grim Reaper made everyone else very dissatisfied with her. Ma Xiaotao even made sarcastic remarks. If you're scared, you might as well stay outside. A hint of disdain surfaced deep in Dai Yuang's eyes. Had the 9 treasure glazed tile school fallen so low as to appoint such a coward as its young sect leader? No wonder there hadn't been any powerful figures from the 9 treasure glazed tile school for so many years. It seemed the 9tr Azure glazed tile school had long since declined. Although Dai Yuang was inwardly complaining, he wasn't as brainless as his younger brother, who revealed all his thoughts. Instead, he smiled kindly and said, Junior sister Ning Tian, when the inspection team is in action, a powerful figure like Elder Zan will only watch from the sidelines instead of helping us fight the enemy. If even opponents with lower soul power levels than us need Elder Xuan's help, then we inner court students of Shrek Academy are simply too useless. Only when we encounter an enemy far stronger than ourselves will Elder Zan provide immediate assistance to ensure that we do not suffer any irreparable harm. However, if you are really worried, you can choose to stay outside. To be honest, it is really too much for you junior students to encounter such a cruel scene on your first mission. Dai Yuang spoke very eloquently. Given Ning Tian's talent and status, Dai Yuang certainly wouldn't mind giving him face. That Death Messenger was just a mere Soul King. With the strength of their Shrek Academy inspection team, they could easily deal with him. However, Dai Yuang's words provoked the her reserve team members besides Ning Tian, with Dai Waban being the first to sneer. I'm not like some cowards. I'm going in with you regular team members. Beibei, Shu Sanshi, Hiketu, Zhang Nanan, and Zhu Lu also expressed their opinions one after another. Just as Ning Tian was about to say something, Zhou Yi glanced at her and said with disdain. If you're afraid to face it, I suggest you withdraw from the reserve team and give your spot to someone else. How can you become a strong person without experiencing danger and setbacks? Ever since Zhou Yi lost a bet to her arch-rival Mu Jin during the freshman assessment, her life has been extremely difficult. In order to keep her position as a teacher at Shrek Academy, she kept hinting to her husband, Fan Yu, to plead with Mu Jin on her behalf. In the end, she was able to stay at Shrek as a teacher instead of resigning. In Zhou Yi's heart, the person she hated the most was Mu Jin, who made her lose face, and the second person was Ning Tian's group, who easily defeated her strongest student in the freshman assessment. Now that Ning Tian has incurred public wrath, Zhou Yi naturally has no choice but to kick him while he's down. Ideally, Ning Tian should be removed from the reserve team and completely disqualified from participating in the Soul Master competition. Shrek Academy may lack many things, but it has no TAGE of geniuses willing to fight for Shrek's glory and ideals. Faced with the contempt and accusations of the crowd, Ning Tian's hand froze on the storage soul tool, completely abandoning the idea of taking out the invincible shield from it and giving it to them for free. They've already been treated like this, so what else is there to say? Just wait and see how many of them will die. Anyway, Zhu Lu, the only one who could be considered a friend, already had the invincible shield that Ning Tian had given him, so he no longer cared whether the others lived or died. After making the decision, Ning Tian felt refreshed and relaxed. A polite smile returned to his face as he nodded slightly. Okay. Then I'll wait for your triumphant return outside. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao, Zhou Yi, Dai Waban, and the others showed undisguised disdain on their faces. Although Wang Yan did not want to see any conflict between them, things had developed to a point where he, as a sole emperor-level teacher, could no longer control the situation. After all, even among the regular team members, there were students who were stronger than him. Left with no other choice, Wang Yan could only wait until after dealing with the Grim Reaper before having a proper talk with Ning Tian to see what she was really thinking. If she really isn't willing to put in the effort, then she might really lose her spot as a member of the Shrek Academy reserve team. Ning Tian, you and Leng Chuyu stay outside. We'll come out as soon as we've dealt with the Grim Reaper. Ning Tian glanced at Leng Chuyu, whose face was pale and looked abnormal, and nodded without saying anything more. Leng Chuyu, on the other hand, seemed not to have heard him and simply stood there indifferently. As a seventh ring soul saint, he can be considered a powerful figure, albeit not a minor one. However, because she was an ice attribute soul master, she was sincerely requested by the super Douluo Yan Xiaojie to help his disciple Ma Xiaotao suppress the evil fire within her body. As for whether this will damage one's very essence, who cares? What? You're asking what kind of reward you'll get for making such a huge sacrifice. We've already made an exception and allowed someone who doesn't belong to Shrek Academy to live in Shrek's inner courtyard, and you still want compensation. Shrek Academy has made some NY sacrifices to maintain peace on the continent. Don't you know how to sacrifice for Shrek Academy in return? Anyway, Shrek Academy will definitely remember your contributions. At worst, when your descendants become genius soul masters in the future, you can send them to Shrek Academy. The teachers there will definitely do their best to nurture your descendants. Leng Chuyu desperately hoped there were even more powerful evil spirit masters in this cave, and that they could kill all these Shrek members who looked glamorous on the outside but were actually full of darkness on the inside. Ning Tian was unaware of Leng Chuyu's identity and experiences, but she had witnessed firsthand how Ma Xiaotao treated her benefactor with such awful attitude. Therefore, if anything unexpected happened to them during this operation, it would be considered well-deserved. As one after another, the regular team members and reserve team members strode into the cave, Ning Tian chose to remain a cold observer. Perhaps, Shrek Academy's disgrace this time is a good thing for the entire continent. Shortly after they entered, a muffled explosion rang out from inside the cave, followed by a cacophony of curses and shouts, along with muffled thuds and intense fluctuations of soul power. The hunt for the Grim Reaper has begun. Chapter 100: The Dream Collaboration between the Supreme Elder and the Grim Reaper. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench of blood became. Whether it was the regular team, the reserve team, or even the two teachers, Wang Yan and Zhou Yi, everyone's face turned extremely pale. That guy who calls himself the messenger of death deserves to die. However, Wang Yan couldn't understand it even more. This place was so close to the White Tiger Duke Dai Hao and his troops stationed there. So why hadn't he been able to eliminate the death messenger after so much time had passed? Dai Yuang and Dai Waban had both boasted before that their father, Duke White Tiger, was a Soul Douluo level powerhouse. If he wanted to deal with a mere Soul King, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Wang Yan always felt that the truth behind the Grim Reaper's rampage here might not be as simple as it seemed. However, to find out the truth, we must first deal with the Grim Reaper. We cannot allow this guy to continue harming innocent people. Because the cave was so dark, it was impossible to see the surroundings. Wang Yan originally wanted everyone to figure out the situation first so that he could kill the Grim Reaper in one blow. Before he could even speak, Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yuang, Zhou Yi, Dai Waban, Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, and others, stimulated by the bloody scene around them, all simultaneously launched a fierce attack on the evil soul masters in front of them. Boom! A continuous rumbling sound echoed through the cave, accompanied by constant wails and curses. Under the onslaught of the Shrek Academy members, the cave was illuminated brightly. At a glance, one can see the pale-faced, malevolent messenger of death deep within. Caught off guard, the Grim Reaper hurriedly ordered his subordinates to attack the uninvited guests. He watched helplessly as his men died one by one at the hands of the Shrek supervisory group. However, the Grim Reaper did not panic at all. Instead, a smug smile appeared on his face. Since you insist on throwing your lives away, then I won't be polite. You will all become my corpse slaves. Looking at the corpses scattered around the Shrek Academy members, the Grim Reaper grinned and sneered. Burst. Rumble. Before the Shrek surveillance team members could react, the corpses scattered at their feet suddenly exploded, and a deafening explosion resounded through the sky. Shishi, who had just taken down an enemy and hadn't even had a chance to walk away, was blown to pieces by the exploding corpse next to her before she could even figure out what had happened, leaving only blood scattered all over the ground. As a support-type Soul Master, Gongyang Mo had been releasing soul skills to help his companions quickly and decisively kill the Grim Reaper. However, because Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yuang, and the others received his support and enhancement, the power of their soul skills became even stronger, resulting in the fragments of the bodies falling at his feet after someone was killed. Although He power of the Death Messenger's corpse explosion was not as great as the explosion that Shishi directly experienced, as a support-type Soul Master, his defense was already very poor. In addition, he did not have any soul guidance device for self-defense, which directly resulted in half of his body being blown off. Now he only had one breath left, and he let out painful groans with barely a breath. The higher-ups at Shrek Academy were unaware that Ling Luokan and Zhang Lexuan had defected to the Sun Moon Empire. They assumed that she was unhappy because she had been forced to suppress Ma Xiaodao's evil fire. So she temporarily left Shrek Academy to go out and relax. Under these circumstances, it was only natural to select someone from the inner academy to replace Ling Luokan in the Soul Master competition. However, before this lucky person could shine in the Soul Master competition, he was blown to bits by the corpse explosion. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuang, who were the first to be hit, suffered the most damage. However, since both of them were Soul Emperors, they did not die, but their injuries were extremely serious. Even teachers Wang Yan and Zhou Yi were blasted against the wall by the terrifying explosion. Warm, scarlet blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. Zhou Yi's human skin mask was blown apart, and her face underneath was a bloody mess. On the reserve team side, apart from Dai Waban rushing very far forward to prove that he was no worse than his older brother Dai Yuang, the others at least had some buffer time. Fortunately, the White Tiger Ma Artial Soul gave Dai Waban some defensive boosts, preventing him from suffering serious injuries. However, the impact of the corpse explosion just now blasted Dai Waban to the closest position to the Grim Reaper. Bei Bei released her martial soul to enhance her defense. Shu Sanchi originally intended to protect Zhang Nanan, but found that she had already used her invincible golden body. He Kato Yu escaped a disaster thanks to his soul tool, and Zulu was also saved by the invincible shield that Ning Tian forced on her. The loud explosion inside the cave reached Ning Tian and Lang Chuyu's ears. Ning Tian appeared shocked, unable to imagine what had happened, but in reality, he was not surprised at all. After a brief moment of surprise and uncertainty, a hint of pleasure flashed across Lang Chuyu's face. Had her prayers worked? Was there really an even more powerful evil spirit master inside? Just then, a roar filled with boundless rage and panic suddenly rang out. You scoundrel! You're asking for death! Upon arriving late and sensing the dramatic change within the cave, Xuanzi threw away the chicken leg in his hand and rushed into the cave with bloodshot eyes, trying to salvage the situation and save the children injured by the Death Messenger's corpse explosion. Enraged, Xuanzi didn't hesitate for a moment. As he charged towards the cave, he released his martial spirit. Xuanzi's back arched violently. His tattered clothes, stained with oil, instantly ripped apart, and his back muscles swelled at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, his entire size at least doubled. Most strangely, a spiral-shaped horn grew from each side of his head. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, 9 spirit rings, gleaming with dazzling brilliance, rose instantly, bringing a glimmer of light into the dark and gloomy cave. What enraged Xuanzi was that as soon as he entered the cave, he saw the Grim Reaper's hand with long fingernails dig fiercely into Dai Waban's waist. PFFT. With the sound of a fingernail piercing flesh, crimson blood gushed out from Dai Waban's body. The intense pain caused Dai Waban to let out a shrill scream uncontrollably. You. Ka ka. Ka ka ka. How does this messenger's corpse explosion taste? No matter how strong you are all doomed before my chain of corpse explosions. Even if you don't die from the explosions, you'll be poisoned to death. The Grim Reaper was very pleased with himself, his 3 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings shining brightly. Even now, he still doesn't know the true identities of the Shrek Academy inspection team members, but just by looking at the spirit rings they possess, he can tell that these guys are all extremely rare genius spirit masters. But what was the result? One by one, they all lost their lives in front of his messenger of death. Asshole. Seeing this scene, Xuanzi's heart was breaking. The horrific scene of the Stardow Great Forest incident was still fresh in his mind. And now this has happened again. How could he possibly face Elder Mu? Enraged, Xuanzi raised his right hand and made a pulling motion towards the cave ahead. Instantly, a terrifying suction force emanated from his palm, and the Death Messenger's body was uncontrollably thrown towards him. The Death Messenger was startled and desperately tried to break free from Xuanzi's pull. After realizing that he could not break free, he did not hesitate at all and launched the corpse explosion again, causing Gongyang Mo's body, which was only half a body, to begin to expand rapidly. Elder Xuan's senses were in no way weaker. Compared to this damned messenger of death, his disciples were clearly far more important. He absolutely did not want to see anyone else sacrificed. As Xuanzi used his soul power to seal Gongyang Mo's body, the fifth soul ring on the death messenger shone brightly, and he turned into a wisp of smoke, directly heading towards a cave below. At the same time, the corpses inside the cave exploded again in a series of explosions. Xuanzi had no time to pursue the Grim Reaper and could only do his best to protect his disciples from further harm. A mere 5-ring Soul King level evil Soul Master actually managed to kill several Shrek Academy geniuses right in front of Xuanzi, a level 98 Super Douluo, and then successfully escaped. The first ever dream collaboration between the Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit cult and the Messenger of Death has achieved amazing results. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, Wang Yan turned pale and his lips turned blue. He murmured incoherently, "Why is this happening? They promised to come to our aid as soon as they noticed something was wrong. Why did Elder Zan only show up after so many people had died?" Chapter 101 Xuanzi. Why didn't you all die? At this moment, Wang Yan's face was full of despair, his body was covered in blood, and his face was a mixture of dirt and blood. His glasses were broken and had scratched his eyelids, making the usually easygoing and refined Wang Yan look very ferocious and terrifying. Zhou Yi, standing next to him, looked even worse than Wang Yan. Her right arm hung limply, clearly broken from the repeated explosions. Her clothes were tattered, her human skin mask was destroyed, and even her face was covered in large wounds. At this moment, Zhou Yi was filled with regret, regretting why she had so decisively refused when Fan Yu wanted to give her some soul tools for self-defense. Despite Zhou Yi's husband being a key figure in the soul guidance system, even deep down she looked down on soul guidance devices, feeling that they violated the traditions of soul masters and abandoned the pride of being a soul master. Zhou Yi even refuted Fan Yu at the time, saying that with Elder Zan, a top expert from Shrek Academy, accompanying them, there would be no accidents no matter what. Zhou Yi noticed that Fan Yu's expression had become very strange. And after pressing him for details, she learned about the Star Do Great Forest incident. Even after learning about that incident, Zhou Yi did not change her mind. Instead, he said that it was an accident and that after that experience, Elder Zan would definitely change and would never allow the tragedy to repeat itself. But now it seems she was wrong, terribly wrong. A dog can't stop eating shit. And Xuanzi can't change her careless and incompetent habits. You old bastard, you stupid, idiotic idiot, why don't you just die? Zhou Yi's eyes were fixed on Zan Zi, who was using his soul power to protect the Shrek Academy's inspection team members from the effects of the corpse explosion. Feeling a gaze fixed on him, Xuanzi subconsciously turned his head and was shocked to see Zhou Yi's eyes, which seemed to want to devour him alive. Sensing her malice, Xuanzi's face darkened. He wanted to reprimand her, but seeing Zhou Yi's disheveled and blood-stained appearance, and remembering that it was his momentary negligence that led to this tragedy, Xuanzi's eyes darkened, his lips trembled, and he could no longer say anything. Seeing that the cave was about to collapse, Xuanzi did not dare to hesitate for a moment and quickly used his soul power to lift these younger generations out of the cave. The moment they escaped, the enormous cave collapsed with a deafening roar, accompanied by billowing dust that swept westward in all directions. Xuanzi observed that only Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuang among the main team members were in relatively good condition. Although they had also suffered severe injuries, at least they were not missing any items. As long as they received treatment from a top-tier healing-type soul master, they would recover quickly. However, of the other 5 main team members, 2 died instantly in the first wave of explosions. Gongyang Mo's body was blown to smithereens by the Grim Reaper, and the other 2 team members were left with only their last breath. With no chance of survival. Unable to control his emotions any longer, Xuanzi burst into tears and wept uncontrollably. Zhu Lu watched as Dai Waban's kidneys were ripped out and blood continued to gush from his body. She cried and shouted anxiously, "Wa Bin, how are you? How are you now?" At this moment, Dai Waban was only able to wail in pain and had no time to answer Zhu Lu's question. The 2 inner court students, Yao Haoshuan and Chen Zifeng, who were barely clinging to life, looked at Xuanzi with their last breaths and asked him one last question. Why, Elder Zahn? Weren't you following behind us the whole time? Why didn't you save us immediately? Didn't you say you would act as soon as you sensed something was wrong? Why did this happen? After uttering their last word, Yao Haoshuan and Chen Zifeng simultaneously breathed their last and completely lost all signs of life. Xuanzi wanted to go to their side, but upon hearing these words, his body suddenly froze. And he was on the verge of collapse. He had just wanted to get some good ingredients and then have his disciples help him prepare them. Since he had finally come out, it was essential to get some wild game to try. In Xuanzi's opinion, since that evil soul master was just a soul king, it would be a piece of cake to send out the geniuses of Shrek Academy to deal with him. Ho would have thought that a mere 5-ring soul king could unleash such terrifying power. I really didn't know it would turn out this way. It's all my fault, I'm useless. Wang Yan gave Xuanzi a deep look, struggled to stand up, and, enduring the pain throughout his body, said with difficulty. Let's stop talking nonsense for now. The most important thing is to find someone to treat these injured students. If we delay any longer, it will cause them irreparable harm. Xuanzi was startled by these words and realized that what Wang Yan said was exactly what he should be doing now. However, just as he was preparing to take the students back to Shrek Academy without stopping, to have Elder Zhuang treat the students and to apologize to Elder Mu, he suddenly noticed that Ning Tian and Lang Chuyu, who were completely unharmed, seemed so out of place in this sad scene. While everyone else was injured to varying degrees, these two didn't have a single drop of blood on them. Xuanzi asked this question instinctively. Why are you two all right? Upon hearing this, before Ning Tian and Lang Chuyu could react, Wang Yan frowned deeply. Was this the kind of thing Xuanzi should say? Does he only feel happy when everyone is injured or even killed? To be honest, that's not what Xuanzi meant. He just didn't notice that Ning Tian and Lang Chuyu didn't enter the cave with the others, so he asked a question. But his question did cause everyone to misunderstand. Ning Tian met Zan Zi's gaze without flinching and asked in return. Elder Zan, do you not understand why we two didn't die? In your opinion, we should also either die or be seriously injured like them. Xuanzi was so embarrassed by Ning Tian's teasing that he couldn't say a word. However, at this moment, Shu Anzi suddenly remembered that when he arrived here, Ning Tian and Lang Chuyu were still far from the cave where the Grim Reaper was located, and they did not enter with the others at all. He immediately became more self-righteous again. Xuanzi stepped forward, unleashing the pressure of a level 98 Super Douluo, aimed directly at Ning Tian and Lang Chuyu opposite him. Ning Tian, is it? As a member of the Shrek Academy's supervisory team and one of the substitute members for this Soul Master competition, why didn't you enter with the others just now? Why did you choose to stand by and watch? Have you forgotten what you said back at the academy? Are you planning to betray Shrek? Although Ning Tian's status as the young master of the 9 treasure glazed tile school did not grant him any preferential treatment from Zanzi. The reason Zanzi retained a sliver of rationality and did not directly attack Ning Tian was entirely because she was also a student of Shrek Academy. However, when it comes to Lang Chuyu, it's a completely different story. Xuanzi's pressure mostly fell on Lang Chuyu, making the already abnormal Soul Saint's face even paler. The bones all over his body began to creak, and blood even flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Why didn't you go in either? If you were there, with your cultivation level of a 7th ring Soul Saint, how could you have caused such heavy casualties among our outstanding disciples of Shrek Academy? Tell me, were you doing this on purpose? Chapter 102 Old Good for Nothing Xuanzi, A Woman's Revenge. Thud. Lang Chuyu himself had been suppressing the evil fire in Ma Xiaodao's body for a long time, which caused great damage to his own origin. His strength was even inferior to some soul emperors with great talent. Now, having been vented on by Xuanzi, he couldn't withstand it and was directly suppressed to the ground by Xuanzi's terrifying pressure. A hint of despair flashed in Lang Chuyu's eyes. Her pale face was covered in dirt, and blood was still gushing from the corner of her mouth. With a death wish, Lang Chuyu struggled to raise her head and forced a mocking smile at Xuanzi, whose face was full of anger. Waste. Shrek's students are useless, their teachers are useless, all because of old, useless people like you. Xuanzi never expected Lang Chuyu to dare to say such a thing. He immediately wanted to kill her to vent his anger. If she had entered the cave with the Shrek supervision group, with her Soul Saint level strength, she could have definitely helped the others block that explosion. There would have been no way that the Shrek disciples would have suffered such heavy casualties. You're asking for it. A hint of relief flashed in Lang Chuyu's eyes as she lay on the ground. She made no attempt to resist. allowing Xuanzi's power to crush her body until she was in excruciating pain. However, at that moment, Wang Yan saw this and quickly spoke up to stop him. Calm down, Elder Zan. This has nothing to do with her. Xuanzi ignored Wang Yan's advice and was about to kill Leng Chuyu without any regard for the consequences. Wang Yan gritted his teeth, glanced at Ma Xiaotao beside him, and roared. Are you going to kill her now and watch Ma Xiaotao be consumed by the evil fire? Xuanzi shuddered and quickly turned his head to look. What came into view was that the ground around Ma Xiaotao's body had been scorched at some point, her face had an abnormal redness, and her whole body was twisting unconsciously. Upon seeing this scene, Xuanzi's mind, which had been clouded by anger and shame, instantly cleared up, and he finally realized what a good deed he had done. The fact that the Shrek Academy inspection team suffered such heavy casualties was already a serious dereliction of duty on his part as the leader. If Ma Xiaotao were to be consumed by the evil fire and become a completely evil soul master, he would be beyond redemption. Xuanzi quickly released the oppressive force that was pressing down on Leng Chuyu, took a deep breath, and said to her in a deep voice. Go and help Xiaotao suppress her evil fire. Leng Chuyu laughed hysterically, spitting out blood as she spoke in a slightly manic manner. Ha 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 ha. Dream on. You old trash. If you don't intend to kill me, then I'll wait and see your Shrek Academy's proud genius completely degenerate into an evil soul master. Xuanzi was once again thrown into a rage by her words, trembling with anger but unable to do anything about it. Compared to Leng Chuyu's life or death, Ma Xiaotao, the inner court genius, was of course more important. Wang Yan noticed Xuanzi's predicament and stepped forward to help Leng Chuyu up, but she pushed him away. If he could, Wang Yan would absolutely not want to get involved in this mess, but now that Xuanzi is unreliable, he has no choice but to find a way to get Leng Chuyu to suppress Ma Xiaotao's evil fire. After a moment's thought, Wang Yan looked at Leng Chuyu with a sincere expression and apologized in a voice full of remorse. Miss Leng, I'm very sorry that this happened. It's because what happened in the cave just now greatly agitated Elder Zan, causing him to act irrationally. I know I'm sorry to you for doing this, but I still hope you can help Xiaotao suppress the evil fire in her body. If she becomes an evil soul master, it will be a bad thing for the whole continent. Many innocent people will be killed if she is not careful. As he spoke, Wang Yan bowed deeply to Leng Chuyu, speaking with genuine sincerity. Please, for the sake of those innocent people, help Xiaotao one more time. Faced with Wang Yan's moral blackmail, Leng Chuyu did not hesitate for a moment and burst out laughing. So what if she becomes an evil spirit master? With Elder Zan of Shrek Academy around, are you afraid you can't deal with an evil spirit master at the Soul Emperor level? Oh wait, I almost forgot, let alone an evil spirit master at the Soul Emperor level. He can't even deal with a Soul King level 1. After saying that, Leng Chuyu burst into laughter again, seemingly in a madman-like manner. Xuanzi's face was ashen, veins bulged on his forehead, and his clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. If it weren't for Ma Xiaotao's safety, he would have killed this arrogant guy who dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Doesn't she know the principle that the strong cannot be humiliated, for humiliation will surely lead to death? Wang Yan had no choice but to say that Zanzi had offended Leng Chuyu too badly. He was about to be killed. And he still expected Leng Chuyu to save his student. It's just that he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, Wang Yan would have given Xuanzi a good beating. Damn it, it was your own dereliction of duty that led to the tragic deaths of so many innocent students at the hands of the Grim Reaper, and yet you want to kill the even more innocent Leng Chuyu to vent your anger. Now look what's happened. Even if Leng Chuyu dies, he'll make Ma Xiaotao pay with her life. Are you happy now? Just as they were at their wits' end, Dai Yuang on the other side struggled to sit up. Watching her younger brother being ripped out of his kidneys by the messenger of death, her eyes flickered. She tried her best to appear sad, then looked at Xuanzi and said sorrowfully. Elder Zan, if possible, please take us to Star Luo City. Wang Shaner, the deputy hall master of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, is the most powerful healing-type soul master on the continent. With her help, we might be able to alleviate Xiaotao's evil fire and also help treat Hua Bin and the others. Upon hearing Dai Yuang's words, Xuanzi grasped at a lifeline and dared not waste any more time. After glancing at the collapsed cave and vowing to kill the Grim Reaper himself, he immediately led a group of Shrek Academy members to fly at full speed towards Xingluo City, without even leaving Ningtian and Leng Chuyu behind. Xuanzi knew that suppressing the evil fire in Ma Xiaodao's body could not be done by relying solely on healing-type soul masters, a fact that Elder Zhuang had already verified long ago. If we don't want Ma Xiaodao's consciousness to be consumed by the evil fire, we can only have Wang Shaner, the worshipper of the Star Luo Empire, treat Leng Chuyu, and then have Leng Chuyu suppress the evil fire for Ma Xiaotao at all costs. As Xuanzi carried her through the air, Dai Yuang comforted Dai Waban, who was in her arms. Don't be afraid, Hua Bin. If Elder Zan can persuade Wang Shaner to treat you, your injuries will definitely heal. Dai Waban didn't speak, but after glancing at Zhu Lu on the other side, tears of pain streamed down his face. He didn't care at all whether his injuries could heal, because no matter what, the kidney that the Grim Reaper had ripped out of him could never grow back. Unless he obtains the legendary elixir or is healed by God, he will never be able to truly consume his stunningly beautiful fiancée, Zhu Lu. He could never snatch the title of Duke of White Tiger from his elder brother. On the other side, Ning Tian didn't care about their brotherhood. Zan Zi's attitude was very clear just now. He had been trying his best to reduce their casualties, but he was the one being purged. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Be prepared to pay the price and transform from the top academy revered throughout the continent into a scoundrel hated by everyone. Ning Tian glanced at Leng Chuyu. If Leng Chuyu were to go to Huo Yuhao, Shrek Academy would have another indelible crime besides secretly destroying Zhang Lexuan's family. This surprise should be very welcome to Huo Yuhao and Xuanzi, the higher-ups at Shrek Academy. Elder Zan, you have committed an unforgivable sin of arrogance. And don't you know that women are very vengeful? To be honest, I didn't expect the previous chapter to be so controversial. But I don't think this violates Xuanzi's character setting, right? In the original work, he didn't think before he spoke or acted, like in the Stardow Great Forest incident and the Death Messenger incident. Later, he almost ruined Xiao Xiao's arm. Furthermore, after Ma Xiaodao's accident during the Soul Master competition, Xuanzi bullied Ma Rulong in front of so many people and stole his soul tool. He directly stated that if his own disciple killed students from other academies, it meant those students were too weak and deserved to die, but if something happened to his own disciple, it was still someone else's fault. Honestly, could an average person do something like that? Not to mention that the casualties in this Death Messenger incident were even greater than in the original story. It's quite a feat that a soul saint didn't enter the cave with Ma Xiaotao and the others. Xuanzi's actions shouldn't be considered mindless criticism, right? Chapter 103 Entering the Game. The plan to destroy Shrek begins. Ning Tian now fully understands that Shrek Academy, the #1 academy on the continent, has long since changed. Everything they have do, nay is just a high-sounding excuse they have created. They have long since begun to trample on other sects, academies, and even countries and act recklessly. Whether it's Zhang Lexuan before, Ling Luo, Chen who was forced out by the higher-ups, or Leng Chuyu now, they are all the best proof. There may be good people in Shrek Academy, but they must be people who have just joined Shrek Academy and they not yet been brainwashed by Shrek's so-called glory and ideals. Once they are successfully brainwashed, they will do anything for Shrek Academy without hesitation, no matter what it requires them to do. If Shrek Academy were to continue its glorious existence, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing, not only for the Sun Moon Empire, but also for the people of the original Douluo Three Kingdoms. However, although he had decided to have Leng Chuyu cooperate with Huo Yuhao and others to expose Shrek Academy's true colors during the Soul Master competition, Ning Tian would never reveal his purpose until he was absolutely certain. Fearing that delaying would cause his disciples' injuries to become irreparable, Xuanzi remained vigilant throughout the journey, flying at full speed towards the location of Xingluo City. Actually, if possible, Xuanzi would prefer to take them back to Shrek Academy so that Elder Zhuang of Shrek Academy could treat Ma Xiaotao, Dai Waban, and the others. At least this way, no one will discover the failure of their operation. Xuanzi also knew that the Star Luo Empire's enshrined Wang Shaner, whom Dai Yuang mentioned, was indeed the #1 healing-type soul master in the world. Even Zhuang Lao, who possessed the Tree of Life martial soul, could not compare to her. For the sake of his disciples, Xuanzi had no choice but to reluctantly head to Xingluo City. Most importantly, the Soul Master competition is just around the corner, and if we return to Shrek Academy, the round trip could very well result in us missing the competition. Sure, K Academy has always been the champion of the Soul Master tournament. This is an honor that has been maintained for 10,000 years. Xuanzi will never allow this honor to be ruined in his hands. Xuanzi has already made his decision. Once Wang Shaner has treated the disciples, he will return to Shrek Academy alone to resign from his post and then have Shrek Academy send other students with considerable strength to participate in the competition. He was prepared to take all the blame for this tragedy upon himself, and if the incident were to be exposed, he would bear the consequences himself. Under these circumstances, Xuanzi and his group arrived at the capital of the Star Luo Empire in a short time. Looking at the bustling Star Luo city below, both Xuanzi and the Shrek Academy participants had very complicated feelings. They should have been greeted with cheers from the people of Xingluo City under the spotlight. They are indeed the center of attention now, but if these people find out what happened to them, the cheers will turn into contempt. Shrek Academy's genius has been ruined by a Soul King. Even Shrek Academy's most loyal followers cannot accept such a thing happening. As they were all thinking different things, several figures soared into the sky, surrounding Xuanzi as if they were ready for battle. Who are you? Don't you know that flying is prohibited in Star Luo City? If you don't land, you will be considered invaders. Seeing their readiness to attack, Xuanzi said coldly. I am from Shrek Academy. I need the help of Wang Shaner, the revered elder of the Star Luo Empire. Where is Wang Shaner? Grandma Manyi, one of the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire, was extremely dissatisfied with Xuanzi's attitude. She already harbored resentment toward RDS Shrek Academy because of the previous incident where her companion was killed. Now that Xuanzi needed her help, he was using such an arrogant attitude. Was he taking advantage of the fact that the Star Luo Empire had no one to rely on? So what if they're from Shrek Academy? Shrek Academy members still can't fly over Star Luo City. Get off. Otherwise, it means you're provoking the Star Luo Empire. Xuanzi's eyes twitched, and his face instantly turned somewhat ferocious. He immediately prepared to teach this ignorant woman a lesson. Fortunately, Wang Yan noticed his thoughts and quickly spoke up. Elder Zan, don't forget our purpose. Continuing to act impulsively will only make the situation worse. Wang Yan was completely numb. If he could choose again, he would never have Biko. Me the teacher leading the Shrek Academy team this time. Working with Xuanzi is fucking too difficult. Xuanzi's lips twitched slightly, although he really wanted to take action against these titled Douluo to vent his anger. Which would be a good way to uphold the Shrek Academy tradition that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. He thought that this would make things more complicated and put his disciples in danger. In the end, he could only choose to endure it. Wang Yan, you negotiate with them. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan breathed a deep sigh of relief and quickly looked at Th. Titled Douluo opposite him respectfully. Seniors, we mean no harm, so let's go downstairs and talk. Staying here will only attract more attention. Upon hearing this, the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire all glanced at Xuanzi. From the beginning, they had instructed Xuanzi to land with his men, but this guy not only ignored them but also prepared to attack. Moreover, this guy named Wang Wei, and even claimed that he had no malicious intent. Where do you Shrek alumni get such a big face? Just as Grandma Manyi was about to make a sarcastic remark, Shattered Star Douluo, one of the strongest in the Star Luo Empire, gave Xuanzi a deep look and said in a deep voice, let's go down and talk. At this moment, countless people who wanted to watch the Soul Master competition had gathered in Xingluo City. If they were to fight with the Shrek Academy members, it would only cause great harm to the Xingluo Empire. As for whether the Shrek Academy members would dare to do such a thing, anyone who knows Shrek Academy probably knows about their reckless and disregard of consequences behavior. Xuanzi snorted coldly and led everyone down to the ground. The titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire followed closely behind, fearing that this guy might suddenly do something unwise. After all, just looking at this guy's slovenly appearance and his behavior just now, he's clearly not a smart person. Meanwhile, the people of Xingluo City were also discussing the scene they had just witnessed, wondering what had happened. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Meng Hongqian turned to Huo Yuhao and asked, Yuhao, were those people from Shrek Academy just now? Huo Yuhao nodded. He didn't recognize the others, but he could never forget Dai Waban. Not to mention that among the people he had confronted in the air earlier was Bei Bei, the one who had once told Tang Ya that she was destined to die. Judging from their condition just now, it was clear that they had all suffered injuries of varying degrees. And if nothing unexpected happened, it was probably caused by the Grim Reaper. Although Huo Yuhao doesn't recognize the others, he can roughly guess from their ages that only Ma Shout, Ao and Dai Yuang are still alive among the Shrek Academy's regular members, and even the reserve team members are injured. Xuanzi is still the same Xuanzi, as useless as ever. However, since they were not wiped out by the Grim Reaper's messenger, but successfully arrived in Star Luo City and joined the game, the plan to destroy Shrek Academy is about to officially begin. Chapter 104 Shrek's Glory. You must protect it with your lives. They were besieging and attacking evil spirit masters, only to be killed by them instead. And with such heavy casualties. When the group of titled Douluos heard Wang Yan's story, they were all astonished and looked at the Shrek Academy students in front of them with strange eyes. Under their gazes, Wang Yan looked ashamed, and even Xuanzi couldn't bear it. After pondering for a moment, the Shattered Star Douluo spoke with a solemn expression. Did you encounter a titled Douluo-level evil soul master? Did you kill him? Where is he now? Shatter. D-Star Douluo was worried that the evil soul master was still alive, fearing that the other party might appear in the Star Luo Empire. The guy's strength is definitely not to be underestimated. He was able to kill Shrek Academy students in front of Xuanzi, a top expert, and even leave only 2 of the main team members who were going to participate in the Soul Master competition alive. If the other party is still alive, then they must wipe them out. They must not allow such a dangerous evil spirit master to cause trouble in the Star Luo Empire. However, to the bewilderment of Shattered Star Douluo and the others. After hearing his words, the expressions of the Shrek Academy members on the other side immediately became extremely strange, and Wang Yan was even speechless. This eerie atmosphere lasted for a long time until Grandma Manyi couldn't help but ask more questions, at which point Xuanzi finally took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. That guy was just a soul king. I was protecting my disciple when he got away. As Xuanzi finished speaking, the scene instantly fell into an extremely eerie silence. All the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire stared wide-eyed at Zanzi, their faces filled with disbelief. What did they hear? A Soul King-level evil soul master killed all but 2 members of Shrek Academy's regular team. Most importantly, Shrek Academy also has Xuanzi, a super Douluo, accompanying them. Are you kidding me? You're really something. A top expert from Shrek Academy, you actually just watched an evil soul master escape. And isn't Shrek Academy supposed to be full of geniuses? So-called geniuses were almost wiped out by a Soul King. Grandma Manyi's taunting skills were at their maximum, and one sentence directly broke Xuanzi's defenses. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from Xuanzi, sweeping in all directions. Xuanzi's hair, so dirty that its original color was indistinguishable, flew wildly in the air. His eyes had turned bloodshot, and white breath was constantly spewing from his nostrils, making him appear to be in a state of near madness. It's easy to imagine how much harm Grandma Manyi's words caused Xuanzi. Seeing this, all the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire were ready to fight. Even if Xuanzi was stronger than them, they would never allow him to act recklessly in the Star Luo Empire. Xuanzi stared at Manyi in the crowd with bloodshot eyes, and roared, word by word. How dare you humiliate me like this? Humiliate Shrek. Manyi didn't take it seriously and scoffed at Xuanzi's behavior. She was merely recounting what Xuanzi and Shrek had done. Was that considered an insult? Shouldn't we say that Xuanzi is too useless, and those so-called geniuses of Shrek Academy are too incompetent? Not to mention, the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire, even Wang Yan, Zhou Yi, and the students of Shrek Academy were very dissatisfied with Xuanzi at this moment. The most important thing now is to find a way to get Wang Shaner to treat them. Isn't it? When will Xuanzi wake up? At such an advanced age, why do you still act so immaturely? Do you really think the Star Luo Empire is like Lang Chuyu, unable to resist the strongmen of Shrek Academy? Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and a conflict was about to erupt between the two sides, Emperor Shu Jiawei of the Star Luo Empire and Shu Juju and others finally arrived late. Upon seeing this scene, they quickly prevented the conflict from escalating further. Shu Jiawei, without any airs of an emperor, bowed slightly to Xuanzi. Elder Zan, I already know what happened and I have brought Senior Wang Shaner here. She will now treat these Shrek students. Xuanzi snorted coldly upon hearing this and said nothing more. The tense atmosphere from before also disappeared. Shu Jiawei gave Wang Shaner a wink, and the strongest healing-type soul master on the continent didn't waste any time, beginning to release the healing angel martial soul to treat the Shrek students. Shu Juju secretly observed the situation of the Shrek Academy contestants. When she learned that there were only 2 main members left, Shu Juju's expression immediately became very strange. Besides Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan, are there no other people at Shrek Academy who possess copies of Yuhao's diary? If there were, they shouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties despite knowing the danger of encountering the Grim Reaper. After Wang Shaner treated everyone else, when it was Dai Waban's turn, she looked at Dai Waban's dislocated kidney and immediately felt troubled. While treating Dai Waban's other injuries, she spoke calmly. I can only heal his other injuries, but there's nothing I can do about this. The light in Dai Waban's eyes gradually went out. He closed his eyes in anguish, his heart filled with despair. Even Wang Shaner, the strongest healing-type soul master on the continent, was helpless against his injuries. How could he still be a real man in the future? What about Zhu Lu, the fiancé he had long coveted? Everyone present could clearly feel the despair emanating from Dai Waban. For a long time, they recalled the sad things they had experienced, trying their best not to laugh out loud. Her acting skills were ultimately inferior to Shu Jiawei's as the emperor. At this moment, Shu Jiawei was not only not suppressing his laughter, but also looked at Dai Waban with great pity, and said in a low voice, I am very sorry that this happened, but Wa Bin, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you recover. I have never forgotten the sacrifices and contributions your Dai family made for the Star Luo Empire. Xuanzi quickly reassured him. Don't worry, Dai Waban, I will find a way. Eve. And if it means searching for the legendary immortal herb, I will never give up. Wang Shaner did not participate in their efforts to comfort her. Instead, after treating Dai Waban, she moved on to the next target. Looking at the unconscious Ma Xiaotao, Wang Shaner frowned, shook her head, and said in a deep voice. I can't cure her. My healing angel martial soul can only slightly alleviate the power within her body. It can't do anything more. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi subconsciously glanced at Leng Chuyu, who had already been treated, and then waved his hand. You don't need to worry about Xiaodao. I'll figure something out myself. After everyone had received treatment, Xuanzi gave a perfunctory thank you and then asked Shu Jiawei and the others to leave under the pretext that he had other things to do. Although the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire were very unhappy with Xuanzi's attitude, Shu Jiawei did not say much. He told them to let him know if they needed any help, and then left with everyone. Before leaving, Shu Juju glanced thoughtfully at Leng Chuyu, who was silent with her head down, and had a vague guess in his heart. After confirming that all the outsiders had left, Xuanzi stared at Leng Chuyu with a gloomy expression. Suppress Xiaodao's evil fire. Don't forget the price you'll pay for refusing. Leng Chuyu recalled how Yan Xiaojie had threatened her with her family in his words when he found her. She remained silent for a long time, and in the end, she could only suppress Ma Xiaodao's evil fire like a puppet. Xuanzi breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing this. Then looked at Wang Yan and Zhou Yi, whose face was scarred and looked ferocious and terrifying, and said, I'll leave this place to you for now. I'll return to the academy now and have them send others to participate in the competition. Until then, the glory of Shrek Academy is in your hands, you little ones. Under no circumstances should Shrek Academy be disgraced. Chapter 105A Good Death. The Star Luo Orthodox sect is in the sun and moon. Xuanzi's words left everyone present speechless. Are they entrusted with protecting Shrek's glory? With what will they use to protect it? With their own lives. Of the 7 main team members, only Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuang are still alive. Even after receiving treatment from Wang Shaner, the strongest healing type soul master on the continent. It will still take them some time to fully recover and compete. The soul master competition is about to begin, which means that before Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuang recover, and Shrek Academy sends other participating members here, they, the reserve team members with the highest talent of 4-ring soul master, will have to hold on. Do you really think all the other contestants are useless? However, Wang Yan had serious doubts about whether those people from the Star Luo Empire would help them keep the secret. If word got out that they had almost been wiped out by a Soul King level evil soul master, they would be forever branded as trash. The fall from being a Shrek Academy prodigy admired by all to being looked down upon as a good-for-nothing is a fall from grace that most people cannot accept. However, before Wang Yan could say anything, Xuanzi hurriedly left, once again ignoring the rule that flying was prohibited in Xingluo City, and flew at full speed towards the direction of Shrek City. Wang Yan looked around, assessing the mental state of everyone present. Zhou Yi, who was also his teacher, looked like a wronged woman at this moment because our beautiful face had been injured by the death messenger. Even Wang Shaner, the strongest healing type soul master, had given an ultimatum, saying that without special circumstances, the terrible and hideous scars on her face would never be able to recover. If it weren't for the vast difference in strength, Zhou Yi would probably have already fought Xuanzi to the death. Apart from Ma Xiaotao, who was still unconscious, and Ning Tian, who had not encountered the corpse explosion of the Grim Reaper, everyone else appeared to be in a very weak state. Wang Yan sighed inwardly and said with a sense of helplessness, Everyone, take a break first. I will gather information about the other participating academies later and do my best to ensure that you can defeat your opponents. Wang Yan's words didn't have much effect. But Bei Bei, Shu Sanchi, Hiketu, and the others still went to the place that the Star Luo Empire had arranged for them to rest. The Soul Master competition is about to begin tomorrow. Even though these reserve team members are going to represent Shrek Academy in the competition, they just can't feel happy. In other words, Shrek Academy, as the previous champion, has some minor privileges. The opponents they encounter in the early stages are not too strong. Otherwise, if they were to encounter those powerful opponents right from the start, causing Shrek Academy to suffer an unprecedented defeat, they would truly be nailed to the pillar of shame. Under such immense pressure, these reserve team members did not choose to rest, but instead seized the last a nuke to cram and desperately try to improve their soul power. However, there are exceptions. After everyone else had returned to their rooms and the corridor was silent, Ningtian met up with Leng Chuyu and left the hotel under the pretext of buying her some medicine to help her recover. Leng Chuyu wanted to refuse, but she noticed that Ningtian kept giving her meaningful glances, as if he d something he couldn't say in front of others that he wanted to explain to her. Remembering that Ningtian had also been taught a lesson by Zanzi without explanation, Leng Chuyu agreed. However, the two of them had just stepped out of the hotel when they encountered Shu Juju, who had returned. Shu Juju and Ningtian exchanged a glance and immediately realized that the other person also had a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary. Just like them. However, in order to confirm, Shu Juju still looked at Ningtian and asked, "Miss Ningtian, you suffered such heavy casualties. Didn't you know just how strong that evil soul master was before this happened?" Ningtian shrugged helplessly. "I was even willing to give them my own invincible shield for self-defense, but they still refused. What can I do? Is that so?" "That certainly seems so." Shu Juju clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking it was a pity that the Dai brothers, Dai Yuang and Dai Waban, were not dead. These two brothers were also very talented. However, Huo Yuhao probably won't let the two of them go, right? After expressing his feelings, he didn't waste any time and left with Ningtian and Leng Chuyu for an in-depth discussion. When Shu Juju learned that Leng Chuyu was an ice attribute soul saint specially recruited by Shrek Academy to suppress the evil fire within Ma Xiaotao, his expression darkened. It seems I guessed right. That Tang sect master, Tang Ya, was indeed a scapegoat pushed out by Shrek Academy. Being consumed by the evil fire would cause Ma Xiaotao to lose consciousness. In addition, the innocent outer court students who died tragically had very severe burn marks on their bodies. The real evil soul master is Ma Xiaotao. Shrek's actions have crossed the line. After learning the truth about the destruction of Zhang Lexuan's family, Shu Juju was wary of Shrek Academy. Now that he knew those guys had done something like this again, if he let it go, the people of Shrek would only go further and further. Just as Xuanzi disregarded the rule prohibiting flying in Star Luo City today, in the eyes of the Shrek people, trampling on the dignity of others seems to be a matter of course. Ningtian nodded slightly. This is probably the truth. Leng Chuyu, standing to the side, looked at their conversation with a slightly bewildered expression, not quite understanding the situation. Before she could ask, Shu Juju turned to her and asked, "Miss Leng, do you want Shrek Academy to pay the price for what they've done? If so, someone can help you." Upon hearing this, Leng Chuyu, who had been expressionless and doll-like, slowly raised her head and spoke slowly, word by word, in a voice that, though hoarse, contained an intense hatred that anyone could hear. "I've been dreaming of this. Is the Star Luo Empire going to help me get justice?" Shu Jujuyu's face stiffened, feeling ashamed and unable to meet Leng Chuyu's burning gaze. Even though the other party was from the Star Luo Empire, she was unable to give him justice after such an ordeal, which made her feel uneasy. Fortunately, Ningtian spoke up to help him out of the predicament. "Sister Leng, you know how powerful Shrek Academy is. Even the Star Luo Empire would never dare to easily break ties with Shrek Academy. But if you want Shrek Academy to pay the price, you can go to the Sun Moon Empire. Given the grudge between the Sun Moon Empire and Shrek Academy, they would definitely be willing to help you. Moreover, by now, the participants from the Sun Moon Empire should have already arrived in Star Luo City, right?" Upon hearing this, Shu Juju nodded quickly. "They're here." Leng Chuyu remained silent. As a member of the Star Luo Empire, even if he did not have a direct hatred for the Sun Moon Empire, he would absolutely not want to submit to the Sun Moon Empire if he could. But now the situation is very clear. If they continue to stay here, they will probably die young because of suppressing Ma Xiaodao's evil fire. Even after they are no longer useful, in order to prevent the matter from being exposed, the Shrek people may very well kill them to silence them. The princess of Star Luo Empire knew what had happened to her, but dared not seek justice for herself because she was worried about the consequences. So what was there to hesitate about? Shrek Academy is certainly not a good thing. But if the Star Luo Empire continues like this, it's probably only a matter of time before it's defeated or even annexed by the Sun Moon Empire. Even the princess of the Star Luo Empire told me to seek help from the Sun Moon Empire. What is the true line of Star Luo in the Sun Moon Empire? Chapter 106, a series of blunders, it's hard to survive. Seeing that Leng Chuyu had made her decision, Shu Juju told her the location of the participants from the Sun Moon Empire, while also asking her not to involve the Star Luo Empire. Leng Chuyu agreed without hesitation and then left without looking back. Watching her receding figure, Ning Tian turned to Shu Juju and asked, Princess Juju, it seems your Star Luo Empire is also about to sever ties with Shrek Academy. Instead of giving a direct answer, he asked a question instead. You'll be leaving alone with Leng Chuyu, presumably intending for her to testify against Shrek Academy, right? And what about your 9-treasure glazed tile school? What are you planning to do? Ning Tian and Shu Juju exchanged a smile, but beneath the smile lay a deep sense of wariness. When you don't know what the forces behind the other party are planning to do, you certainly can't reveal your own thoughts and intentions. The only certainty is that, given Shrek Academy's inevitable fall from grace in this Soul Master competition, and its eventual transformation into a target of universal condemnation, neither the Star Luo Empire nor the 9-treasure glazed tile school will stand with Shrek. For these forces from the original Douluo 3 kingdoms, being half dead, having enough power to resist the Sun Moon Empire, and not being trampled on as they are now, is the best Shrek Academy. All the major powers were very dissatisfied with Shrek Academy. But because they were wary of the top experts there, they never dared to do anything to anger Shrek Academy. Now that Yuhao and the Sun Moon Empire are willing to step forward to weaken Shrek Academy, they are naturally happy to see it happen. It's certain that with Zhang Lexuan and Leng Chuyu's testimonials, Shrek Academy will no longer be able to dominate. Everyone as it used to be after this Soul Master competition. Only, he sighed helplessly after a long while. It's impossible for anyone to snatch the championship of this Soul Master competition from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Not only will Shrek Academy fall from its pedestal, but our Star Luo Empire will also be criticized because of this. Ning Tian didn't empathize with Shu Juju. She didn't even care about Shrek Academy, where she was now, let alone the Star Luo Empire. However, Ning Tian, who was skilled in interpersonal relationships, took the initiative to offer words of comfort. Don't worry too much, Princess Juju. With the lineup of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy this time, even if the Shrek Academy's regular members are unharmed, they will definitely not be a match for them. With Yuhao around, the number of geniuses in the Sun Moon Empire has far exceeded everyone's imagination. After a long while, his eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but curse Dai Hao and Duchess Baihu in his heart. Knowing full well that Yuhao was the chosen one who could bring about change to the entire continent, yet watching helplessly as he became a viscount of an enemy country, who could understand such feelings? Perhaps only Vina could truly empathize with her. Most importantly, with Jiyu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King and ruler of all soul beasts. No matter how much they desired Yuhao, they had no way to force him. They could only watch helplessly as Yuhao's status in the Sun Moon Empire rose higher and higher, his strength grew stronger and stronger. And he even invented a weapon that could transform the entire Sun Moon Empire army. If things continue like this, the Star Luo Empire will only face a slow demise. Shu Juju seemed to suddenly remember something, and abruptly turned to look at Ning Tian, smiling faintly. Sister Ning Tian, you know that the Sun Moon Empire cannot maintain this situation forever and will go to war with us sooner or later. Moreover, now that your 9-treasure glazed tile school is no longer prepared to stand with Shrek Academy, why not become an ally of our Star Luo Empire, and in the future we can resist the Sun Moon Empire's attacks together. If your 9-treasure glazed tile school is willing, I can persuade my elder brother to make the 9-treasure glazed tile school the state religion of the Star Luo Empire. After speaking, he stared at Ning Tian for a long time without blinking, unwilling to miss any of Ning Tian's subtle reactions. Although Ning Tian was caught off guard by Shu Juju, he still reacted quickly and smiled wryly. I'm sorry, Princess Juju. There are so many elders in the sect. Even my father, who is the sect leader, cannot make the final decision. Let alone a young person like me. So this matter needs to be discussed between my father and the elders before I can give you an answer. Even under Shu Juju's intense gaze, Ning Tian remained impeccable, leaving Shu Juju with no choice but to accept her explanation. However, before Ning Tian left, Shu Juju still looked at her back and reminded her. Sister Ning Tian, your 9 Triasu. Re-glazed tile school wouldn't betray our original Douluo three kingdoms and instead pledge allegiance to the Sun Moon Empire, would it? Ning Tian showed no hesitation and said decisively. Of course not. You know that Huo Yuhao and those girls will go to war with the God Realm in the future, and Ning Rongrong, one of the original Shrek 7 devils, is our 9 treasure glazed tile school's ancestor. Of course we will not betray her. Shu didn't say anything more for a long time, letting Ning Tian leave. However, he didn't believe Ning Tian's words. After all, Ning Rongrong was a person from 10,000 years ago. Would the 9 treasure glazed tile school really not take the action of siding with the Sun Moon Empire because of her? I don't think so. If things continue to develop like this, won't problems arise? Of course, no problem. Huo Yuhao looked at Leng Chuyu in front of him and replied without hesitation. Xiao Hongshan, standing beside him, also wore a mocking expression and said with disdain. Those guys from Shrek Academy are becoming more and more unscrupulous. Even though it was their student who fell into evil spirit mastery, they use this method to threaten you into suppressing their evil fire. It's disgusting. It seems the rumor from back then was indeed true. Shrek Academy has been secretly cultivating evil soul masters all along. It wasn't just Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan. Meng Hongshan, Wang Donger, Di Choer, Shu Tianjun, Yi Gui, and others were all filled with righteous indignation after learning about Leng Chuyu's experiences. Yi Gui, who possesses the holy angel martial soul, especially couldn't wait to find Ma Xiaotao right now. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao reacted quickly and pulled her back. However, his action silenced all the girls present. Feeling the gazes of the girls, Huo Yuhao quickly released Yi Gui's arm, coughed twice, and said, "Don't be so impulsive. We will make Shrek pay for what they've done, but not now. The most important thing now is to take Leng Chuyu's family away and prevent them from being retaliated against." Huo Yuhao successfully drew the women's attention back, and they all agreed with his statement. After all, those guys from Shrek Academy have already threatened Leng Chuyu with her family to force her to suppress Ma Xiaodao's evil fire. If Leng Chuyu stands up and testifies against Shrek Academy, they will definitely use her family to vent their anger. Since Leng Chuyu has already decided to pledge allegiance to the Sun Moon Empire, Huo Yuhao certainly cannot allow such a thing to happen. Huo Yuhao's words made Leng Chuyu breathe a deep sigh of relief. She thanked them repeatedly with gratitude. Her family was her biggest weakness, but now that she heard Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hun Ji Chen were willing to protect her family, Leng Chuyu no longer had any worries. Seeing Xiao Hongshan and the others comfort Leng Chuyu, Huo Yuhao's mood became somewhat complicated. Shrek keeps making such blunders. It's no wonder he's going to die. Chapter 107A Final Reunion. Long time no see, Brother Bei. For some inexplicable reason, Huo Yuhao felt a slight pity for Yuan. They racked air brains to cultivate more outstanding successors, but one by one they turned out to be so useless. Apart from being very capable, they were completely brainless. To be precise, those guys were completely brainwashed by Shrek's glory and prestige. He felt that no matter who they were facing, as long as they were trembling and heard the name Shrek, they would have to bow down and pay homage. They've already treated Leng Chuyu like this, yet they still expect her to obediently suppress Ma Xiaodao's evil fire. Do they really think the name of Shrek Academy is omnipotent? This behavior might be considered foolish for others. But for Xuanzi, it's perfectly natural. Leng Chuyu's arrival dampened the enthusiasm of Ji Yuina, Meng Hongshan, Wang Donger, Di Choer, and the others for continuing their shopping trip. They returned to the hotel that the Star Luo Empire had prepared for them, the contestants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. Because he was the runner-up in the previous Soul Master competition, he could only live on the lower level of Shrek Academy. However, in order not to expose himself prematurely, Leng Chuyu took the initiative to suggest that he stay with the Shrek Academy members for the time being, and then step forward to deliver a fatal blow to Shrek Academy at the critical moment. Huo Yuhao had no objection to this. After returning to his room, he recounted Leng Chuyu's experience to Kong Deming and Jing Hongshan, who had secretly followed them there. After hearing Huo Yuhao's plan, Kong Deming and Jing Hongshan exchanged a glance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was only because they had sealed the room with their soul power beforehand that the entire hotel would have been disturbed by their loud laughter. Jing Honk Hen laughed so hard his eyes were almost invisible, and the flabby flesh disguised by his soul tool on his stomach jiggled as he slapped his thigh and laughed. Are those guys at Shrek Academy really that stupid? Threatening that girl with her family is one thing, but they don't even restrain her. Aren't they afraid that she'll fight to the death and expose everything they've done? Kong Deming's smile slowly disappeared. clearly thinking of the fate of his granddaughter and great-granddaughter Zhang Lexuan. He then looked at Huo Yuhao and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Yuhao, I'll arrange for someone to pick up Leng Chuyu's family and make sure they're not harmed in the slightest. As for Shrek Academy, we'll see what you do when we meet them in the Soul Master competition. Huo Yuhao grinned. Don't worry, teacher. Senior Xiao said that he will show his skills when the Soul Master competition starts. The only regrettable thing is that after the Death Messenger incident, sure. K Academy only has 2 regular members left. The rest are all reserve team members. Even if we beat them, they will probably still have excuses. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchen waved his hand dismissively. His words filled with disdain for Shrek Academy. So what? Although you are the regular team members, apart from Ma Rulong, the rest of you are about the same age as their reserve team members, some are even younger than them. There's nothing unfair about winning. Moreover, with a level 98 Super Douluo by their side and several Soul Emperors among the main team members, they were almost wiped out by a single evil Soul Master who was only at the Soul King level. In the end, that evil Soul Master even escaped unscathed. How dare they say that our victory was unfair? Next, besides sending someone to pick up Leng Chuyu's family, I will also spread the news in Star Luo City so that everyone knows about Shrek Academy's glorious achievements. After making the decision, Jing Hongchen demonstrated exceptional initiative, leaving the hotel without hesitation to secretly spread the news and let everyone know what had happened to the Shrek Academy members. However, to Jing Hongchen's surprise, there was another group of people doing the same thing. With the strength of a 9th-level Soul Master, Jing Hongchen secretly followed the other party and found out their identities. Eventually discovering that it was actually the Star Luo Empire's royal family that had secretly instigated this. Even the Star Luo royal family did something like this, which shows how much resentment they harbored towards Shrek Academy. Now that they finally have the chance to kick Shrek out of the water and ruin their reputation, the Star Luo royal family is naturally unwilling to miss it. With the Star Luo royal family secretly stirring things up, in just half a day, everyone in Star Luo City knew that the Shrek Academy inspection team was almost wiped out by a Soul King level evil Soul Master. Even with a title Douluo of level 95 or higher present, they were unable to capture that evil Soul Master who was only a Soul King. In no time, public opinion in Star Luo City began to ferment. Even though many of Shrek Academy's fanatical followers desperately tried to whitewash the situation, claiming that Shrek's people were just careless for a moment, many more people began to doubt Shrek's invincible record and whether they still deserved the title of the continent's #1 academy. It can only be said that although the last evil spirit master incident used Tang Ya as a scapegoat, it did have some impact. Countless people have begun to doubt Shrek Academy. And this kind of doubt, with just a little push, could eventually lead to the collapse of Shrek Academy, the continent's #1 academy with a history of 10,000 years, making it impossible for it to maintain its glorious achievements. Huo Yuhao and the other participants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Ul Academy were clearly Shrek Academy's gravediggers. When the Soul Master competition officially started the next day, the Shrek Academy participants came out of their rooms one after another. After looking around, Wang Yan found that everyone seemed a little listless and looked like they hadn't slept well. Wang Yan knew how much pressure these reserve team members were under, so to ease their tension, he immediately clapped his hands. Everyone, don't be nervous. At Elder Xuan's speed, he will be able to return to the academy today. Once the academy's higher-ups know the specifics, they will definitely send inner court students to participate in the competition as soon as possible. And that means that as long as we can get through the first few rounds safely, we don't need to worry about the rest. I already said yesterday that as the previous champions, we have certain privileges. At least in the first few rounds, we definitely won't encounter any overly strong academies. You have the confidence to win against opponents who are generally only at the level of a 4-ring Soul Master. Don't forget, you are the geniuses of Shrek Academy. Wang Yan's words stirred up everyone's emotions. Yes, they are Shrek's geniuses. So what if they are the reserve team? Shrek's reserve team can still defeat the regular players from other academies. Inspired, the reserve team members set off with high spirits. Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief as he followed behind them with Zhou Yi, who looked like a wronged woman. Although Ma Xiaodao's lustful desires were suppressed and she regained her senses, she still needed time to recover, just like Dai Yuang. As for Leng Chuyu, this tool person, she was to avoid being exposed to others as much as possible. Wang Yan prayed that nothing else would happen. As long as he could hold out until Elder Zan arrived with the other inner court students, his mission would be complete. However, as soon as the Shrek Academy team members went down. They encountered the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy team members who were also heading to the competition venue. Yuhao's eyes lit up as he looked at Bei Bei walking at the front of the crowd. He put on a bright and sunny smile and greeted her. Long time no see, brother Bei Bei. Chapter 108 Head to Head, Shrek's toughest thing is their mouth. As Yuhao's voice rang out, all the participants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy turned to look at Bei Bei in unison. Meanwhile, Bei Bei and the Shrek Academy reserve team members all looked at the boys and girls standing beside Yuhao. Upon seeing Yuhao's face, which had clearly changed drastically and was no longer malnourished as before, but instead resembled a dashing young man, Bei Bei's pupils widened suddenly. Her eyes instantly filled with disbelief and existential skepticism. Bei Bei knew that the participants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy lived on the floor below them, and Yuhao was clearly wearing their school uniform, so his identity was obvious. The little guy they met in the Douluo Great Forest who became a soul master at the age of 12 and whose first soul ring was a 10-year soul beast has now become the opponent that Shrek Academy needs to be most wary of. Thinking back to that time when Tang Ya's thoughtless remark and subsequent actions led to her becoming enemies with Yuhao, Bei Bei's heart sank. Looking back on his experiences over this period, he realized that Ma Xiaodao's evil fire had gone berserk and killed 3 students from the outer academy. In order to protect Ma Xiaodao, a genius, his ancestor personally decided to push Tang Ya out as a scapegoat, which led to Tang Ya's true fall into becoming an evil soul master. Not only did he lose his love, but the glorious and magnificent image of Shrek in his heart was also completely destroyed. Now, having experienced the Death Messenger incident, only Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yue remain alive among the regular team members. Until other senior students from the inner academy come to support them, these reserve team members have to step in. The immense pressure caused Bei Bei's voice to unconsciously become low and somber. Yes, it has been a long time indeed. Before Yuhao could say anything more, Xiao Hongshan nudged his arm and raised an eyebrow to ask. Do you know each other? Yuhao shrugged, looking helpless. Didn't I tell you before that back in the Douluo Great Forest, I treated 2 people the same way, and as a result, one of them tried to kill me. This brother Bei Bei was one of them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan's smile vanished instantly, and his gaze toward Bei Bei became extremely sharp. After scrutinizing her from head to toe, he said in a deep voice. You want to kill Yuhao? With your abilities. Shrek Academy was an opponent that Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy couldn't avoid. After hearing Lang Chuyu say that only 2 of their main team members were still alive, Xiao Hongshan lost much interest. But now that he heard that Yuhao's enemy was among the participants from Shrek Academy, Xiao Hongshan immediately couldn't sit still. Although Shu Sanshi didn't know what had happened in the Douluo Great Forest, seeing the situation becoming tense, he naturally had to stand by his good brother without hesitation. And he taunted Xiao Hongshan in a cheeky manner. What's wrong? Isn't it only natural for us Shrek people to deal with your Sun Moon Empire guys? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan sneered and retorted sharply. You guys from the reserve team. You almost wiped out the main team by dealing with a mere Soul King level evil soul master. You think you can take on us? I suggest you withdraw from the competition and stop embarrassing yourselves. Xiao Hongshan's words caused everyone at Shrek Academy to change their expressions and their eyes to look very strange. How did these guys from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy find out about this? It's no big deal if there are casualties when dealing with evil spirit masters. In fact, if the news gets out, it will increase Shrek Academy's prestige. However, if they were to deal with an evil soul master who was only at the level of a 5-ring soul king, and not only did the opponent escape unscathed, but they were even almost wiped out by him, it would definitely be a huge blow to Shrek Academy's prestige. For a moment, the members of Shrek Academy's reserve team were all in a heavy mood. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Shu Sanshi still forced himself to remain calm and stubbornly insisted on his words. What nonsense are you talking about? It's clear that Shrek Academy doesn't even need to send out its inner court experts. We outer court reserve team members are enough to win the championship. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan scoffed and said without any mercy. I hope you can still be stubborn when the competition officially begins. Let me remind you in advance that, apart from the captain who is a bit older, the other members of our Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy are the same age as you, and some are even younger. Don't expect to use the fact that you are just a reserve team as an excuse after you lose. And you, since you dared to lay a hand on Yuhao, you naturally have to pay the price. If your Shrek Academy can hold out until you meet us, I hope you won't back down. At that time, I will personally avenge Yuhao. Don't be too weak. Only then did Ma Rulong and the other original regular team members, who were defeated by Jiu Yuina, Wang Donger and others and could only become reserve team members, finally realize the truth. Back when they were being selected by the academy, Xiao Ho, NG Chen probably wasn't intentionally mocking them. It was just that this guy was incredibly good at drawing hatred. He could easily ignite a lot of hatred with just a few words. Wang Yan sized up the contestants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy opposite him, his eyes beginning to flicker. If what Xiao Hongchen said is true, and their participating members are about the same age as their reserve team, then wouldn't Shrek's reserve team be able to go further, or even win the final championship? After all, their side not only has two geniuses, Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi, but also Dai Waban and Zhu Lu, a pair of students with a martial soul fusion skill. In addition, there is Ning Tian's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Hiketu's endless soul tools, and even Zhang Nanan, who seems to have mediocre talent, has the invincible golden body, a soul skill that can be called a god skill. If they are lucky enough, and if they can figure out their opponent's abilities, and if they can cooperate a little, then Shrek's reserve team will definitely be able to hold out until Elder Zahn and the inner court students arrive, even if they don't win the final championship. Just as Wang Yan forced a smile, about to say something polite, Wang Donger suddenly asked, I'd like to ask, didn't Ms. Zhou Yi from Shrek Academy come with you? Xiao Xiao was also very concerned about the answer to this question. They had never forgotten Zhou Yi's attitude back at Shrek Academy. The reason they had been working so hard all this time was not only because they didn't want to be left too far behind by Huo Yuhao, but also because they wanted to slap Zhou Yi in the face. Let Zhou Yi know that even if they don't accept Zhou Yi's manipulation, they can still become stronger. Upon hearing Wang Donger's words, Wang Yan subconsciously turned to look at Zhou Yi beside him and found that her face, which had been blasted by the Grim Reaper, was now even more ferocious. From the moment Zhou Yi saw Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, she was unable to calm down. Now, when she heard Wang Donger ask her about it, she immediately stood up and said coldly, "So, after I expelled you two from Shrek Academy, you went to join the Sun Moon Empire. Making trash like you into the regular team just shows you the true level of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. In that case, you'd better pray you don't run into Shrek. Otherwise, I'll have Shrek's students make you realize you're just trash." Chapter 109. It's normal for injuries and fatalities to occur during a competition. It's a pity that Thanos doesn't exist in this world. Otherwise Huo Yuhao really wanted to see if, after Thanos snapped his fingers and Zhou Yi and Shu Sanqi were left with only their mouths, he would say something like, "Thanos didn't work out. With such a stubborn mouth, why is she unwilling to face reality?" To Zhou Yi's surprise, her words did not anger Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao. Instead, the two women owed a mocking expression on their faces. Wang Donger chuckled and said, "If your Shrek Academy loses to the trash you call trash, how will you deal with it?" Zhou Yi's breath hitched, and she glared fiercely at Wang Donger. Combined with Wang Donger's disfigured and grotesque face, she looked extremely terrifying. Zhou Yi had known for a long time that Wang Donger was sharp-tongued, so she didn't bother talking to her anymore. Instead, she turned to look at Hiketu and said coldly, "Kai-tu, when the competition starts and we at Shrek Academy encounter the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, we don't need to hold back at all. In any case, it's normal to lose control of your strength and suffer injuries or fatalities in this competition." Hiketu hesitated for a moment, but under the watchful gaze of his teacher's wife, he could only nod in agreement. "I understand, madam." Hiketu knew just how frustrated Zhou Yi was. She could only vent her anger on the people at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy because she couldn't find Xuanzi, the culprit who caused her disfigurement. Although Hiketu felt it was strange that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy made Wang Donger and others, who were so young, into the regular team members, no matter what, as a 4th-level Soul Master, he had no reason to be afraid of Wang Donger and the others. Most importantly, if we can really kill these geniuses, wouldn't that be a form of revenge against the current Sun Moon Royal family? Wang Yan, who was standing to the side, was shocked when he heard the conversation between the teacher's wife and the student. He thought, even if you really wanted to kill the participants of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, there was absolutely no need to say such things in front of them. If we do this now, when we actually encounter them, won't we be met with their fierce targeting and counterattack? Even if Wang Yan couldn't understand why the overall Each of the participants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy was younger than that of Shrek Academy, which had encountered the Grim Reaper incident. He could tell with a grain of salt that things weren't that simple. Wang Yan reprimanded him with an extremely serious expression. Teacher Zhou Yi, watch your attitude. The Soul Master competition is a contest between various academies across the continent. Not a battlefield where you fight to the death. After reprimanding him, Wang Yan wanted to apologize to the teacher in charge of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, but before he could even open his mouth, Zhou Yi coldly said, "This is the battlefield. If you hold back in battle, then the battle is meaningless." Wang Yan's face was very ugly. He was the nominal leader of the team in this Soul Master competition. But first he encountered the Death Messenger incident, and now Zhou Yi, this crazy woman, has started to go crazy again, leaving Wang Yan extremely exhausted. In Ma Lao's opinion, the two teachers from Shrek Academy were trying to intimidate them, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop. But Ma Lao really couldn't understand how they could have the audacity to say such things when they only had two regular team members left. Shrek Academy, suffering heavy casualties, is facing the strongest generation of the Sun Moon Empire. If they can't beat them to a pulp, then old Ma will have no face to go back and face the people of the Sun Moon Empire. Old Ma shook his head and smiled nonchalantly. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see who's the real deal when we meet in the big competition. As soon as Mr. Ma finished speaking, another door opened, and Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan walked out. Zhang Lexuan didn't even glance at the Shrek Academy members, but exchanged a look with old Ma and nodded. Let's go, the competition is about to begin. After saying that, she was about to lead Yuhao and the others out of the hotel. However, after a brief moment of shock, Bei Bei strode towards Zhang Lexuan, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sister Lexuan, what are you doing? Why are you with people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Equipment Academy? Wang Yan was also filled with dread and asked Ling Luokan urgently. Ling Luokan, didn't you leave a letter saying you were going to travel around to relax and would see to Star Luo City before the Soul Master competition started? But why are you with the people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy now? What's going on? Wang Yan was stunned. As an ex-Yen teacher in the School of Foreign Languages, although I am not very familiar with Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan, I do know them. Not to mention that Wang Yan, as the teacher leading the Shrek Academy team this time, had heard about Ling Luokan and knew the contents of the letter she left behind. Now, suddenly seeing them mingling with people from the Sun Moon Empire, how could anyone not be surprised? Faced with Bei Bei and Wang Yan's persistent questioning, Zhang Lexuan remained expressionless. Please be mindful of your position. I am currently the instructor leading the team at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, I hope you can keep your distance from me. Ling Luokan followed suit and echoed her sentiments. Here I am, isn't that right? However, I am now a regular member of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Not only am I not one of your Shrek Academy members, but I will also be your opponent. Zhang Lexuan's words to Ling Luokan struck Bei Bei, Wang Yan, and the others like a thunderbolt, leaving them completely stunned on the spot. Especially Bei Bei, feeling Zhang Lexuan's cold expression and aura, felt a jolt in her heart and felt that Sister Lexuan was completely unfamiliar now. Ever since he could remember, Zhang Lexuan had taken great care of him, always being gentle and generous. No matter how naughty he was, Zhang Lexuan had never been angry with him. But what's going on now? Why did Zhang Lexuan become like this? Furthermore, isn't Ling Luokan a genius from Shrek Academy's inner court? Why whoa. She say she's a regular member of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Is there something they don't know? Impossible. This can't be. Sister Lexuan, you must have been threatened, right? I don't believe it. I don't believe you would betray Shrek Academy. You're the senior sister of the inner courtyard. How could you do such a thing? Bei Bei's voice echoed in the corridor, but he didn't know. That Zhang Lexuan's eyes became even colder after hearing these words. Zhang Lexuan had never forgotten the scene of her family being wiped out and her being the only survivor. She had served our true enemy for so many years without knowing the truth. Now, Bei Bei, the great-grandson of her enemy, actually dared to bring up such a thing in front of her. Betrayal of Shrek. How could he have the nerve to say such a thing? Looking at Zhang Lexuan's clenched fist, Yuhao knew the extent of her anger. He had the same thought when he saw Dai Waban. Remembering what Leng Chuyu had said about Dai Waban having his kidneys ripped out by the Grim Reaper, Yuhao unconsciously turned his gaze to Zhu Lu. He had already figured out how to make Dai Waban break down both mentally and physically when they met Shrek Academy in the competition. Moreover, compared to revealing everything to Shrek now, it would obviously be more damaging to Shrek to expose their true colors at a crucial moment in the competition. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao gently patted Zhang Lexuan's arm to comfort her. Alright, Sister Lexuan, there's no need to get entangled with this kind of person. Let's go. As Huo Yuhao walked towards the hotel entrance, he seemed to suddenly remember something, turned around and looked at Bei Bei with a smile, and asked her. By the way, Brother Bei, why haven't I seen you with Sister Xiaoya this time? Could it be that, as the rumors say, Sister Xiaoya has fallen and become an evil soul master? If that's the case, then when you meet next time, won't you have to kill her with your own hands? After all, Shrek Academy has always been sworn enemies with evil spirit masters. Chapter 110. The tournament begins, Shrek Academy's ambition revealed. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Wang Yan began to doubt his life, wondering if the other person was really Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan. He had heard that Zhang Lexuan, as the senior sister of the inner courtyard, was always gentle and kind, and treated everyone in Shrek Academy like a spring breeze, making people unconsciously feel good about her. Ling Luokan, this genius girl, is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She may appear aloof, but she is actually very kind. But now they have personally stated that they are no longer Shrek Academy members and have appeared in the team of Shrek Academy's mortal enemy, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. How can anyone accept this? Bei Bei wanted to continue pursuing Zhang Lexuan, but after hearing Huo Yuhao's words, her legs felt like they were filled with lead. And she couldn't move them at all. Thinking that he hadn't seen Tang Ya for more than half a year, the last time he heard news of her was when she used the methods of an evil soul master to destroy the Iron Blood sect, which caused quite a stir. Xiaoya, where are you right now? Haven't you ever thought of coming back to find me? With sadness in her eyes, Bei Bei could no longer care about Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan. After a long silence, Wang Yan finally took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. This is something we can't change. We can onl. Why wait for Elder Zan to return and let him decide what to do? What we should do now is to make sure we don't lose the match before Elder Zan and the inner court students arrive. Let's go. Let's participate in the Soul Master competition. As Wang Yan and Zhou Yi led the reserve team members to the competition venue, Dai Waban's mind kept flashing back to the stunning faces of Ji Yuina, Meng Hongchen, Wang Donger, and Di Choer. His heart gradually became twisted, and he began to exude a murderous aura. Although the contact time was short, Dai Waban could keenly sense that those beautiful girls all had special relationships with Huo Yuhao. What qualifications did a mere trash like him, who only had one spirit ring a year ago and whose first spirit ring was just a 10-year-old wind baboon, have to occupy so many women? Beautiful women belong to the capable. Even though his kidneys were removed and he lost his most indispensable ability as a man, Elder Zan said that he would do everything in his power to help him find the immortal herb, and he will definitely be able to recover. By then, whether it's his fiancée Zhu Lu or all the beautiful girls surrounding Huo Yuhao, they should all belong to him, Dai Waban. Ever since his kidneys were ripped out, Dai Waban's mind has been rapidly becoming twisted. Especially seeing so many beautiful girls while he himself lacks even the most basic male ability. Dai Waban is filled with jealousy and hatred towards Huo Yuhao. He has already decided that when he encounters the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy in the competition, he must kill Huo Yuhao with his own hands. He wanted those beautiful girls to see with their own eyes that he was stronger than Huo Yuhao and more deserving of them. Not to mention Dai Waban, besides Bei Bei, who was completely devoted to Tang Ya, even Shu Sanchi and Hikaidu couldn't help but feel a strong sense of envy and jealousy towards Huo Yuhao. Compared to Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and others, Shu Sanchi suddenly felt that Zhang Nanan wasn't so appealing. Hikaidu, however, was filled with resentment. If it weren't for the fact that the current Sun Moon Emperor rebelled back then, his father was still the emperor. And he himself was still the crown prince of the Sun Moon Empire, then all these women should have been his. At this moment, beneath Hikaidu's honest and simple exterior, he was filled with jealousy and couldn't wait to kill Huo Yuhao and the others in the Soul Master competition. Anyway, it was his teacher's wife, Zhou Yi, who gave the order, and Shrek Academy has a tradition of protecting its own. Even if he really killed the other party, the higher-ups at Shrek Academy would still protect him. There was no need to worry about the Sun Moon Empire causing trouble for him. What's there to hesitate about? Just do it. After they all entered, the other colleges and the audience had already arrived. The group, who had expected to be cheered, found that the people around them were looking at them strangely. Before they could express their doubts, they heard the discussions among the surrounding audience and academy members. It seems that the news was true. At the age of these Shrek students, they really are in the reserve team. Could it be that their main team members were almost wiped out by a mere evil soul master at the Soul King level, just like the rumors say? It shouldn't be that bad. Isn't Shrek Academy full of geniuses? Even if the evil soul master's methods are strange, as long as Shrek's geniuses take action, they can definitely take care of the opponent with ease. And what about Shi Shaozi? You yourself are training evil soul masters, yet you're still speaking up for Shrek Academy. That's right. That's right. I heard it from my aunt's son's brother's wife. That Tang sect leader is just a scapegoat pushed out by Shrek Academy. The real evil soul master is someone else. Hiss. Is that so? So it's true that Shrek Academy was secretly training evil soul masters. Quote. The murmurs grew louder and louder, making it impossible for the Shrek students not to hear them. This made their faces grow increasingly grim, and their mood became extremely heavy. Fortunately, Emperor Shu Jiawei of Xingluo had arrived, bringing his empress and civil and military officials to the front of the city wall, surveying his people with a gentle yet dignified gaze. The All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament is the most important event in the Soul Master world of Douluo continent. I am very pleased that this it is being held in our Star Luo Empire. Here, on behalf of the Star Luo Empire, I welcome the representatives from various academies, led by Shrek Academy, who have come from afar. I hope that you will show your true colors in the competition over the next month. Shu Jiawei smiled and nodded at the location of the Shrek Academy teachers and students, appearing extremely amiable. This also relieved Wang Yan a little. After today's competition, he would try to meet with Shu Jiawei. He had to stop the rumors from getting out of control. If left unchecked, they would definitely have an indolent blay and huge impact on Shrek Academy's reputation. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Shu Jiawei spoke loudly. Alright, I hereby declare the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Battle Tournament officially open. Long live! Long live! Long live! The people shouted in unison, their emotions stirred up almost instantly. Boom! 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 The sound of cannons boomed from the city walls, continuing for 108 shots before stopping. Xingluo Square had become a sea of excitement and cheers. Just as the Prime Minister of the Star Luo Empire began to announce the rules, Yuhao's gaze swept over the Shrek Academy teachers and students, finally settling on Hiketu, who was sitting on the edge. He could sense the malice from Dai Waban, Shu Sanshi, and Hiketu, among others. In addition, Hiketu had promised Zhou Yi that he would kill them in the competition. How could Yuhao still be polite to them? Without the slightest hesitation, Yuhao began writing directly in his diary. Speaking of which, those guys at Shrek Academy are really ambitious. Not only did they use underhanded tactics to bind Zhang Lexuan, a genius with the eye narrated martial soul of the Sun Moon Imperial family, to Shrek, but they also took in Shu He, the former crown prince of the Sun Moon Empire, who uses the fake name Hiketu. Hiketu clearly possesses both a cigar and a sun martial soul. But because he dares not reveal his identity, he has never cultivated the sun martial soul, thinking he's hiding it well. Little does he know, Mu En has already seen through everything. Let's indulge in a bold conspiracy theory. If Shrek Academy has the opportunity to defeat the Sun Moon Empire in the future, could they depose the current emperor and, under the guise of righteousness, legitimately make Hiketu the new emperor? Then, could they appoint Zhang Lexuan, a genius with a moon martial soul, to succeed Kong Deming as the new grand priest of the Sun Moon Empire? In this way, Shrek Academy, on the surface, is just an academy, but secretly, it has already taken control of the most powerful nation on the continent. To become the supreme ruler of the entire continent in the name of the academy, who could resist such temptation? Chapter 111 Shrek's Internal Strife. A good show. The moment they felt the diary copy in their minds start moving, all the girls couldn't help but check it immediately, wanting to know if Yuhao would write down some very important information under these circumstances. As it turned out, Yuhao did not disappoint them. Perhaps for others, Hiketu's true identity, and the actions that Shrek's higher-ups might take, will not have any impact on them. But for Princesses Shu Tianjun and Shu Juju, it was a completely different story. The new content Yuhao wrote in his diary was explosive news for them. Shu Tianjun's pupils contracted sharply. She subconsciously glanced at Yuhao first. And after finding that his attention was not on her at all, she immediately shifted her gaze to Hiketu, one of the Shrek Academy members. That fellow. is he Shu He, the former crown prince who disappeared years ago, and whom Father Emperor mobilized countless people to search for but couldn't find. He's actually still alive. Although Shu Tianjun was a very unruly princess, she was a LSO well aware that if the former crown prince Shu He was alive, bad things could easily happen. Just as Huo Yuhao said, those guys from Shrek Academy originally had neither the qualifications nor the ability to interfere in the internal affairs of the Sun Moon Empire, but if they use Shu He's name, they might actually have a significant impact on the Sun Moon Empire. Want to support Shu He and seize the throne and secretly control the Sun Moon Empire. Dream on. A hint of killing intent flashed in Shu Tianjun's eyes. Anyway, Zhou Yi had already said that casualties were inevitable in the Soul Master competition. So if he accidentally lost control of his strength and caused Hikaru to die, that would be perfectly normal, right? Shu Juju was also secretly observing Hikaru in the crowd. When she saw Huo Yuhao say that the higher-ups of Shrek Academy might want to manipulate the coup in the Sun Moon Empire and completely control it, Shu Juju's mood became increasingly heavy. He was initially worried about whether ruining Shrek Academy's reputation was the right choice. She is now certain that letting Huo Yuhao scheme against Shrek Academy was absolutely the right thing to do. Strength breeds ambition. This is an age-old truth. It now seems that even Shrek Academy, a power that bears the name of an academy, cannot escape this conclusion. But now that Huo Yuhao has written Hikaru's true identity in his diary, Shu Tianjun, as the princess of the Sun Moon Empire, will surely not let him go, right? His fate is sealed. While it took a long time to reach a conclusion, the Prime Minister of the Star Luo Empire had finished explaining all the rules, and the tournament host followed suit with a loud shout. First of all, let's welcome the team members from Tia Enling Advanced Soul Master Academy to the stage. As the host finished speaking, a group of young team members who looked very excited walked out. Under normal circumstances, if they were to fight against the geniuses of Shrek Academy, they would be filled with fear. But now they have heard about Shrek's plight and know that only 2 of Shrek's main members are still alive, and they are seriously injured and temporarily unable to participate. Since we're only facing Shrek's reserve team, what's there to be afraid of? These contestants from Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy are here Todd. I'd climb over Shrek Academy to get ahead. Wang Yan keenly sensed the thoughts of their upcoming opponents. After a moment of contemplation, before the competition host welcomed the Shrek Academy participants into the arena, he whispered to Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, and the others. Although I don't know why the matter of the Grim Reaper was exposed, after learning about it, I'm afraid everyone in He Academy will want to defeat us at Shrek Academy. This will cause you a lot of trouble, but it is also your opportunity. Because they'll think you're the reserves and underestimate you, which will only make it easier for you to defeat your opponents. At this point, Wang Yan paused, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. To minimize trouble, once you're up there, don't waste a single second. Go all out and defeat them. If possible, severely injure them. In the current situation, only swift and decisive action can create the greatest deterrent. After exchanging glances, Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, Hikaru, Dai Waban, and the others all agreed with Wang Yan's statement. Seeing their solemn expressions, Wang Yan wanted to ease the tension, so he smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Don't forget, you are the most outstanding geniuses in Shrek Academy. Wang Yan's words did indeed ease some of their tension. Yes, they are Shrek's geniuses. The glory that Shrek Academy has maintained for 10,000 years is now in their hands to protect. No matter the cost, we will absolutely not allow anyone to try to climb over Shrek Academy to the top. After giving themselves a pep talk, the 7 reserve team members from Shrek Academy strode confidently onto the stage, their cheers echoing across the sky. Even after the incident of Secretal, why cultivating evil soul masters and the incident of the Grim Reaper almost wiping out the main team members, in many people's hearts, Shrek Academy is still the #1 academy that everyone dreams of entering. And there will definitely be no shortage of filial sons of Shrek Academy. Moreover, countless gamblers are hoping to get rich quick in this Soul Master competition. Although Shrek Academy's odds are low, at least it's a sure thing. The gamblers' thinking is very simple. As long as they can make money, Shrek Academy is the best school on the continent. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding audience, the Shrek contestants finally entered the arena. As the team leader, Bei Bei said in a deep voice, Our first opponent isn't strong, so we can use it to build teamwork. San Xian. Di will stall for time to give Hikaru enough time to use his soul tool. Dai Waban, Zulu and Zhong Nanan are responsible for protecting Hikaru and Ningtian and preventing them from being attacked. Upon hearing this, Dai Waban snorted coldly without hesitation. No need. I can handle these guys all by myself. Don't think you can boss me around just because you're the captain. The ONL. Why reason you're stronger than me is because you're older. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Bei Bei flew into a rage. She was already feeling extremely frustrated because of Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan's betrayal and Huo Yuhao's sudden mention of Tang Ya. Now, Dai Waban's attitude towards her almost made her lose control of her emotions. Faced with Bei Bei's anger, Dai Waban chose to confront her head-on. Showing no intention of backing down, Shu Sanchi and Hiketu, who were standing nearby, stopped the two of them and whispered a reminder. Pay attention. You're on the competition stage now. Everyone's watching you. Bei Bei and Dai Waban glanced at each other and noticed that everyone, from the Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy and the host to the audience and participants from other academies, had very strange expressions. Surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, Huo Yuhao wore an amused smile. Is this the start of a good show? Chapter 112. Everyone step back. It's time for us to start showing off. Tisk. Just as I expected, these Shrek Academy Reserve team members are incapable of truly being of one mind. Even in the original story, it was thanks to my mediation that the Shrek Academy Reserve team members developed a friendly relationship, and ultimately all of them joined the Tang sect. But now that I'm gone, and Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao have left Shrek Academy, Dai Waban, Zhu Lu, and Ning Tian have taken our place. Ning Tian and Zhu Lu are alright, but Dai Waban, who hasn't been thoroughly defeated by me, is even more arrogant and conceited than in the original story. Not to mention, his kidneys have been ripped out by the Grim Reaper, and his mind is gradually becoming twisted. How could he possibly listen to Bei Bei's words? However, the fact that such a major conflict erupted right from the start suggests I overestimated their abilities. Are they planning to put on a show of infighting before the Soul Master competition even begins? Ning Tian, standing on the competition stage, strongly agreed with the contents of Huo Yuhao's diary. However, she had already made up her mind to withdraw from Shrek Academy after this Soul Master competition. So she naturally wouldn't get involved in this kind of thing. Whether Bei Bei and Dai Waban are fighting amongst themselves or something else, let them be. I'll just stay in the back and use the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to support them. Anyway, with the invincible shield, I can't possibly get hurt. If we really encounter danger, we can just give up immediately. After all, the Star Luo Empire appointed title Douluos as referees precisely to prevent any accidents from happening. After sensing the strange looks from those around them, Bei Bei and Dai Yuaban exchanged a glance and snorted coldly at the same time. Neither of them continued their infighting, determined to vent their anger on their opponents who were about to engage in battle. Normally, Bei Bei would never act so impulsively, but after suffering so many setbacks, Bei Bei's emotions have become very unstable. With Dai Waban provoking him like this, he naturally wants to vent his frustration. Huang Jingsu, who held the title of Heavenly Fiend Douluo, also gave Bei Bei and Dai Waban a strange look before straightening up and speaking in a deep voice. The match begins. Upon hearing this, Bei Bei and Dai Waban exchanged a glance, and almost simultaneously, they both unleashed their martial spirits. 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings and 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit ring rose from beneath their feet, circling around their bodies. Without the slightest hesitation, the two stomped their feet hard and, using this power, charged towards the contestants from the Heya Venli Spirit Advanced Spirit Master Academy opposite them. Seeing this, Ning Tian did not stand idly by. He immediately released his martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, and the auxiliary buffs of the 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, instantly fell on Bei Bei and Dai Waban. The speed from the first spirit ring and the power from the third spirit ring greatly enhanced both Bei Bei's and Dai Waban's speed and strength. The second soul ring was released on her own body, making it impossible for anyone to interrupt her spellcasting. With the assistance of Ning Tian's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, before the 2 soul masters at the front could even react, Bei Bei and Dai Waban had already appeared in front of them. In an instant, the third soul rings on Bei Bei and Dai Waban shone brightly. And they respectively used Thunder Fury and White Tiger Vajra transformation, which greatly enhanced their power once again. Bang! With 2 muffled thuds sounding simultaneously, the 2 unfortunate members of the Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy were blasted away by the terrifying force, tumbling and flying out of the arena before crashing heavily to the ground. Whoa whoa whoa. After a brief silence, the surrounding audience erupted in what could only be described as frenzied shouts and cheers. Especially those fanatical followers of Shrek Academy. When they heard Shrek's regular members being mocked for not being able to defeat a Soul King Evil Soul Master, they couldn't find any reason to refute the other party. Seeing Bebe and Iwaban instantly defeat their opponents is, of course, very gratifying. The other members of the Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy on the field also reacted. Seeing that their two companions Ho had been knocked to the ground were seriously injured, they immediately attacked in anger and engaged in a fierce battle with Bebe and Iwaban. After seeing this, Shu Sanchi hesitated for a moment. Then turned to look at Zhang Nanan and whispered. Nanan, you stay here to protect Hiketu and Ning Tian. I'll go help Bebe take care of the opponent. Once Hiketu's soul tool is assembled, we'll have secured the victory in this match. As Hiketu began assembling the soul-guided cannon and gradually transformed into a humanoid fortress, Shu Sanchi could vaguely sense just how destructive power this guy could unleash. The highest-ranking members of the opposing Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy are only Soul Masters. Once Hiketu completes his assembly, the outcome of this match will be a foregone conclusion. If possible, Shu Sanchi certainly wouldn't want his goddess Zhang Nanan to take any risks. However, Zhang Nanan seemed not to hear Shu Sanchi's good intentions. And without even glancing at him, she directly joined Zhu Lu in the battle. They engaged in battle against Bebe, Dai Waban, and the participants from Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy. Shu Sanchi's face flushed slightly as he held back his anger. His anger only lasted for a moment before he realized that Zhang Nanan didn't want him to face the other party's attack and that she was thinking of him. Thinking of this, Shu Sanchi immediately calmed down. Shu Sanchi stared intently at Zhang Nanan, ready to use his fourth soul ring, Xuanming displacement, to switch places with and protect her should she encounter any danger. Watching the match from below, Xiao Hongshan couldn't help but sneer. That's it. Yuhao. I really can't understand it anymore. What gives these GUYs the audacity to talk tough to us like that? Although communicating with Yuhao would require going through several girls, Xiao Hongshan preferred the trouble to complaining to Ma Rulong, who was nearby. In response to Xiao Hongshan's mockery, Yuhao smiled and replied. It's probably because they think our strength is about the same as theirs, or even inferior to theirs. Xiao Hongshan pondered for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as if he had just thought of something. I'm saying, how about when it's our turn later, we only send out the two of us? Compared to how hard Shrek struggled to win. If we just send out two kids our age and easily take down our opponents, they'll lose face, right? Upon hearing this, Yuhao blinked and shrugged nonchalantly. I have no objection. It's up to the others. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuina and Shui Di spoke almost simultaneously. I have no objection. These unanimous words caused Ji Yuina and Shui Di to exchange a glance. Looking at Ji Yuina's aloof appearance, Shui Di's eyes became somewhat strange. So, is Ji Yuina preparing for a complete change, no longer being as cold as before? After Ji Yuina and Shui Di agreed, the others followed suit, and even Ma Rulong. The team leader nodded in agreement after a moment's hesitation. However, Ma Rulong still looked at Xiao Hongshan with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. Laughing at the world, we absolutely cannot let our guard down during the competition. Let's not end up not only failing to humiliate Shrek Academy, but also making ourselves a laughingstock. Ma Rulong wasn't worried about Yuhao, but he just couldn't stand Xiao Hongshan, that eccentric guy. Xiao Hongshan smiled and said that he and Yuhao could rest assured that they were not as useless as those guys from Shrek Academy. While they were exchanging ideas, Hiketu, who had finished assembling his soul tool, did not hesitate to fire. Seeing that the people from Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy had completely lost the initiative, Tian Sha Douluo intervened and blocked the cannonball, declaring Shrek Academy the winner of the match. Amid cheers from the audience, the Shrek team slowly descended the stage like heroes. The participants in the second round were from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Xiao Hongshan eagerly pulled Yuhao onto the stage. Tian Sha Douluo frowned as he looked at the two of them and asked in a deep voice. This match is an elimination team battle. Is Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy sure they're only sending the two of you? Faced with Tian Sha Douluo's question, Xiao Hongshan grinned, raised his thumb and swept it across himself and Yuhao, and said loudly. We are not like some usual SS people who have no strength but still talk big and make threats. The two of us will take on 7 of them. Chapter 113. The match starts with attacking the referee. A fierce barrage of attacks. Xiao Hongshan's voice echoed in the sky, and everyone, whether from the other participating academies or the audience, fell silent and turned their attention to Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao on the competition stage. Even Huo Yuhao didn't expect that Xiao Hongshan would say something like that. Huo Yuhao knew very well that although Xiao Hongshan usually acted very carefree and often made sarcastic remarks and stirred up hatred, he was not as brainless as some people. As a member of the Sun Moon Empire, to act so arrogantly in the capital of the Star Luo Empire, Xiao Hongshan must have done it on purpose. No matter how strong they show, all they'll get are boos. Rather than winning the game in a frustrating way, they might as well show off in front of everyone. With Jing Hongshan and Kong Deming by their side, no matter how much commotion they cause, they will not be affected. Most importantly, just a second ago, those guys from Shrek Academy barely won the game. Now, if their Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy only sends 2 people of the same age and they manage to win 7 games in a row, what face does Shrek Academy have left to call itself the #1 academy on the continent? And indeed, this proved to be true. Upon hearing Xiao Hongshan's words, the Shrek Reserve team members, who had just won the match and walked off the field like heroes, instantly darkened their faces. Their eyes filled with rage, wishing they could rush up and kill Xiao Hongshan, this extremely arrogant guy. This is only the second game. Who else could be the trash that Xiao Hongshan is talking about besides these Shrek Academy Reserve team members? Seeing that neither Xiao Hongshan nor Huo Yuhao had changed their minds, Tian Sha Douluo stopped talking and gestured for their opponents to come up on stage to prepare for the match. Meanwhile, Shu Jiawei, sitting at the very front of the city wall, looked at Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao on the competition stage, raised his eyebrows, and a playful smile appeared on his face. So confident. Then let me see if you can really trample Shrek's face under your feet. The so-called fairness and impartiality of the Soul Master competition is nothing more than a slogan. As the organizer of this Soul Master competition, the Star Luo Empire was naturally able to secretly manipulate the draw results. The reason why Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy was able to compete behind Shrek Academy was because of Shu Jiawei's secret instructions. Shu Jiawei did this with the same intention of making Shrek Academy lose face, but he did not expect that the little guys from Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy would be even more arrogant than he imagined, and would only let 2 people the same age as the Shrek Reserve team members play. If they lose to their opponent, then the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy will truly become a laughing stock across the entire continent. While everyone present was lost in their own thoughts, Wang Yan waved to reassure them, asking them to sit down and watch the match to see what Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao's soul power levels and abilities were. Wang Yan originally planned to return to The hotel immediately after the competition ended, and then secretly observe the intelligence of other academies. This way, he could maintain enough mystery and keep others from figuring out why Shrek Academy had sent out a reserve team. But now everyone in Star Luo City knows about the Death Messenger incident, and knows that the only 2 remaining members of their Shrek Academy team are seriously injured and unable to participate in the competition for a while. So what's the point of hiding anything? They can just openly gather intelligence. Just as Wang Yan was calming everyone down, the opponent of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy had already taken the stage. The referee, Tian Sha Douluo, casually waved his hand and said directly, "The match begins." As soon as Tian Sha Douluo finished speaking, the contestants from the opposing academy immediately took their positions and used their martial souls, with either 3 or 4 soul rings swirling around their bodies. They dared not underestimate the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy in the slightest. In their view, since the other party dared to send only 2 people, they must have enough confidence. However, even if Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao are indeed very strong, as long as their cooperation is perfect enough, they really have a chance to make the other side suffer a setback. In order to win this match, they didn't even bother to utter any harsh words. They rushed directly towards the location of Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao, and their soul skills were thrown at the 2 of them as if they didn't need to expend any soul power. From their perspective, Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao seemed to have been caught off guard and frantically used their invincible shield to block their attack. This gave them hope of winning the game. And they attacked Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao even more fiercely. The heavenly fiend Douluo, who was enduring their attacks, was completely bewildered. He couldn't understand what these little guys were trying to do. Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao were clearly their opponents in this competition, so why were they so desperately causing trouble for him, the referee? So, the game starts by attacking the referee, right? The heavenly fiend Douluo said in a deep voice with a dark face. What are you guys doing? Don't you even want to compete? Your opponents are over there. Words of the heavenly fiend Douluo had no effect whatsoever. In fact, they had the opposite effect, making their attacks even more vigorous and frantic, as if they had been mocked. From their perspective, Xiao Hongshan blocked all attacks with his invincible shield, slowly assembling the turrets that chilled them to the bone, while mocking them with a smile. Is that all? If this is all you've got, it's not even enough to tickle me. Can you go a little harder and make me feel even the slightest bit threatened? Xiao Hongshan's expression was smug and sarcastic. They didn't even bother to attack Yuhao. And everyone launched a frenzied attack on Xiao Hongshan, wanting to get rid of this guy whose hatred level was already at its maximum. Seeing this, even the referee, Tian Sha Douluo, didn't know what to do. Only, while fending off the attacks of these guys, Tian Sha Douluo turned his head to look at Xiao Hongshan and Yuhao. The 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, demonstrated Xiao Hongshan's Soul Emperor level soul power. At this moment, Xiao Hongshan was assembling the turret in an orderly manner, as if he had known all along that this strange situation would occur. Beside him stood Yuhao, surrounded by 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. His deep blue eyes shimmered with a pale golden light, drawing the eye to his beautiful gaze. So, the reason these guys are giving me trouble is all his doing. As a titled Douluo, Tian Sha Douluo was able to discern that Yuhao was influencing his opponent. Even Tian Sha Douluo was somewhat shocked by the strength of Yuhao's mental power. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiao Hongshan's turret was finally assembled, and he grinned at Tian Sha Douluo. Referee, Hink, you'd better help them block the shot, otherwise there could be injuries or fatalities. After saying that, Xiao Hongshan launched a fierce attack on his 7 opponents. Although he wanted to show off in front of everyone, Xiao Hongshan didn't intend to reveal all his strength. He just wanted others to think that he was not skilled enough and that it would take him a long time to assemble the turret. Seeing the soul-guided cannonball being fired, the heavenly fiend Douluo's pupils contracted slightly. He could clearly sense that the power of the cannonball was definitely beyond what these little guys could withstand. And he immediately took action to block it. At the same time, Yuhao also dispelled the mirror flower water moon illusion he had created by combining several soul skills, allowing the 7 opponents to break free from the illusion he had woven. Seeing the soul-guided cannonball so close at hand, the 7 contestants were almost scared out of their wits. Fortunately, the heavenly fiend Douluo appeared in front of them and blocked the explosion, preventing the soul-guided cannonballs from actually detonating. Seeing this, Xiao Hongshan grabbed Yuhao's shoulder and burst into laughter. Now tell me, who is the winner? Chapter 114 The Beautiful Girl Fan Club. Yuhao, you deserve to die. As a major event across the entire continent, the Soul Master Tournament attracts countless spectators no matter where it is held, making the scene incredibly noisy. But now, everyone present was silent as they watched Xiao Hongshan and Yuhao on the competition stage. Not uttering a single sound, as quiet as a library. Because of Xiao Hongshan and Yuhao's status as members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, some viewers wanted to boo them. However, after seeing their cultivation levels of Soul Emperor and Soul King, they abandoned that idea. They appear to be the same age as the Shrek Academy reserve team, so why are they stronger than Shrek's geniuses? Shrek Academy is supposed to be the top academy on the continent, yet the Sun Moon Empire seems to place more emphasis on soul tools. They must be on drugs. The same thought appeared in the minds of every academy teacher who participated in the Soul Master competition. Looking at the arrogant Xiao Hongshan and Yuhao with his arm around his shoulder, Tian Sha Douluo shook his head and fulfilled his duty as referee. Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy wins this competition. The moment Tian Sha Douluo announced the results, Shui Di, who was on the preparatio N stand of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, suddenly stood up and shouted loudly at Yuhao on the competition stage. Brother is so amazing. In an instant, everyone turned to look. The moment they saw Shui Di's stunning beauty, the phrase, beauty that could topple kingdoms, became the definitive answer. Unfortunately, Shui Di only had eyes for Yuhao and didn't care about the opinions of others. Would the Ice and Snow Maiden, ranked 3rd among the 10 great ferocious beasts, care about the opinions of insignificant passers-by? The answer is naturally no. Seeing Yuhao's gaze fall on her, Shui Di smiled and waved her hand, then cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted loudly. Brother Yuhao is the best. Shui Di's actions inspired others. Although Xiao Hongshan and Yuhao were destined not to receive cheers and applause from the audience for winning the competition, they could do it themselves. Isn't a group of stunningly beautiful girls cheering and shouting for them more effective than the applause of the audience? After making the decision, Ji Yuina stood up and shouted Huo Yuhao's name. Even though doing this in front of so many people would make Ji Yuina feel ashamed. She felt that since she wanted to change, she had to change thoroughly. Hesitation only leads to trouble. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to overtake others, gradually rival Shui Di. And even surpass Shui Di's importance in Huo Yuhao's heart. Winning first doesn't mean you've won. The one who laughs last is the real winner. It has to be said that Ji Yuina's behavior was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. But what followed was that Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, Di Chou'er, Shu Tianjun, Yi Gui and others also stood up to act as a cheering squad. Is it the cheers of insignificant spectators that get people excited, or the shouts of a group of stunningly beautiful girls that are more intoxicating? Seeing so many beautiful girls calling out Huo Yuhao's name in unison. Everyone present had only one thought in their minds. Huo Yuhao, you deserve to die. You bring your own fan club to the competition, huh? And the quality of your fan club is this high, isn't it? Showing off how charming you are. Huh, you just wait. Don't let our college get a turn. If you do, you're definitely not going to get any juice. Not to mention others, even Xiao Hongqian's smile gradually disappeared, turning into an extremely resentful expression as he looked at Huo Yuhao and said softly. Yuhao, what's going on here? It's supposed to be a two-person competition, but I don't even deserve to be mentioned. I can understand the others, since I'm not familiar with them. But I really don't understand why even Meng didn't mention my name. Laughing at the world's hardships, his fists hardened. Although Huo Yuhao's mirror flower water moon technique shocked the entire Star Luo city, was he lacking? Did the opposing academy dare to intercept his extremely powerful soul-guided cannonball? Wasn't it still blocked by the referee, heavenly fiend Douluo? Huo Yuhao looked at the girls who were constantly cheering and complained with a bitter expression. Do you think this is a good thing for me? Xiao Hongqian was about to retort, how can this not be a good thing? Being surrounded by so many beautiful girls, isn't that a good thing? What could be better than this? However, at this moment, Xiao Hongqian finally noticed that the eyes of the surrounding audience and the academy's contestants were like knives, wanting to pierce through Huo Yuhao. The emotions of jealousy and envy mixed together made Xiao Hongqian's scalp tingle. Hiss. Fine then, you can have it all to yourself. Xiao Hongqian decisively released Huo Yuhao's shoulder, acting as if he didn't know him at all. The heavenly fiend Douluo rolled his eyes inwardly and said expressionlessly. All right, your match is over. Now, vacate the arena. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Xiao Hongqian and Huo Yuhao walked off the stage together. Looking at Shui Di with her sweet smile on her face, as well as Ji Yuina, Meng Hongqian, and the others, Huo Yuhao felt a bit lost. As predicted, these beautiful girls really started causing trouble at the Soul Master competition. This is only the first day of the Soul Master competition, and I've already become the focus of attention because of this special cheerleading squad. If this continues, I'm afraid that if it happens twice more, I'll really become the enemy of all men. Shui, you really did something I didn't expect. After returning to his seat, Huo Yuhao complained to Shui Di beside him. Shui Di simply smiled sweetly at this. What's wrong, brother? Because of our status, those people around us won't applaud us even if we win. Can't we encourage ourselves? Besides, in my opinion, you're amazing. Foul. I'm reporting Shui Di for fouling. Seeing Shui Di's understanding and sweet demeanor in front of Huo Yuhao, the beautiful girls nearby couldn't help but scream wildly in their hearts. Even Huo Yuhao's heart skipped a beat when he heard the last sentence. Before he could say anything, Ji Yuina on the other side chimed in. She's right. But we don't need anyone else's applause. We'll pamper our own people. Hiss. Huo Yuhao gasped and leaned back tactically. Are there more experts? What kind of domineering CEO statement is this? Although Ji Yuina didn't say it explicitly, she hadn't called Xiao Hongqian's name even once, so it was obvious who she was referring to when she said, favored. It seems that Ji Yuina wasn't just secretly learning how to make soul tools to have more in common with him. Has her mindset changed to this point now? If Shui Di's cute and sweet behavior had become the norm for the other girls, then Ji Yuina's contrasting personality made them even more restless. It's already painful enough to watch Shui Di and Huo Yuhao's relationship dominate. If they were to fall far behind Ji Yuina, what would they be left to do? Could they even continue playing? While the girls were racking their brains, frantically thinking about how to overtake others, on the other side, in the Shrek Academy's reserve squad. After seeing Xiao Hongqian and Huo Yuhao's spirit rings, everyone at Shrek Academy fell silent. Even though the teams on the field had changed, it didn't change the atmosphere. It wasn't until quite a while later that Wang Yan managed a very awkward smile and began to comfort her. Don't worry, everyone. They are the same age as you, but they have such high soul power cultivation. It's not that their talent is higher than yours, but because they must have taken the risk of damaging their foundation and locking in their upper limit in order to win this Soul Master competition. And they have been frantically consuming pills. Chapter 115 Overthrowing the Sun and Moon. He dares to say it. Do you really believe him? Wang Yan felt that he had discovered the truth. Given Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao's ages, even if their talents are terrifying, they shouldn't have reached the Soul Emperor and Soul King levels by now. Not to mention that Bei Bei, a first-hand witness, said that when he met Huo Yuhao in the Stardo Great Forest less than a year ago, he was just an ignorant little guy who had just become a Soul Master. Only. Wang Yan looked at Bei Bei, who was sitting there with a blank stare, questioning her life, and asked her a question. Bei Bei, are you sure that when you met Huo Yuhao in the Stardo Great Forest, he had just become a one-ring Soul Master? Didn't you say that his first soul ring was a 10-year wind baboon? Why was his first soul ring a 100-year one when he released his martial soul just now? Wang Yan couldn't understand it. As an outstanding teacher in the School of Foreign Languages, Wang Yan is different from Zhou Yi. He uses more suitable methods to improve the student's strength and also enjoys studying martial spirits. But he had never seen a spirit ring that could go from a white 10-year ring to a yellow 100-year ring. Bei Bei shook her head blankly. I don't know how this happened, but I can confirm that back in the Stardo Great Forest, Huo Yuhao's first spirit ring was indeed a white 10-year spirit ring. After hearing this, Wang Yan fell into deep thought, wondering what exactly was going on. If he wasn't mistaken, Huo Yuhao's martial soul should be those eyes. An eye martial soul is considered top tier even among all body-based martial souls, right? The hair-based I'll souls of the twin sisters from Shrek Academy, who possessed a martial soul fusion skill, were simply no match for Huo Yuhao's eye-based martial soul. Perhaps Huo Yuhao's first spirit ring wasn't a 10-year wind baboon at all. It was a 100-year spirit beast, or even a spirit beast with a mental attribute. That spirit beast gave Huo Yuhao a spirit skill that could change the color of his spirit ring. Which is why Bei Bei mistakenly thought he had obtained a 10-year wind baboon spirit ring. It's hard to believe, but it's probably the only possibility. It's just a pity we don't know the specific function of his soul skill. Single quote. After figuring it out, Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, his smile returning as he comforted the Shrek Reserve team members around him, whose faces were solemn and whose hearts were heavy. You all heard it too. A 12-year-old one-ring Soul Master became a Soul King in less than a year. You can imagine how many pills that would ruin his future were consumed in that year. Xiao Hongshan is not much older than Huo Yuhao, and his Soul Emperor cultivation level must be full of exaggeration. This can be seen from the speed at which he assembled the Soul Tool just now. Wang Yan paused here, and seeing that he had already stirred up Bei Bei and the others' emotions, he deliberately provoked them. As Shrek Academy's geniuses, it's only natural that they're invincible among their peers, and they can even win battles against opponents of higher levels. So, don't tell me you can't defeat an opponent whose foundation is unstable and whose cultivation is entirely based on consuming pills. Think about it. What will you gain if you win the Soul Master competition as a reserve team? I can guarantee that at that time, you will become heroes of the entire Shrek Academy. You will be recorded on Shrek's monument, making Shrek's glory even more brilliant. As Wang Yan described that future, the heaviness in the hearts of Bei Bei, Shu Sanqi, Hikedu, and Dai Waban gradually dissipated, replaced by a strong sense of mission. To turn the tide when all hope is lost, and to prevent the collapse of an already crumbling edifice. Who could resist something that sounds so exciting? Moreover, if they can really win the Soul Master competition as a reserve team member, then they will surely be recorded in Shrek Academy's history and be admired by future generations. Just as Wang Yan said. So, the fact that the Grim Reaper almost wiped out the main team members actually benefited them. Looking at the crowd who were blinded by Shrek glory, Ning Tian shook his head and sighed inwardly without leaving a trace. Shrek Academy truly lives up to its name. Their teaching standards may not be as high as some of the better academies, but when it comes to brainwashing, Shrek Academy is undoubtedly the best on the continent. The two most powerful cultivators, Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi, are only 4-ring Soul Masters, yet they were actually swayed by Wang Yan to believe they could defeat Soul Emperors and Soul Kings. Wang Yan dares to say that, and you actually believe him. Princess Juju, if I'm not mistaken, that kid is the one we met in the far north, right? Didn't he claim to be from Shrek Academy? And he swore that Shrek's honor would not be insulted by anyone. But how come he's now a contestant from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy? Grandma Manyi was stunned. Ever since Huo Yuhao took the stage, her gaze hadn't left him. She kept staring intently at him, feeling as if she'd seen him somewhere before. Since more than half a year had passed since the incident in the far north, it wasn't until the end of the competition, when Grandma Manyi saw Shui Di and Ji Yuina standing up to cheer for Huo Yuhao, had she finally remembered the other party's identity. It can only be said that Ji Yuina and Shui Di, two peerless beauties, left such a deep impression on her that even though they never spoke a word to each other, Grandma Manyi could never forget them. But how come Huo Yuhao, who reacted so strongly just because I said Shrek Academy was bad back then, has become a student of Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy after not seeing him for more than half a year? Forehead. For a long time, I didn't know how to explain it. She not only knew that Huo Yuhao was from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, but she also knew that he had killed Granny Feng. Unfortunately, Shu Juju couldn't muster any desire for revenge. Not to mention that the incident was originally initiated by Grandma Manyi and Granny Feng, who took it upon themselves to hunt down Huo Yuhao, thus stifling this unprecedented genius before he could grow up. Ji Yuina alone is enough to make Shu Juju abandon all her little schemes. Are you moved? I dare not move. Shu Juju sighed helplessly and shook his head. I don't know what happened either. Perhaps Huo Yuhao disguised himself as a student of Shrek Academy to avoid unnecessary trouble. Grandma Manyi nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with what Shu Juju had said. Shu Juju couldn't help but glance at Huo Yuhao, who was surrounded by girls chatting and laughing, and sighed that this guy was absolutely meticulous in his work. Back when they were being chased by Granny Feng and the title Douluo from the Heavenly Soul Empire in the far north, Huo Yuhao killed them both. Then, through some unknown means, he managed to get them to find him and Vina. By using Granny Feng and the other party's words, he managed to pin the blame for the evil Soul Master on Shrek Academy. His name was not mentioned at all during the process. Even Grandma Manyi now believes that Granny Feng just happened to run into Shrek Academy members while chasing him, and she did not suspect Huo Yuhao. Otherwise, you'll have a headache for a long time. Grandma Manyi is so reckless, she doesn't consider the consequences at all. She's just like Xuanzi of the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 116. Just watch my performance. And that's it. Xuanzi resigns. Why do I feel like the contestants in this year's Soul Master competition are so weak, strong? Words that differed by only one chain, character but had completely opposite meanings appeared almost simultaneously in the preparation seats of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Equipment Academy and Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Ma Rulong La meant that the participants from other academies were too weak, Xiao Hongshan immediately chimed in. I told you long ago, there's no need to stay here and watch the other academies. No matter what academy we encounter later, all Yuhao needs to do is activate his mental detection and mental sharing, and then we can just watch my performance. I was hoping Shrek Academy could give me some excitement. But now their main team members were almost wiped out by a single Soul King, and the remaining reserve team members are utterly helpless. The outcome of this Soul Master tournament is already decided. Ma Rulong originally wanted to tell Xiao Hongshan not to be so careless and not to underestimate his opponent. However, considering the terrifying power that a Soul Master like himself could unleash with Huo Yuhao's assistance, as well as the unique nature of Xiao Hongshan's martial soul, and the fact that Meng Hongshan and Huo Ningshui were both possessors of the ultimate ice martial soul, he decisively dismissed the idea. To be honest, even Captain Ma Rulong felt that if their Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy failed to win the final championship this time, they would have no face to return to the Sun Moon Empire. Just as Ma Rulong was debating whether he should continue watching the other academy's matches or go back to the hotel to rest, Huo Yuhao spoke up at the opportune moment. Captain, I don't think there's any point in continuing to watch. Let's go back to the hotel. Seeing that Huo Yuhao had said so, Ma Rulong didn't say anything more. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Lexuan, Old Ma led the group from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy away slowly. Their early departure attracted the attention of all the academies present. As if suddenly remembering something, Xiao Hongshan turned his head to look at the location of Shrek Academy, slowly swiped his hand across his neck, and grinned at Bei Bei. Xiao Hongshan hadn't forgotten that back in the Star Do Great Forest, that guy had chased after his good brother Huo Yuhao. Bei Bei's heart sank, and her expression became very serious. If Bei Bei was still unconcerned about Xiao Hongshan's harsh words when they met at the hotel, she could no longer remain calm after seeing that he was already a Soul Emperor level expert. Especially since Zhou Yi had previously said that she wanted Hikaru to F. Find a way to kill the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy on the field. When they encountered them, Bebe felt very heavy-hearted. Even Bebe is like this, let alone Hiketu, who is directly involved. Hiketu now really wants to ask his teacher's wife. Under the current circumstances, does she still want him to kill his opponent during the competition? However, considering Zhou Yi's consistent personality and way of doing things, never turning back even after hitting a wall, Hiketu wisely gave up on the issue. Shu Jiawei, standing atop the city wall, spoke in a low voice without turning his head. Check out Xiao Hongshan and Huo Yuhao's information, as well as the other participants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, and find out their specific soul power levels. Yes, Your Majesty. After giving his instructions, Shu Jiawei continued to watch the competition below with great concentration, but in his heart he began to ponder whether Shrek Academy should encounter the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy as soon as possible. It would be better to wait until Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuang have recovered from their injuries, and Xuanzi has brought other students from Shrek Academy to provide support. Before letting them meet, Shrek Academy, Sea God Pavilion in the inner courtyard. The atmosphere was much more somber than at the last Poseidon Pavilion meeting. Moon, seated at the head of the table, remained reclining in a chair, his face obscured. At the bottom of the table on either side are Elder Lin and Elder Zan, while the 4 deans and vice deans the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department remained seated at the very end. Elder Mu's gentle voice rang out. Tell me, Xuanzi, what is the purpose of your proposal to convene the Sea God Pavilion meeting this time? Feeling the gazes of the elders, Xuanzi remained silent for a long time before finally gritting his teeth, standing up, taking a deep breath, and speaking in a deep voice. Everyone knows what happened during this operation to eliminate the Grim Reaper. This isn't the first time that something has gone wrong while I was leading the team. I am unforgivable. Therefore, I have decided to immediately resign from my position as the vice captain of the Shrek Academy's supervisory group and permanently withdraw from the Sea God Pavilion. From now on I will only be a freelancer at the academy. As Xuanzi finished speaking, the entire Sea God Pavilion fell into an extremely eerie silence, except for Yuan, who was still lying on the recliner, making it possible to see the expression on his face. Everyone else looked at Xuanzi with surprise and uncertainty, so shocked by his words that they didn't know what to say. As a level 98 Super Douluo, Xuanzi's status and strength in the entire Shrek Academy are second only to Yuan. As long as Yuan dies, Zanzi will succeed him as the new head of the Sea God Pavilion. This is a fact recognized by all the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, as well as the deans and vice deans of the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department. But what did they hear now? Xuanzi is actually going to GN from his position as vice captain of the Shrek Academy's inspection team, and even leave the Sea God Pavilion forever. Did I hear that right? After a brief silence, Yan Xiaojie was the first to react and hurriedly tried to dissuade Xuanzi. How can this be? Elder Zan, no one can guarantee that they will never make a mistake. Moreover, the main responsibility for this situation does not lie with you, but with Xiao Dao and the others being far too careless. They rushed in without even understanding the situation, and the evil spirit master's abilities were far too bizarre. According to your previous description, all the corpses in that cave will become the power of that so-called messenger of death. The more corpses there are, the stronger the explosive power will be, which is why such a situation occurred. You are the backbone of the academy. Shrek Academy can do without me, the dean of the spirit department, but it absolutely cannot do without you, the elder. With you here, we can feel more at ease. Yan Xiaojie's sincere words of comfort silenced the elders who had originally wanted to say something. Those who are qualified to represent Shrek Academy in the Soul Master competition as regular team members are all the most talented and strongest geniuses among students of the appropriate age. There were only 7 such geniuses in total, and 5 of them were killed in the explosion because of Xuanzi's negligence. However, according to Yan Xiaojie, the reason why this happened was that Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yuang, and others should bear the main responsibility. They really wanted to know if Yan Xiaojie would still lie through his teeth if Ma Xiaotao was among those killed in the explosion. If it were students from the outer academy who died, they wouldn't say anything, but this time 5 geniuses from the inner academy sacrificed themselves in vain. The same thing had already happened once before in the Stardow Great Forest Soul Hunting incident, so why did Xuanzi still not learn even the slightest lesson? Chapter 117. Are you serious about getting Bebe and Zhang Lexuan to marry? Xuanzi is unreliable. This is a fact acknowledged by all members of the Sea God Pavilion. However, even though we knew Xuanzi was unreliable, we still had no choice but to let him lead the team. Since his great battle with Dubisi, Mu'en had been seriously injured. If it weren't for that dragon pill, Mu'en would probably have perished along with Dubisi. Over the years, Mu'en has been trying every possible way to rapidly improve the strength of the members of the Sea God Pavilion. Especially Zanzi, who has been entrusted with Mu'en's expectations. Mu'en hopes that Zanzi can break through to the level of a level 99 limit Douluo as soon as possible. That is why, even after the Stardo Great Forest incident, although Mu'en was furious and wished he could cripple Zanzi, that fool who failed in his duty as a protector, he could only endure it in the end. They even went so far as to comfort Xuanzi, saying it was no big deal, as long as he learned from the experience and the same thing didn't happen again. Mu'en knew Xuanzi's character very well. If he were to resign from all his positions and become a nobody at the academy, then this guy would probably start to completely give up and his strength would never improve again. But how long has it been? Xuanzi has actually managed to create another Death Messenger incident. With a level 98 Super Douluo leading the team, plus several Soul Emperor level Inner Academy geniuses, and the rest all Soul Kings. And even 2 teachers of 6-ring Soul Emperors accompanying them, how the hell did they manage to almost wipe out that so-called Death God Messenger? Mu'en couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. Why that bastard Xuanzi was able to let the same tragedy happen a second time. If it weren't for the fact that Mu'en was Xuanzi's uncle master, knowing him inside and out and understanding that Xuanzi was simply incompetent and not deliberately harming those geniuses, even Mu'en would probably suspect that Xuanzi was a spy planted in Shrek Academy by some force. If Shrek Academy has any other strong individuals capable of succeeding as the Sea God Pavilion Master, Mu'en would never count on Zanzi. But now his life is coming to an end, and the strength of the others in the Sea God Pavilion is not as good as Xuanzi's. The younger generation also needs enough time to fully grow up. Apart from Xuanzi, Mu'en has no one else to rely on. As the current head of the Sea God Pavilion, Mu'en knows better than anyone just how many forces want Shrek Academy to fall from its pedestal. If no top-tier expert steps forward after his death, Shrek Academy's situation will truly be in danger. Sigh. I wonder where that girl Lexuan has gone traveling to. It's been almost a year, why hasn't she come back yet? She must come back before I die. Luckily, I didn't cancel the engagement between Bebe and Lexuan before. Now that Tang sect leader, Tang Ya, has been labeled an evil soul master, it would be best if I could witness their marriage. Only then can I close my eyes in peace. After my nurturing, the Dragon Core's malevolent energy has almost completely disappeared. Once I pass the Dragon Core to Bebe, his martial soul should also undergo a complete transformation. In this way, Bebe might also have the potential to become a limit Douluo. My only hope now is that nothing unexpected happens during the period when Xuanzi takes over as the head of the Sea God Pavilion. Before Lazan and Bebe become top experts on the continent, and that everything proceeds peacefully. Just as Moon was worrying about Shrek's future, the elders present all spoke up to comfort Xuanzi, urging him to calm down and continue with his work. However, despite everyone's advice, Xuanzi seemed to have no intention of changing his mind, and shook his head with a wry smile. If it weren't for good luck this time, I'm afraid even Xiao Dao and Dai Yuang's lives wouldn't have been saved. With such a major mistake, how can I still have the face to stay in the Sea God Pavilion? Stop trying to persuade me, my mind is made up. Yao Haoshuan's family is quite powerful, and I need to make a trip to his family to try my best to ease their grief. As for Zhou Yi, although she wasn't killed by the Grim Reaper, her face is completely disfigured, and Fan Yu needs to be prepared. Even Dai Waban lost his most indispensable ability as a man because of the Grim Reaper. For tens of thousands of years, the Dai family has never stopped sending their descendants to Shrek Academy. How am I supposed to explain this to the Dai family? Xuanzi turned around, and was about to leave when he sighed and said, "Everyone, farewell." Watching Xuanzi's resolute departing figure, the members of the Sea God Pavilion present were all somewhat bewildered. No, are you serious? Just put on a show to express your sadness and apology, are you really planning to resign from those positions? Shrek Academy currently only has 2 top-tier experts, one of whom is Xuanzi. Mu'en's health is also very poor, and he might not be able to hold on at any time. If Xuanzi really leaves, what will happen to Shrek Academy? Why does this guy always do things on a whim that leave everyone baffled? Mu'en slowly sat up from the recliner. He had no choice. If he continued to stand by and watch, Zanzi would probably really resign from all his positions and start to lie down and do nothing from then on. After calling out to Xuanzi, Mu'en's eyes gradually turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You're already over 200 years old, why are you still so impulsive? If everyone were like you, making mistakes and not thinking about correcting or making amends, but instead thinking about deserting, how could Shrek Academy continue to exist? You are no longer suitable to be the vice captain of the Shrek Academy's inspection team. From now on, you will stay in the inner courtyard and teach the students. Xuanzi became anxious upon hearing this, and just as he was about to say something, Mu En glanced at him indifferently and spoke in a voice devoid of any emotion. You can leave if you want, but you must marry a woman and pass on your gluttonous divine ox martial soul. Otherwise, forget it. If you keep arguing, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of my deceased senior brother. Mu En's words eased the solemn atmosphere of the Sea God Pavilion. And everyone couldn't help but laugh after seeing Zhan Zi's embarrassed and angry appearance. After this atmosphere had been going on for a while, Moon tapped the table lightly with his fingers, drawing everyone's attention to himself. From the day the supervisory committee was established, the members who chose to join were prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time. The evil spirit master we encountered this time was too bizarre. If we let it go, it might cause even bigger trouble in the future. Not to mention, he also killed 5 of our Shrek Academy inner court students. We must find him and eliminate him. I am also deeply saddened by the loss of 5 trainees. But the dead are gone, and our Shrek surveillance team's operations must continue. This tragedy also serves as a reminder that we must be even more careful in our operations from now on. Mu En turned to look at Xian Liner, the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, and said in a deep voice, Liner, I've made the decision today. After this meeting, all inner court disciples must come to you to have at least 1 flying soul tool and 1 defensive soul tool custom made. Anyone who objects will be expelled from the academy. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaojie frowned and tentatively asked, Teacher, shouldn't we reconsider? Even without the aid of soul tools, the geniuses in our martial soul department can still be the best in the continent. Chapter 118 Mu En's ingenious plan to secure the world, Xuanzi's outward compliance but inward defiance. As the dean of the martial soul department, Yan Xiaojie certainly did not want Shrek Academy to shift its focus. A college has only so many resources. If the focus is placed on the soul guidance department, the quota for the martial soul department will inevitably be reduced. Yan Xiaojie naturally does not want to see such a thing happen. Upon hearing his words, before Mu En could react, Xian Liner immediately exploded. The Soul Guidance Department has been frustrated for so long, and finally saw a glimmer of hope for its rise. She absolutely cannot let Yan Xiaojie ruin that hope. Bang! Xian Liner slammed her hand on the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Yan Xiaojie. What did you say, Yan Xiaojie? How many times have you looked down on our Soul Guidance Department? If you don't give me an explanation, I will definitely not let you off this time. Seeing his nominal wife so angry, the loyal sycophant Qian Duoduo couldn't help but want to chime in. Yan Xiaojie didn't take Xian Liner's words to heart at all, but he was prepared to argue with her. Only by stirring up trouble could he make this matter end without any further incident. To Yan Xiaojie's surprise, Mu En's face darkened, and he glared at him fiercely. Do we have to lose a few more inner court disciples before we make a change? Let me tell you, even without this incident, I would still convene a meeting of the Sea God Pavilion to discuss the matter of soul tools. The times are constantly progressing, and the increasing power of soul tools is the best proof of that. It is indeed good for a soul master to be strong individually, but with the support of soul tools, their strength can be further enhanced. As the dean of the spirit department, you have remained stagnant and unwilling to accept change for so many years. If you continue like this, you will no longer be able to serve as the dean of the spirit department. The money that the Inner Academy Spirit Department paid for the Spirit Guidance Department to purchase the Spirit Guidance devices must be paid. And it must be paid on the spot. Seeing his teacher get angry, Yan Xiaojie could only suppress his dissatisfaction and respectfully agreed. Xian Liner, on the other hand, looked like she had won a great victory. Kai Meyer, who was standing nearby, quickly tried to smooth things over for her husband. Elder Mu, what about this year's Soul Master competition? There are only 2 regular team members left. Xiao Dao and Dai Yuang. The strongest in the reserve team are Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, He Keidu, and Zhang Nanan, and their cultivation level is only Soul Master. If we don't send inner court students to support us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win the championship this time. Xuanzi quickly changed the subject to the Soul Master competition and nodded. If I take the students from the inner court to fly there, we should still have enough time. Xuanzi didn't dare to say that Ning Tian had once mentioned that the academy should equip everyone with invincible shields. And even after being rejected by him, He said that he was willing to pay out of his own pocket to give invincible shields to everyone. Given Mu N's current state, Zhan Zi really doesn't know what fate awaits him if he speaks out. Faced with Kai Meyer and Xuanzi's suggestion, Mu N shook his head without hesitation. No, there's no need to send other inner court students to support them. Let them do their part in this Soul Master competition. Ah, the elders were startled by these words, and one of them couldn't help but speak out. Elder Mu, the Soul Master competition is a matter of honor for the Academy. For 10,000 years, the final champion of every competition has been Shrek Academy. If this championship is taken by another academy, especially by the people of the Sun Moon Empire, how can we face the predecessors who fought for it? Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Mu N smiled nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned. Yes, honor. But haven't you noticed that after 10,000 years, Shrek Academy has long been bound by this honor? Losing isn't scary. What's scary is pride and complacency, being so arrogant that you think Shrek Academy is invincible. In the past 30 years, soul tools have developed rapidly, and the soul tool technology of the Sun Moon Empire has become more and more powerful. But what are we Shrek Academy doing? Are we standing still? If we continue like this, it may not be long before our Shrek Academy is completely eliminated by the times. Let's take this opportunity to make everyone see reality, and let the people of Shrek Academy feel ashamed and then strive to improve. Yan Xiaojie knew that his teacher's words were meant for him, and he couldn't help but lower his head, his old face slightly red. The other elders also looked thoughtful. Looking at everyone's reactions, Moon couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If possible, he would certainly hope that Shrek's glory could be maintained forever, and preferably never be broken. However, the previous 7 regular team members were already among the strongest of the eligible students in the Inner Academy. Even if we find more people to supplement them now, we may not be able to win the final championship. Rather than gambling, it's better to just accept it. In this way, even if Shrek Academy doesn't ultimately win the championship, they still have a reason to claim that they suffered casualties while fighting to protect the safety of the continent against the evil spirit masters, which led to their failure to win the final championship. This will not diminish Shrek's glory. On the contrary, it will further elevate Shrek's image in the minds of the people of mainland China. If even something like this can't be understood, then it's not just Xuanzi who can't be relied upon in the Sea God Pavilion. We can't have too much hope in the others either. Mu N shook his head inwardly and then looked at Xian Linner across from him. Linner, after this Soul Master competition ends, send a letter in the name of Shrek Academy's Soul Guidance Department to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, requesting an exchange program and send our Soul Guidance Department students to them for exchange and learning. Xian Linner was taken aback upon hearing this. Elder Mu, will the other party agree? Even if they do, our students will definitely be heavily guarded there. And I'm afraid they won't be able to learn anything at all. Moon smiled slightly. Tell them that as long as they agree to our exchange, they can also send 10 students to us for exchange and learning. If they want to learn advanced martial spirit knowledge from us, then they will naturally need to open up some advanced soul guidance technology to us. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. As expected of Elder Mu, he immediately and accurately grasped the sore spot of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. They are very confident people. Given the opportunity, any academy on the continent would want to learn from Shrek's experience and knowledge, especially the Sun Moon Empire, which has probably been coveting Shrek for a long time. It's unlikely that the other party would refuse such a mutually beneficial arrangement. Furthermore, once the exchange begins, if possible, could we try to steal some advanced soul tools, design blueprints, and manuals from them? Apart from Xuanzi, all the other elders understood the true intention behind Mu N's decision and were determined to reveal this to the students before the exchange began. Mu N proposed that Fan Yu become the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Although everyone knew that this was more to compensate his wife Zhou Yi for her disfigurement, they all tacitly said that it was because of Fan Yu's outstanding contributions. After everything was over, Mu N also told Xuanzi to return to Xingluo City as soon as possible to avoid any further accidents. While Xuanzi agreed, he inwardly disagreed with Mu N's decision to give up the championship. Shrek Academy's glory, which had been maintained for 10,000 years, should not be lost in their generation. No matter the cost, we must win this championship. Chapter 119 Auction, still dare to say it's the best in the continent. Mu N had no idea what Xuanzi was thinking. Otherwise, he might have really taken the drastic step of stripping Xuanzi of all his positions and making him a nobody. Although this would cause Xuanzi to completely give up and have his soul power permanently stuck at level 98, it's Still better than letting him continue to harm people like this. However, Xuanzi did not think he had any problem with this at all. In Xuanzi's view, protecting the glory that Shrek Academy has maintained for 10,000 years is something that every Shrek Academy member should do. That is to say, there is an age limit for the Soul Master competition. Otherwise, who knows what Xuanzi might do. After making the decision, Xuanzi did not hesitate for a moment and immediately flew at full speed towards the location of Xingluo City. Although I reminded Bei Bei, Shu Sanchi and the others before I left that they should protect Shrek's honor and never let Shrek be disgraced. But no one can guarantee that they won't have the thought of backing down when faced with a powerful opponent. Regardless, they are only members of the reserve team and have not yet joined the Inner Academy. They will not be as willing to dedicate everything to Shrek Academy as the students of the Inner Academy, having undergone the true baptism of Shrek's glory. A day has passed since the end of the first round of the competition, and the second round of the round-robin tournament will begin tomorrow. However, the students of Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy have received invitations from Starfall Auction House. Yuhao examined the exquisitely crafted invitation in his hand, raised an eyebrow, and asked. An auction at Xingluo Auction House. May I ask what outstanding items are featured in this auction? If Yuhao remembered correctly, the auction in the original novel that contained the Snow Emperor's embryo should have been held by the Star Luo Auction House. Before that, there was a smaller auction where a listing engraving knife made of the gold of life would appear. But are we now skipping that small auction and incorporating the best items from it into this Starfall Auction House auction? As the auctioneer, Xingyu spoke with a polite and gentle smile. Yes, this auction features various medicinal herbs, soul tools, and soul bones. If you are interested, you can use this invitation to participate in the auction at the Star Luo Auction House tonight. After Yuhao nodded in agreement, Qingyu bowed slightly. Then, I won't disturb your rest any longer. After Qingyu left, Yuhao waved the invitation in his hand and asked with a smile. Anyone want to come with me to the auction? Xiao Hongchen was the first to respond, but not in agreement. He simply pouted and said disdainfully. What good stuff can you find at this auction? The soul tools that Xingluo as are at most things that we Sun Moon deliberately leaked out to mislead people, or things that we sold to them at high prices but with low quality. Yuhao shrugged slightly, seemingly unconcerned. That's hard to say. After all, Xingluo is an empire that has been passed down for so many years. It must have some hidden treasures. Moreover, there is always the possibility of finding a bargain at an auction. The most important thing is not to be complacent and stuck in your ways, otherwise, what's the difference between you and those guys who just cling to the so-called traditions of soul masters and work in isolation? Upon hearing this, all the teachers and students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy turned to look at Xiao Hongchen, causing him to blush instantly and hurriedly try to defend himself. I didn't mean that. Okay, I'll go with you. Seeing Xiao Hongchen's expression, cheerful laughter immediately filled the room. In contrast, the atmosphere in the room where the Shrek Academy teachers and students were on the next floor was somber. Shrek Academy also received an invitation from Xingye, inviting them to participate in tonight's auction. However, when they heard Wang Yan say that he planned to buy some soul tools suitable for them at the auction, everyone fell silent again. Wang Yan was in a bad mood, and his face turned rather pale. He truly couldn't understand why. After all these people had experienced the Death Messenger incident and had all walked through the gates of hell, they were still so resistant to soul guides. Didn't they see that Zhu Lu, who had the invincible shield given to her by Ning Tian, was not harmed at all during that corpse explosion? Most importantly, after watching the competition all day, the vast majority of the academy contestants were equipped with soul tools that suited them. Are they going to ignore this undeniable fact? Perhaps the only exception present was Ning Tian. Ning Tian had no intention of participating at all. She sat calmly to the side, lost in thought. She had a clear understanding of herself and was determined to slack off in this competition. No matter how intense the battle was, she would just stand in the back and use the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to give the others a few buffs. Although they knew that Shrek Academy was destined to be disgraced in this Soul Master competition. Even a weakened camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the 9 treasure glazed tile school was very rich, it still dared not completely break ties with Shrek Academy. This atmosphere lasted for a long time. And seeing that no one was expressing their opinion, Wang Yan said somewhat angrily. How long are you going to remain so stubborn? Do you have to experience her tragedy before you realize the importance of soul tools? If everyone had an invincible shield like Zhu Lu before, would there have been such severe casualties when they encountered the Grim Reaper? Hikaru, tell them. If they had the protection of an invincible shield, wouldn't the situation have been different? Facing everyone's gaze, Hikaru hesitated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. If it were the kind of invincible shield that junior sister Ningtian brought out, I can't guarantee that everyone would be unharmed. We might get injured in the corpse explosion, but no one would die. Hikaru's words made everyone even more silent. Because everyone recalled that Ningtian had given them several opportunities before, but none of them were willing to cherish them. Even Zhu Lu's invincible shield was something Ningtian forced upon her. Realizing this, Zhu Lu gratefully grasped Ningtian's hand, while Ningtian patted her arm casually to comfort her. Seeing this, Dai Waban slowly lowered his head, trying his best not to let others see his expression and eyes, because even he knew that his thoughts were very distorted. Dai Waban now feels no gratitude whatsoever towards Ningtian, who saved his fiancée. On the contrary, he is filled with resentment towards her. If Ningtian had also forcibly given him an invincible shield back then why would he have had his kidney ripped out by that damned Grim Reaper? The psychologically twisted Dai Waban never even considered how he had mocked and ridiculed Ningtian back then. Ma Xiaotao, whose face was still very pale, looked around and said in a deep voice, even without soul tools, Shrek Academy's soul masters are still unparalleled on the continent. Hearing these unrepentant words, Wang Yan was furious. In order to make Ma Xiaotao face reality, he even went so far as to expose what she had been afraid to face for the past few days. Ma Xiaotao, Gongyang Mo wanted to borrow an invincible shield from Ningtian. But you stopped him. You even said that with you there, nothing would happen to Gongyang Mo. Now, can you tell me if you've protected Gongyang Mo? Chapter 120 Huo Yuhao doesn't want to be carved with a woodcutter's knife and listed with a carving knife. As Wang Yan finished speaking, the entire room fell into an extremely eerie silence. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Ma Xiaodao's face. Even the psychologically twisted Dai Waban and Zhou Yi, who had become a bitter woman after being disfigured. As witnesses to the incident, they all knew that Riji Si Ting Ningtian's kindness was a grave mistake. Especially Gongyang Mo, he shouldn't have died like that. However, it was Ma Xiaodao's arrogance that prevented Gongyang Mo from borrowing the invincible shield from Ningtian, ultimately leading to Gongyang Mo's death, leaving not even a trace of his remains. Originally confident, Ma Xiaodao's already pale face turned even paler after Wang Yan mentioned Gongyang Mo. The thought of the scene she saw before she fainted, where half of Gongyang Mo's body began to swell, made Ma Xiaodao's lips tremble uncontrollably. Ma Xiaotao wanted to say something in her defense. But in the end she couldn't say anything at all. Even she herself knew very well that Gongyang Mo's death could be entirely attributed to her. If it were anyone else, Ma Xiaotao would likely have chosen to shirk responsibility and not want to take the blame, but Gongyang Mo was her best friend, and even Ma Xiaotao couldn't remain indifferent to his death. While Ma Xiaotao was grieving and blaming herself, Wang Yan spoke directly. As soul masters, you should not resist soul tools, but accept them with equanimity. Soul tools will not make soul masters disappear, on the contrary. They will make the strength that soul masters can exert even stronger. By observing today's match, it's clear that soul masters of the same level have seen their strength increase. Say significantly after acquiring a suitable soul tool. Our Shrek Academy's regular team members are down to just Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuan. If we continue to be so stubborn, our situation will only become more dangerous in the upcoming matches. Wang Yan's gaze swept over everyone, and he spoke in a stern tone. I proposed participating in this auction for your sake, and for the sake of Shrek Academy. After this Soul Master competition ends, I will, as a teacher at Shrek Academy, propose to the Sea God Pavilion to increase the research and development and popularization of soul tools. We absolutely cannot allow the Death Messenger incident to repeat itself. Seeing that the matter was already settled, Dai Yuan was the first to agree. I agree with Professor Wang Yan's idea. Since Dai Yuan had taken the lead, the others naturally wouldn't remain silent and immediately expressed their agreement. Even Ma Xiaotao stopped objecting, lowering her head and hiding in the shadows, lost in thought. Seeing that no one had any further objections, Wang Yan breathed a deep sigh of relief. He secretly lamented that Shrek Academy's glory was indeed something that drove people crazy. But it also bound everyone to their own devices, making them unwilling to accept the soul tool, something that was destined to change the continent, and only wanting to immerse themselves in the past glory. Most people at Shrek Academy felt that accepting a soul tool would change their reputation as the #1 academy on the continent, which they absolutely could not allow. Seeing high technology and being unwilling to accept it, even thinking of destroying it, is simply foolish and incomprehensible. Before the auction began, Yuhao and his group had already arrived at the Starlight Auction House to wait. As it was a top-tier auction, each participating academy or force was in a private room, so that others would not know the identity of the person who won the bid. However, Yuhao felt that doing this was just a superficial project with little practical significance. Looking around the private room, Xiao Hongchen raised an eyebrow and said, "It looks pretty good. This auction house is quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Qingye smiled slightly. Starlight Auction House is the largest auction house in our Star Luo Empire, so naturally we will not disappoint our guests. Yeah, Xiao Hongchen raised an eyebrow and smiled, pointing at the dark optical screen opposite him with a playful expression. This light guide screen must have been purchased from the Sun Moon Empire, right? Qingye nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. Yes, it is indeed a light guide screen customized from the Sun and Moon Empire. Qingye felt that this person was a bit tactless. Knowing full well that the Star Luo Empire could not possibly replicate such a light guide screen, not to mention that the ore used to make such a light guide screen was only produced by the Sun Moon Empire. I wonder what Princess Juju wanted to do by having her stay in this private room. Was it to show how much the Star Luo Empire valued the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy? After all, even in the private room at Shrek Academy, there were only 2 ordinary waiters explaining the auction items, while she, as a senior auctioneer, had to accompany the people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. This kind of differential treatment was actually applied to Shrek Academy, which is something that has never happened before. Moreover, Qingye was originally very confident in her beauty. But after seeing the beautiful girls in the private room, she didn't even have the courage to look up. If it weren't for her excellent professionalism, Qingye would have escaped from that private room long ago. Qingye was very curious about what kind of charm the boy named Yuhao possessed that could attract so many stunningly beautiful girls to surround him. Qingye could clearly tell that in the eyes of those girls, there was only Yuhao. Yuhao remained unmoved, silent and lost in thought, as if he had long been accustomed to this situation. Yuhao wasn't deep in thought. He was simply at a loss in the face of this situation, completely unsure of what to do next. In order to have more in common with herself, Yuina secretly learned how to make soul tools. After the competition, she transformed into a support group and shouted her name in front of everyone, just like Shui Di. These actions have made the other girls feel a strong sense of crisis, and they all look at him as if they want to devour him. Yuhao even suspected that if he weren't still too young, one of these beautiful girls might become a secret chamber master and, like Zhu Zi in the original story, try to seduce him. If that were to happen, the situation would be extremely serious. Once it happens, it will happen again, and once it happens again, it will be impossible to stop. Yuhao is a workaholic who only wants to focus on his career, not someone who wants to follow in the footsteps of Cheng Jie. Fortunately, the auction officially began at this moment, and images started to appear on the light guide screen opposite, which calmed the increasingly strange atmosphere in the private room. Shu Juju, dressed in a red dress, appeared on the screen and smiled sweetly at the person in front of her. Distinguished guests, I am your auctioneer, Juju, and it is my honor to host this top-level auction. Your time is precious, so let's begin the auction. Now, please appreciate our first lot. After performing a complex yet elegant curtsy, he gestured with his right hand, indicating, please. Instantly, the scene shifted, and an item appeared on the soul guidance screen on the wall. This item doesn't have the dazzling brilliance or unparalleled splendor one might imagine. It looks like an ordinary item, but it's indispensable to every soul master. Yuhao raised an eyebrow, looking at the carving knife on the screen. It seems that the special nature of this engraving knife is why it could only appear first at this top-tier auction. To be continued.